Hey guys, welcome to the channel. As you see in the thumbnail, what if ISSEI feel betrayed and hurt by RIAS and become Yokai dragon? Before I start, please do support for more awesome content, and subscribe my channel and like this video. Go support and follow the Skinny 40k for writing that awesome fanfic, and also make sure to comment on this story. Link in the description. In the divine realm of the Shinto pantheon, the tension was palpable as the broadcast came to an end, leaving those present stunned by ISSEI's bold challenge. The unexpected nature of his approach caught many off guard, sparking a mix of reactions among the onlookers. One person who couldn't help but be moved by ISSEI's display was Irina, who felt a twinge of nostalgia at seeing his familiar smile, a sight she had missed and cherished despite the current complexities in their relationship. She resolved herself to make amends for past mistakes and reconnect with him in a meaningful way. Yasaka, witnessing the scene unfold, was simultaneously delighted and intrigued by ISSEI's vibrant energy and confidence, traits she found endearing in her little red fox. However, a mischievous thought crossed her mind as she pondered the need to drain some of that energy from him, a challenge she welcomed with a mischievous twinkle in her eye. The atmosphere shifted dramatically for Roswise as she processed the bombshell news of her sudden engagement to ISSEI, courtesy of the meddlesome Odin. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment and anger, directed at the unorthodox manner in which her personal life had been exposed. As she grappled with the implications of this unexpected announcement, she couldn't shake off the impending confrontation with her formidable grandmother, who had a reputation for being both loving and fiercely protective of family matters. The looming interrogation from her grandmother loomed as a daunting obstacle to navigate, adding further complexity to an already convoluted situation. Meanwhile, the trio of Shinto gods found themselves riveted by ISSEI's demeanor due to the challenge he declared, detecting a striking resemblance to a figure from their distant past. The uncanny resemblance to someone they once knew well, Iroh, triggered a wave of speculation and intrigue among them, hinting at a possible connection to the long-thought-dead Haiduta clan. The implications of this resemblance stirred a mix of curiosity and apprehension among the divine beings, leading to a silent exchange of glances as they contemplated the mysteries surrounding ISSEI's true lineage. In the midst of swirling emotions and surprising revelations, a small voice broke through the tense silence. Filled with pure admiration and joy, it witnessed a powerful display of her day's power. The innocence and excitement in the child's exclamation acted as a gentle yet heartwarming reminder of how a child's love and admiration for a parent can uplift anyone's spirits. Kunu, that was truly amazing. Dad was so awesome, Mom. Can I please watch the fight between Dad and the other devil? Dad was so cool, and I really want to see him in action. Kunu's youthful enthusiasm and excitement over her father's display had everyone smiling as she joyfully tried to imitate his posture. Her multiple tails wagging in excitement added to the adorableness of the scene, making everyone chuckle and giggle. Irina, usually composed, couldn't resist joining in the excitement. Irina, I agree, Kunu. ISSEI was incredible. The confidence and power he exuded was so exciting to witness even from here. It got me so pumped up that I can't wait to witness the fight and see just how strong ISSEI has become. Kunu, caught up in the moment, grabbed Irina's hands with a sparkle in her eyes. Their shared excitement created a unique connection between Kunu's childlike wonder and managed to bring out Irina's own childlike nature, making the bond between them even stronger. However, before things could escalate further, Yasaka intervened to get their attention. Yasaka, cough now you too. I need you to maintain your composure in front of the Shinto gods, especially you, my sister. While I understand your spirited and childish nature, I must ask you to refrain from encouraging my daughter's excitement further. She's already a handful on her own, and I don't need you to add to it. Irina, feeling embarrassed at her lack of control, realized the gravity of the situation, especially after learning that ISSEI had spoken highly of her to Yasaka. Determined to make amends and earn the forgiveness she had been granted, Irina humbly acknowledged her misstep. Irina, I sincerely apologize. To you, my sister. I will be more mindful in the future. Yasaka, it's all right. My little red fox informed me of your childlike nature that takes over when you get excited. It's one of the many admirable traits he loves about you. Just remember to be more considerate, especially in the presence of the Shinto Trinity. This advice applies to you as well, my daughter, because you should already know better. Kunu understood that her mother was a little unhappy with how she was acting in front of the Shinto pantheon and immediately calmed down and apologized. Kunu, I'm sorry, Mother. That's when Rosweiss was about to say something when she had a message spell appear in front of her with Norse runes on it, making her gulp nervously, knowing who most likely could be calling her. Everyone saw the nervousness on her face as she answered the message, only to be berated immediately as the image of her grandmother appeared before her through the spell. Gondel, Rosie! How dare you! When were you going to tell your poor sweet old grandmother you were engaged, not to mention to such a good-looking man? And to think I spent so many years taking care of you and teaching you everything I knew, and this is how you treat your dear old grandmother. You better have a good reason you kept the secret from me, considering this is a very big life-changing event that I should be a part of. So help me, better tell me your reasons why you didn't tell me immediately, or I swear I will bring Ragnarok upon you, young lady. Rosweiss, unable to say anything, was just petrified, knowing how scary her grandmother can be when she's upset like this. Luckily for her, a little fox came to her rescue and grabbed her grandmother's attention, which focused on the little girl as she spoke up. Kunu, hello, you must be the Valkyrie's grandmother. Well, she's going to marry my dad. I'm very excited. She's very nice and sweet to me, and she's played with me a lot the last few days. I know deep down she does have feelings for my dad. It seems like she's a little shy to say it, but I don't think you need to yell at her. Gondel was surprised by what the child said about her granddaughter. She recomposed herself, realizing that children have a strange ability to be completely honest due to them not having their innocence broken yet. She physically relaxed her very frustrated and angry gazes and took on a softer and more relaxed tone as well, which in turn had everyone else relax. That's when the image of Gondel turned to face Kunu and spoke in a softer tone. Gondel, well, you see, little one, I am not mad at her. Rather, I'm just a little disappointed and sad she didn't tell her sweet old grandmother that she was going to marry your dad. But I can see by the way you talk about my granddaughter that she's been very kind and sweet to you. Also, by the way you're talking, it seems like he's really captured her heart, even though she might not realize it all. Typical Rosie is always oblivious when it comes to knowing when somebody cares and shows interest in her. I can't blame her though, she's always had issues about herself. It warms my heart to see such a handsome young man like your father in her life. I'm so proud of her. But seeing your golden fox ears and 9 golden fox tails, it must be safe to assume that you are the young daughter of the queen of the Yokai, Yasaka if I'm correct. Your mother has raised such a defined young lady. Since you were willing to go out of your way to stand up for my granddaughter, you must really like her. Kunu nodded with a smile on her face. Kunu, oh yes, the Valkyrie lady is very nice to everyone, not just me. I've seen how she helps my dad with his magic and helps him get stronger. She has also been teaching me other types of magic. She also spends a lot of time with me when Dad is gone for a long time, or when he needs to work. She is simply amazing. I also know that she sometimes starts glancing at my dad while he isn't paying attention. I also know that my mother gives him the same look when she finds him enjoyable. I can tell she has affection for him because of the loving look on her face. I just don't get why adults are so weird. Why don't they just express their love to someone they care about? It would make things so much easier. My mom and dad just tell me that sometimes it's different and harder as you get older to do that kind of stuff, but I don't understand it. I believe that you should just tell someone you care about them. Gondel smiled once hearing what the little princess was talking about in such a way only a child could. In regards to being so blunt and honest, she could only laugh as she agreed before she started to speak to the otis. Gondel, ha 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 ha, I agree with you, young princess. My granddaughter does have that tendency, and judging by your own observation, she does seem to be gaining feelings for him. Seems like you're being a very positive influence on her as well. I'm glad she's showing you some things and has been so welcoming to you. You might be right. It might be easier if she could just speak her mind and be blunt and open about her feelings. And how you described it, it does seem like she's falling for your father. Based on his appearance that I saw in this broadcast, not to mention his very confident attitude, he would be a great catch in the halls of Asgard. I can guarantee you the other Valkyries would have a hard time keeping their hands off of him. While the two spoke, Rosweiss turned into a blushing mess from embarrassment, and a little bit of jealousy as her own grandmother was talking about her to little Kunu. Her face was bright red at this point. That's when Yasaka decided to step forward and walk up behind her daughter, putting one of her hands on her daughter's shoulders, having her daughter look up to her in a very excited manner, knowing that her daughter loves to talk to new people. When she looked at the vision being displayed from the spell, as she spoke, trying to save her other future sister from some of this embarrassment. Also, knowing this isn't the proper place to have this kind of conversation in front of the Shinto Trinity, let alone everyone else, she tried to save Rosweiss by stepping in as she spoke with a very caring and loving smile to the elder Valkyrie. Yasaka, you were correct, Lady Gondal. I am Lady Yasaka, Queen of the Yokai, and this is my lovely young daughter, Kunu. As you can tell, she does love talking to new people and she's a handful sometimes, but her father and I love her, and I know that you have a lot of questions about everything. But we don't really the time to have this discussion, but if you would be willing or able to come to visit so you can meet your future grandson-in-law that will be marrying your granddaughter, I have no problem granting permission for you to enter my lands. That way we can talk in more length and detail if that would be all right with you. Gondal nodded. Gondal, it's good to meet you, Lady Isaka. Your daughter is such a warm and positive presence. I think her presence around my granddaughter has helped immensely in getting her out of her shell. I appreciate you for that. It seems like you're in a very different kind of situation. It does seem like we should have this conversation in person, where we can talk at length and in detail about the engagement and planning of everything. If you are granting me permission to come into your lands to have that meeting and meet my future grandson-in-law, I have no problem with that. I just need to talk to that old man, Odin. I see no reason why he shouldn't grant me permission to do so. With that said, I should be there within a day or two. I look forward to meeting you and everyone else at a later date. As for Rosie, we will be having an in-depth discussion about everything that you failed to inform me about through your letters. Do I make myself clear? She said in a very serious and no-nonsense tone and serious look on her face until her facial features softened once again as she spoke in a very loving and familiar tone to her granddaughter. That aside, I'm glad that you found somebody that could be the person you've been looking for. I'm so happy for you. He's so attractive, you've got a looker, my dear. But we will talk soon. Until then, goodbye. Oh, before I go, little Kunu, you keep doing what you're doing and being a positive influence on my young granddaughter. Kunu gave a silly salute acknowledging what the Valkyrie said. After seeing the little fox princess acknowledge her request, Rosweiss only nodded in agreement. After which, Gondal looked back at Lady Yasaka and little Kunu, smiled once again, and spoke. Gondal, I look forward to seeing you soon, both of you and your husband and what I assume to be my future grandson-in-law as well. But until then. After that, the message abruptly cut off and disappeared along with the figure of Gondal disappearing. Rosweiss let out a loud sigh as her shoulders slumped forward, knowing that this was going to be a big headache, and it was all thanks to that one-eyed pervert Odin. But she looked up at little Kunu, still ever smiling, thanking her for saving her from her grandmother's wrath. That's when Irina walked over and tried to reassure Rosweiss that everything was going to be all right, just as Yasaka and Kunu were doing. While their conversation was going on, all three of the Shinto gods, Lady Amaterasu and both Lords Tsukuyomi and Susanoo, were looking at each other when the broadcast ended. They were all thinking the same thoughts as Tsukuyomi spoke first out of the three. Tsukuyomi, I know I might be jumping to conclusions, but it could not have just been me who, for a split second, saw a spitting image of him right before the broadcast ended, right? The resemblance was uncanny, to be honest. Susanoo, I have to agree with you, Tsukuyomi. He seemed to have that same wise smile and attitude as that man. But I have to bring some skepticism because we all know what happened on that day when we failed our duty to the clan. They needed us the most and counted on us to be there. Tsukuyomi, yes, I know. And you have a point. I remember that day, and when we arrived, the horrifying scene that we came across was something I wish I could forget. It haunts me to this day, and it's one of our biggest mistakes I wish we could correct. But still, you have a good point. We looked and searched for years, hoping that anybody from the clan managed to survive and get away, but we found no signs of any survivors. But Amaterasu, would you have anything to say? You saw the exact same thing we did, and I would like to know what you think. Could it be that the boy does not just share the same name of the Hayato clan? I feel like this cannot just be some mere coincidence. What do you think, Amaterasu? Honestly, I have to agree with you. It seems like lately, the winds of fate have been changing. I won't lie, that boy, if not for his different eyes and hair, would look like a spitting image of his great-great-grandfather, Iro Hayato, if they were somehow related. Also, for some reason, I can't shake the feeling that his existence was a miracle that I gave my blessing to. It's hard to say, but this definitely requires our immediate attention. We need to know if he truly could be a descendant of the Hayato clan, not just a simple coincidence of sharing similar names. I feel like we shouldn't wait until tomorrow to get the answers we need for this. Tsukuyumi, I agree. This seems like it cannot be some mere happenstance of somebody sharing the similar last name of that clan, and even if so, I doubt that's the case. I also agree we should not wait to find out that he could truly be a descendant of the Haida clan. I also believe we need to find out who his parents are because it's safe to assume at least one of his parents would definitely have to be a descendant of that clan, and they might know something about how they escaped the slaughter that befell the rest of the clan. Susanoo, agreed. I would like to know for a lot of my own selfish reasons but also for non-selfish reasons as well. I won't lie. That wise smile of his reminded me of Iroh and made me think back to all the good times we shared together. He may have been a human, but he had the true spirit of a warrior and did not let his humanity ever stop him from competing with those beings of the supernatural world. This made him and his clan so unique. They had a gift that no other had. It was a tragedy we lost them. Amaterasu, I remember you had a great rivalry with Iroh. You two may have never always seen eye to eye and butted heads, but you genuinely cared for him and his clan just as all of us did. Susanoo, exactly, and it's for that exact reason that I was furious upon walking up to that dreadful scene. It could only be expressed as a warrior making his final stand. It was obvious, as we all saw, that he fought like a valiant warrior. I can only imagine he instilled fear into his foes up to his final breath, especially how we found him surrounded by the corpses of his enemies, seeming like he took out many of those traitorous evil yokai. Cowardly bastards. But it looks like whoever planned that attack not only killed a very devoted and loyal clan that praised us but also the protectors of the yokai and humans, especially the royal family themselves. I want to fix the shame that was brought upon us for not being there when we needed to for them. Now, after what we've learned, we failed again for the yokai. I want to fix and remove this blight upon our great pantheon of our own mistakes. Tsukuyumi, I understand your sentiment and wholeheartedly agree. We failed on many fronts, first with the Haida clan and then with the yokai. Luckily, that young man was able to at least save the yokai that we failed to protect and even rescue Magari. Now, we might have an opportunity to learn what happened to the Haida clan and make amends for our past failures. Do you agree, Amaterasu? It seems like you might have given your blessing in a way, judging by your reaction and statement. So, I do believe we cannot wait for tomorrow to get the answers we need, especially knowing that this broadcast may have reached those who could be his enemies, not to mention the monster who led that assault all those years ago. We must not forget one of the members of the clan. This is most important now. Amaterasu, I agree. We need answers. It seems like we're all in agreement. Upon the unifying understanding of what all three of the Shinto Trinity had to do, Amaterasu stood up immediately, gaining the attention of their guests, notably Yasaka. She understood the serious look Lady Amaterasu had, something she had seen only a few times. Once was when the East Yokai faction was attacked. Lady Amaterasu then addressed Yasaka. Amaterasu, Yasaka, recent events have been revealed to us, and I have to ask you before I proceed further about your mate, and now the Lord of the Yokai, ISSEI Hayato. Could you have somehow made the last living descendant of the Hayato clan your mate? And did you withhold this information from the Shinto pantheon on purpose? Yasaka, taken aback by Lady Amaterasu's serious tone, understood what she meant. She is now a little concerned about how to address Lady Amaterasu and is nervous, thinking she might have offended the Shinto pantheon in some way. Though she never put too much thought into his name, only considering it a coincidence. However, as she thought more about it, she realized he could indeed be the last remaining member of the Hayato clan. Nervously, she responded, Yasaka, please, Lady Amaterasu, I had no idea. Truly and honestly. I never thought he could have been a descendant of the Hayato clan until now. I haven't really thought about it. So many things have been going on. Even after he saved me and my daughter from the hero faction and I learned his name, I did find it curious that he shared the same name as that clan. But at the time, I chalked it up to a mere coincidence. If I had known, I would have never withheld that information. It just never crossed my mind. Amaterasu, I see. I sense your honesty and believe you're speaking the truth. Very well then. My next question is, do you know if his family is still alive, mother or father, and which one he has inherited the bloodline of the clan from if he is a descendant? Have you seen if he's unlocked their clan's inherited ability yet? Yasaka, now I will admit, 2 months ago, he was in a fight with a very strong being. Ever since that fight, I've noticed something within him. It was not always there, and it seemed like it's only there to remind me of its presence at times but never made me feel threatened or concerned for my life. And now that you mention it, it does feel like the inherited ability of his bloodline, Lady Amaterasu. As for his family, I know his mother and father are still alive. His mother's side of the family has disowned him and chosen not to interact with him. His grandfather died when he was young, and his grandmother passed away when he was, but his parents are alive. This is everything he has told me up until now. For reasons I have tried to keep from asking questions about his parents because it's a very touchy subject for him. Currently, my lady, that's truly everything I know of my beloved mate. That's when Tsukuyomi also stood up from his throne and spoke. Tsukuyomi. Well, if he is truly a descendant, it would have to be from his father's side. We must immediately locate his parents to learn more. Amaterasu. Couldn't agree more, Tsukuyomi. Lady Yasaka, I'm not upset with you, and I do understand why you would not have thought to look more in depth into his family history, especially if it's a touchy subject for your mate. You're respecting your partner's boundaries, so I understand. But it seems like he needs to answer a lot of questions about what happened in that fight. It seems like he had unknowingly formed a bond with his clan's loyal guardian protector, the Infernal Spirit. Knowing that spirit, being a divine spirit, is more than capable of hiding its presence from you when it doesn't want you to know it's there and only allows you to sense it when it chooses to. And it seems like during that fight, something happened. I heard that in the clan from Iroh, before the incident, that he said members of the clan, in the past, in a desperate life-or-death situation, though they were not prepared or taught the ritual yet, instinctively began the chant. I've heard it's unique for each clan member based on their personality attributes, and what element they're in tune with, among other factors, but I just don't know. The clan was always more secretive about that kind of information and never divulged that information to us, which is understandable. But I would need answers, as we all do now, and I especially want to know what kind of being he thought put him in that situation that could have caused it. Susanoo then also stood up from his own throne and spoke. Susanoo, if that is the case, then you know what is to happen if we come near him and trigger its anger. You remember what it said to us on that day when we walked upon the dead body of her master Iroh, Amaterasu. More so towards you, but I guarantee you that the spirit has animosity towards all of us Shinto gods after our failures and inabilities to protect the clan when they needed us, which led to her master's death. Amaterasu, I understand that. I truly understand that the infernal spirit might take its anger out on me, but we need answers. So, with that, she redirected her attention back to Yasaka before speaking again. Yasaka, I assume he is still having that meeting with the other faction leaders, as you told me he would be after the broadcast. Well, plans have changed, and we need to meet with him immediately. I understand that this is inconvenient, and because of that, I would like you to relay this message to him. I would like for him and all those who were present for the broadcast to meet at your castle immediately. It is about time we also have a talk with the Brewing Alliance. It seems like we will have a part to play and even talk of joining it at this point. Yasaka, of course, Lady Amaterasu. But you do realize that Surzex will need to be in attendance for that alliance meeting if you wish to talk about joining. That's when Lady Amaterasu also cut her off as she spoke. Ah, I see where you're going with this. Would you please also have your mate relay a message to Surzex that he has my permission to enter Shinto territory once again because we will be discussing the punishment for his sister's actions and what is to happen moving forward with the devils and his family's holdings and businesses in our territory, more particularly the territory of Ku. Yasaka, yes, I understand, Lady Amaterasu. I will inform him of your immediate request for a meeting and ensure that the Alliance members are present for the broadcast at our castle. I will also inform Surzex of your message for him to be in attendance. Amaterasu, excellent. We should head out as well. That means you girls as well will be present. Also, Yasaka, do you know where his parents are currently located? I would like to know so I can have Susanoo bring them, so they can be present for this meeting. There are many questions I must ask them as well and get to the bottom of this mystery. While this conversation was happening, all the girls were very nervous and a little uneasy at the tone and shift in the atmosphere of the room. The seriousness of what seems to be going on and the conversation regarding ISSEI, what they have been able to gather from the conversation of his family's history and him possibly being part of this long-thought-dead Haida clan. Understanding that there was a surprise that was to happen for ISSEI after the broadcast, both Irina and Rossweiss knew of it. They had informed Yasaka before they left to watch the broadcast with the Shinto gods. That is when a timid Irina spoke up to let them know. Irina. His parents are currently not in Japan but located in the underworld at this moment. Upon hearing that, all three of the Shinto gods immediately looked frustrated and somewhat annoyed, knowing why their citizens were even allowed to enter the domain of the devils without their consent. Not to mention, they had nothing to do with the supernatural world or had any knowledge of it. At this point, they want to know why they were currently in the underworld. Feeling their oppressive glares, Irina wasn't able to speak, terrified and feeling the anger and frustration of the three Shinto gods bearing down upon her. It was thanks to Yasaka who spoke up to clarify and explain things. Yasaka, there's actually an explanation for that. I was actually wondering why they were down there, along with the reason before I arrived here. I didn't think it was something that needed to be said. I never foresaw our conversation leading down this path and becoming very serious. So, if you would give me a moment, my lady, I can explain to you and to the other gods present. Amaterasu, Yasaka, you can go ahead and explain the reasons behind everything for all of us to understand what's going on now. After saying that, Lady Amaterasu, along with Lords Tsukuyomi and Susanoo, wanted to hear the explanation for why two humans, who were citizens of the Shinto lands and had no involvement other than their son in the supernatural world, which they most likely did not know existed at this moment, were currently in the underworld. All the girls were breathing a sigh of relief, realizing that their frustrated and angry glares were no longer directed towards them, but focused back on Yasaka. All three of the Shinto gods sat back on their thrones. Lady Yasaka began to explain, going on about the surprise for her little red fox as she was explaining everything to the Shinto gods. While that was happening, the Gremory family was taking in the information they learned from the broadcast and anticipating the repercussions of this due to their foolish daughter's mistake as they were filled with anger and rage towards her, something they could have never imagined they felt towards somebody of their family before until today after learning what they have. Scene change. Underworld Gremory Estate. Currently in the Grand Gremory Mansion, a heavy blanket of silence enveloped the room as Lady Venelana Gremory exuded an aura of palpable malice and anger. Her usually closed eyes blazed with violet fury, reflecting the power of destruction that simmered within her as the broadcast came to an end. None of the assembled individuals, including RIAS Gremory and her peerage, dared to meet her gaze or Lord Ziaticus Gremory's, keeping their heads bowed in deference. Following the conclusion of the broadcast, Lady Venelana rose from her seat swiftly and determinedly. Her command cut through the tense air as she addressed her daughter, RIAS, in a tone that brooked no disobedience. Venelana, RIAS Gremory, I demand that you look at me when I speak to you. RIAS, recognizing the gravity of the situation from her mother's demeanor, lifted her gaze hesitantly to meet Lady Venelana's intense stare. Yes, mother? RIAS responded meekly, her voice tinged with apprehension. Venelana's response was laced with disappointment and seething anger as she admonished her daughter for the grave repercussions of her actions. Venelana, do not mother me, young lady. Do you comprehend the extent of the damage your actions have wrought upon our family? Your reckless behavior and mismanagement of your responsibilities have besmirched the honor and reputation of the Gremory clan. To add to our family's shame, your brother and his wife have chosen to disassociate your nephew from our name, opting instead to resurrect the Lucifuge clan. This is the dire situation you have plunged us into, my daughter, and all will bear the consequences, both you and your peerage. Recognizing the severity of her missteps, RIAS attempted to reason with her mother in a desperate bid to rectify the situation. RIAS, I understand, but perhaps if I could speak with ISSEI, we might be able to salvage the situation. Lord Ziaticus interjected sternly, extinguishing any glimmer of hope for redemption as he rebuked his daughter and her companions for their failings. Ziaticus, daughter, it is too late for amends. The damage is irreparable, and the once proud legacy of our clan now stands tarnished, thanks to your actions. It pains me to witness the downfall of a noble house that once held reverence for its servants as cherished kin. There is no redemption to be found in this situation for you or your peerage. The consequences that loom ahead will be severe, and no one shall be spared from the repercussions. The only exception I grant is to Kaneko, for she shall be returned to the Yokai faction. RIAS, reeling from the shock of the impending consequences, protested vehemently against the decision to expel a member of her peerage. RIAS, but you cannot simply cast aside a member of my peerage. With ISSEI and Rosweiss already lost to me, I cannot bear to lose Kaneko as well. I refuse to accept. Before RIAS could continue her plea, Lady Venelana delivered a resounding slap across her daughter's face, silencing her protests with a swift and decisive action. Venelana, there is no room for bargaining, RIAS. The decision has been made, and it is final. The honor and integrity of our clan must be preserved above all else, even at the cost of personal attachments. Kaniko's affiliation with the Yokai faction is the least we can do to mend the damage that has been inflicted upon our family's name. It is a necessary sacrifice for the greater good of the Gremory legacy. After hearing that, RIAS jumped off her seat and immediately ran to her room crying. Upon seeing this, Venelana also began to tear up and immediately walked out of the room to head to her own room, barely holding herself together before she began to break down. She realized she had not only lost somebody she could see as a son to herself, ISSEI, but also lost her grandson, Milikus. Now her own daughter had ruined their clan's name, and she felt like a failure as a mother. Afterwards, only Xiaticus and the peerage were left, along with 2 maids in the room. He signaled one of the maids to retrieve the letter he received from the Phoenixes, and the other maid to keep an eye on his daughter so she doesn't cause any more problems for the family. After that, he once again focused himself on those in front of him as he began to speak. Xiaticus, sigh now. As for all of you, Asia, Zenobia, Kiba, Aquino, and Gasper, you will also be removed from my daughter's service, and from here on out, all your previous contracts under my daughter RIAS Gremory, and that of the Gremory household. I do have to go find Kaniko to explain what's happening and to get her ready to head back to the Yokai faction. But as for all of you, I don't have much to say. You could wait for my wife and me to come up with a punishment for all of you, because unlike how my daughter may see our family, we still will not treat our servants as tradable pieces. I will uphold my family's legacy, that is for sure. However, I received a letter days ago from Riser Phoenix. It wasn't for me but addressed to all of you in particular. I have no idea what the context of this letter entails, but I recommend you put any previous prejudices or issues you've had with the young man aside, as he has changed and actually read his letter. Now, if you will excuse me, I have to go comfort my wife, and as he left he also had the other maid, to go find and bring Kaniko to him to explain what is to happen going forward with her. Kiba, well, we truly messed up, so what should we do? Asia felt a whirlwind of emotions brewing inside her since that fateful meeting with ISSEI. The pain in her bloodshot eyes was a physical reflection of the turmoil in her heart. With a trembling voice, she poured out her feelings to Kiba and the others. Zenobia, too, shared in Asia's sorrow, her own losses weighing heavily on her soul. Zenobia's words echoed with a sense of resignation and a glimmer of hope. She recognized the fractured dynamics within their group and the possibility of finding solace elsewhere. Gasper, amidst his tears, expressed his own doubts and regrets, questioning his own abilities and the true intentions of those he once trusted. The trio, united in grief and uncertainty, found themselves drawn to the mysterious letter from Riser Phoenix, a beacon of possibility in their darkened world. Each of them harbored their wounds and regrets, yet they clung to the hope that this new path might lead them to answers, closure, or perhaps even redemption. After hearing that, Kiba and Aquino felt guilty and looked down again, even knowing it wouldn't solve anything. They continued to wallow in pity for actions that cannot be undone. Aquino recomposed herself as she spoke, getting everyone's attention. Aquino, there's no reason to continue to wallow in this self-pity anymore, and that includes you, Kiba. Unlike us, Asia, Gasper, and Zenobia weren't around or had any idea what RIAS was planning for poor ISSEI. We did, and we could have said something. I should have said something. Even if he was a pervert, he didn't deserve that. He deserved a choice, and as he told us, we took that choice from him, me, Kaniko, and you, Kiba. Even before that, we betrayed his trust on so many levels. On that day, we berated him to the point where we made him feel like ending his life was the best choice. We let our selfish emotions cloud our judgment and our loyalty to RIAS, choosing sides when we should have never done that. We should have always stood by the side that we knew was right, and what RIAS did was wrong. When we berated him on that day, we made it worse. So I agree with you, Zenobia and Gasper. We are at fault here. Maybe we have overstayed our welcome, or maybe we have too many horrible memories now related to what has happened recently, and over these months with RIAS, who is no longer the person that we all first met, and we've all felt it. Because even I can tell she's losing it. She's becoming more possessive, thinking she can still get him back, and we all know she can't. I think it's best that we might take our options elsewhere. I do not have any grudges against the Gremory household as a whole. I can see in both Lord Xiaticus and Lady Venelana, they weren't so hospitable to us. After all, we did be complicit in their daughter's actions that have ruined their plans and name. So it might be in our best interests to hear out what Riser Phoenix has to offer us. After Aquino finished saying all that, everyone looked toward her and nodded in agreement, with sadness and solemn understanding at the same time. They all knew this was probably for the best, and whatever might be offered to them in this letter could help them start anew. Perhaps, in time, they could even try to fix things with ISSEI. After they all nodded toward Aquino, letting her know that she could start to open the letter, everyone started to huddle around her so they could all read it together. As she took the letter out of the envelope, they all began to read what was written on it. Hello, peerage members of RIAS Gremory. You must already know that this letter is from me, Riser Phoenix. Riser wishes to offer all of you a chance of redemption. Riser can see the potential in all of you, from first-hand experience during our raiding game many months ago. But as you may know, Riser's little sister is to be wed to ISSEI Hayadu, the Red Dragon Emperor, and now the new lord of the Yokai. There are some things that I will not reveal in this letter. However, if you agree to my offer, you will find out in time. Riser is offering you a chance to start anew. I sent this ahead of time because I was informed about some upcoming events and the challenges that the Gremory household would face. It was this knowledge that gave rise to my idea. Due to my sister soon receiving her pieces, I would prefer her to have a competent peerage by her side, especially considering she already works alongside all of you. Riser also acknowledges how competent you are as a team. Therefore, I am extending this offer to you. You can join my sister's peerage. I do realize that some of your pieces, mainly your queen, may not be tradable as my sister has already chosen a suitable queen for her peerage. Nevertheless, I can assure you that you will have a place in her peerage. If you agree to this offer, all you need to do is present this letter to Lord Xiaticus. We can then arrange the trade of all of you from his daughter, Ria's peerage, to my sister Ravel's peerage. Additionally, within this envelope, there is a sealed notification paper. By infusing magic into it, it will alert me of your acceptance of my offer. After that, I will handle everything from there. Sincerely, Riser Phoenix. End of the letter. Everyone after reading that was shocked and surprised by the offer. They had a lot of questions, especially about who Ravel could have picked as her queen already, even though they hadn't really been in a lot of contact with her in the last months since it happened. But they all had a simple understanding as they looked at each other and nodded. Aquino looked inside the envelope and saw the notification seal that the letter talked about. She looked one more time at everyone and saw them all nod, realizing this was the fresh start they needed and a chance for redemption. So without any further hesitation, she started pouring magic into the seal as it glowed and disappeared in fire. After that, they all took a deep sigh, understanding the choice they had just made. Aquino, well, there's no going back now. I think it's best that we start getting our things collected, everybody. I don't know when Riser or somebody from the Phoenix family might be coming to get us so we can be traded to Ravel Phoenix. Regardless of that, I would rather not bring up this matter until we've given both Lord Xiaticus and Lady Venelana some time to cool off from everything that's just happened. Upon hearing what she said, they all agreed. Kiba, Asia, Gasper, and Zenobia began heading to their new rooms to pack up their things once again, now leaving only Aquino. She sat back on the couch, breathing heavily, leaning back, her head staring up at the ceiling. Wanting to fix things with ISSEI, she realized she needed advice on how. Then she thought of somebody to talk to. Immediately she raised her head and formed a message spell. As soon as it connected, she heard the voice of the man she wanted to talk to. Aquino, hey Dad, can we talk? Barrakiel, Aquino, this is a surprise. You usually don't call me. Is everything alright? Aquino, no, not at all. Honestly, I need some fatherly advice and guidance right now. I feel like a stupid child. I know you've seen the broadcast, and I feel horrible. I know you have a lot of things you want to tell me, but right now I just want you to give me some advice and comfort me. Would it be alright to come on by and see you? Barrakiel, taken aback by what his daughter asked of him, smiled on the other end of the line as he spoke. Aquino, I may not be the happiest with you right now after seeing what you have done, but I want you to understand that you're my little girl. I will love you regardless. I'll always be here for you to give you advice and help you through whatever you're going through the best I can. If you want, you're more than welcome to come by. It sounds like you need to get some things off your chest, so I'll be more than happy to hear you out, give you the best advice I can, and comfort you as a father should. Akino smiled after hearing what her dad said and said, "Thanks, Dad, I'll be there in a second." After that, she ended the message, and stood up from her seat with a genuine smile on her face for once, something she hadn't had for many months since what happened to ISSEI. She's hoping she can finally try to make amends, maybe not to him, and things might never go back to normal, but she can at least try to make things better for herself, and redeem herself in some way. After that, she let out a sigh, and formed a teleportation circle to go see her dad, and then a bright light engulfed her, leaving only an empty room. Scene change. Meeting room of the Devil Council. While the Gremory household and members of what remained of RIAS peerage were coming to terms and dealing with the aftermath, and what is to come from the broadcast, and everything they've learned from ISSEI, another group in the underworld was also panicking and in a heated debate about what to do along with how to handle the situation of their former devil, the Red Dragon Emperor, now turned Lord of the Yokai. A loud sound could be heard of a fist slamming on the council table. It was none other than Lord Bale, outraged to know that the Red Dragon Emperor, who was once part of the Devil faction, abandoned them and switched sides to the Yokai, becoming their lord. He was also exposing all their dirty deeds. He was enraged as he spoke. "Lord Bale, that little ingrate will feel our wrath as the Devil Council. We shall not let this go unpunished. He's made a mockery of us, not only by releasing all of our dirty secrets to the public and the different factions, but also by becoming the Lord of the Yokai. Whether he's backed by the Shinto gods, we will not let this affront go unpunished. We will forcibly reincarnate him so he'll be back under our control, and he will face the full wrath of our anger." Council member: I completely agree, Lord Bale. ISSEI Hayadu exposed our misdeeds to the Alliance and Devil Society, putting not only our reputations and influence at risk but also our families. This little mongrel will need to be punished. Council member: I agree. I suggest that we go for a strategic and decisive approach in dealing with the Muz and their allies. I propose launching an attack now while we still have the opportune moment, and rallying forces to ensure a successful outcome. Now that the mongrel has released crucial information to the public and members of the Alliance, it has potentially tipped the scales, making a swift takeover imperative. Due to the importance of restoring Devil Society to its former glory and preserving traditional values, expressing strong beliefs in maintaining the order and integrity of Devil Society, condemning any deviation from established norms. Additionally, I also suggest not only neutralizing the threat posed by the new leader of the Yokai, but also dealing with their supporters forcefully. The mongrel's call for retribution and punishment for all of our actions, not only to the Yokai, but everything, justifies this action, especially knowing sides have already been drawn, and the support we once had is most likely gone. We are left with very little who would stand by us, because I'm sure, as most of you are, that I am willing to stay true to our Devil Society and traditions and uphold them just as much as any other members of this proud council would. Would you not all agree with me? Council member: Yes, I concur. They may know our plans now, and they may also have more support now that all our misdeeds are out in the open. Without a doubt, we've lost some or half of the support of the Devil Society, and of the remaining pillar households and the separate demon clans, not to mention the support of the people. It will affect us. But it's also important to note that they most likely wouldn't be expecting us to attack now, even if some of our forces are unwilling to support us. If we call for help from Rizavim, I guarantee he'll give us the troops we need to commence our plans to overthrow the Devil Kings, and in turn, help him with his plans and secure a path for devils and the old ways to stay strong. Because we must not let this talk of a New Age change occur. We must not allow it at all costs. At the council meeting, the majority of the members displayed their support and nodding agreement towards the proposed attack plans that involve pre-staging their moves to initiate an attack at an opportune moment. However, the atmosphere drastically shifted when Zircom Bale, a prominent figure within the council, abruptly rose from his seat. His actions drew all eyes towards him as he forcefully slammed his walking cane against the ground, demanding everyone's attention. With a mix of fury and disappointment in his voice, he criticized his fellow council members for their actions and intentions. Zircom, you are all a bunch of fools, damned fools, all of you. I truly never knew that as a council. I had no idea my council had fallen so far from glory and what it once was. I knew we were lacking in a lot of areas. Yes, we have butted heads with the Devil Kings, not knowing the true depths of the issues that were going on within this very council I sat upon. I realize I was the leader and head of our council, but until today, never aware of all of your true intentions and all of these misdeeds. I did know some, but it seems I'd never known the true audacity of all of you, not only to go behind the Devil King's back but my own. And now you are talking about initiating an attack. You are all mad fools. Are you so willing to bring war upon us from the Shinto gods, the Yokai, our kind, to fight another war that we have not fully recovered from the last civil war we went through, not to mention bringing the other factions involved that would support our opposition? We were all there when we fought the civil war. We fought against the old Satan faction, and to know that most of you who have lost a lot of family members in the civil war are going to the very faction that took most of the lives of your former loved ones, this is disgusting. You are truly so foolish. Do you believe you can win this now with all your misdeeds out in the open for everyone to see, working with the enemy who has killed more innocent devil lives without any regard for who he's hurt, that filth rise of him, and having him bring more forces of his own to help you in this cause? Doing this is making your case even worse and damning you and your family. Can you not see that? Are you so absorbed by your own pride and ambitions of upholding what I must only conclude now as outdated as that young man proclaimed? If this is what tradition will lead us down to stagnation, stubbornness, and even treason against your own if they choose not to follow the old ways, Lord Beale, but my lord, Zerkram, no, I have heard enough, especially from you, just to hold you in high regard. Over the years, you have only kept showing me why you are a sorry excuse and unworthy to uphold the name of the Beale clan. Lord Beale, infuriated by what the oldest member of his clan had said about him, decided to rebut his statement. I would like to say you are wrong. I have done many good things for our clan and kept its prestige. I would even say I've improved upon it. You have no right to. He was immediately cut off before he could finish his sentence by Zerkram. Zerkram, you are a sorry excuse for a devil I have ever met in my long life. I have lost any remaining respect for you. You have always prized your prestige over all else. I saw it in the way you treated your sons, especially your treatment of your first wife Misla, and first son Serorg. Your treatment of them is truly repulsive, all because he didn't have the power of destruction within him, so you disregarded him and your first wife as if they were nothing. What's even more disturbing is to know that this council had the cure to that very disease, and you withheld it even from one of your wives. Not only did you continue watching your son suffer, but you also watched his own mother in that state, still going through all of that. I remember when you were first born, I always expected great things from you, and you did live up to those expectations, but I was so wrong in assuming you would bring greatness upon our clan. All you have brought is a shame and brought down my clan's great name. Even as a devil, your selfishness and pride always prioritized your second son after you had him, knowing he had the power of destruction, wanting him to be the next heir to the clan, disregarding that the firstborn should always be given that privilege. I even remember the day I was there, where your son impressed me without even having the power of destruction, managed to beat your favorite son, and earned his rightful birthright as heir of the clan. Your pride is disgusting for a devil. No wonder you sided with Rise of him. I truly have had enough of all you traitors. I would rather forsake the old ways and embrace the new era and changes to come. Seeing what following the traditional old ways has brought you all down to treachery, we may be devils, but we should be at least responsible enough not to go down the same path that we fought a civil war over. But it seems like we are a council of fools, well, at least some of us. It does seem that there are very few who are like me, not aware of your misdeeds. That's when Zerkram finished his tirade, not only ended his speech but made his way to the exit of the council chambers. Before he made it to the door, he heard Lord Beale speaking angrily towards him. Lord Beale, how dare you not only betray us but also be willing to turn your back on the old ways? Of all people, you should know better. You lived through those times, and you'd be wanting to preserve them. And it does not matter what you say. I am the current heir to the clan, so my rule is final. I do not care about my poor excuses of a powerless and giftless son. The fact that the new leader of the Yokai has taken an interest in him shows how little I should truly care for him. You have no power over me, regardless if you were the eldest and oldest of us all, including my own clan. Upon hearing Lord Beale finish his tirade, Zerkram slowly turned around, faced him, and in a calm yet authoritarian and serious tone, explained the rules of the society that he claims to know so much. Zerkram, I see that you will never learn. Unlike you, I see great hope and potential in your son, something you cannot even see because all you care about is that precious power. Look at how hard your son has worked to obtain his strength and reach where he is now. If you speak of the old ways, you should know that just because you are the current heir to the clan, it does not mean your rule is final, or that you are unable to be stripped. As the eldest member of our clan, I hold the highest authority, and my decisions are final. I must clarify that my rulings do not negate any decisions made by those who came before me. Therefore, I must announce that I am removing your title and rights within the Beale clan. A formal statement will follow once I have met with Lord ISSEI. Your tenure as the head of the clan has come to an end, and your son will assume the position. I hereby exile you and revoke all privileges and honors bestowed upon you. To the rest of you, in response to your earlier remarks, if my willingness to embrace change is unsettling and leads you to view me as a traitor, then so be it. I may have been slow to acknowledge the need for change, but I am not blind to the threats posed by treacherous individuals in our midst. After hearing that Lord Beale was stunned, he had a blank look in his eyes as he fell back into his seat, realizing he had just been banished and stripped of all titles and rights from his own clan. At the same time, Zircrum turned around and continued heading to the door until he was stopped once again. This time, he did not turn around as he answered the one who called him out, wondering where he was going. Council member, Zircrum, where are you going at a time like this? Zircrum, isn't it obvious? I understand that we may have had our disagreements with the Devil Kings, but I would have never thought my fellow council members would betray our own race and side with the very group that we fought a civil war against. A war that caused the death of many of our kind and led to the extinction of additional clans from the Pillars. This is not what I wanted. I lived through the Great War and our Civil War. I do uphold our traditions, but if following our traditions means I must betray my own kind for the very group that would have sent our kind to extinction, desiring to wage war when we were in a dire situation, and being the whole reason the Civil War happened with the old Muz versus the new Muz, I will not support this. Nor did I know of your actions, so I will be taking that boy up on his offer. I recommend this to any of my fellow council members because I can already see the writing on the wall. That boy is right. Our system needs to be corrected. Though I uphold our traditions and I love them, I can see that it is time to change. The era of our council is coming to an end. But at the same time, even if it wasn't, I don't want to be a part of this council, not after the betrayal I have witnessed and heard and to see the atrocities you have committed. I will take my chances with the Devil Kings and Lord ISSEI, so with that said I give my resignation. After that, Zircrum strode towards the door, swinging it open with purpose. The rhythmic tap of his walking cane echoed through the council chamber as he made his exit. The door slammed shut behind him, emphasizing his departure. Shortly thereafter, another council member voiced their support, rising from their seat and following suit towards the counter doors. Council member, I agree with him. I know how treacherous this council has become, and I want nothing to do with it. I will also be taking up Lord ISSEI's offer. My fellow members here seem to have forgotten what our jobs are meant to do. I resign from this council. Council member, I also resign. I will not damn my own clan to fate because of the actions you all committed, which are equal to treason and betrayal of our own race. I had no idea you all were participating behind the Devil King's back, including the head of the council himself, Zircrum Bale. I understand why he's leaving, and I also resign. I will take my chances at the mercy of the devils in our society rather than pay for the crimes I did not help commit. After that, a few more council members resigned and decided to join Zircrum and take up Lord ISSEI's offer that he gave to them to spare their clans and families from a fate they did not deserve due to the actions of others. At the same time, a firm line was drawn between those who betrayed the devils, the Devil Kings, and the council members who decided to stick with the Devil Kings and the Alliance. Those leaving the council members still there began debating what they had to do, understanding they had to leave and meet up with Rizvam before they were apprehended and captured, along with getting their families if possible. Understanding they might not be lucky enough to do so, they began discussing and planning their next course of action, while the other council members started heading towards the Leviathan Mansion to meet with the Devil Kings along with Lord ISSEI. While Zircrum was walking through the halls of the council building, exiting it, he decided to make a call to somebody. And soon he had a message spell next to his ear. As it picked up he heard the exact person he wanted to talk to. Zircrum, Serorg, about to see you. Answered your old grandfather's call so quickly I expected nothing less of you, my boy. Serorg, of course, grandfather. I know the reason for your call. Weren't you in a meeting to watch the broadcast with the other council members? So what that said, grandfather, did you know of what they did and did you approve of their activities? I need to know. Zirkram, sigh, I expected no less, always straightforward and honest. My grandson, well, currently just resigned from my position as head of the council. There are many things we need to discuss because many things are changing and a lot of it will affect. And to answer your question, no, I was not aware of their treachery. Just as they did to the Devil Kings, they did their deeds behind my back. I didn't know of some of them, but not to the extent that was just revealed to me. Serorg, I see. Well, it is relieving to know that you did not know, even if you were somewhere aware of the misdeeds. To know that you did not have a hand in all of what they did does fill me with relief. It seems like a lot of things have happened in that meeting, especially if it caused you to resign. I take it things have changed. May I ask you what you thought of Lord ISSEI wanting to change our broken and outdated system? Do you oppose his ideas to do so? Zirkram, actually it's one of the many reasons besides their treachery that I decided to leave. Actually hide their treachery to their foolish and blind devotion to the old ways that made me decide that though I am old, I am not too old to embrace the new era, to see things need to change. It does seem not alone amongst my council members who have seen the writing on the wall. I don't know how many would join me, but I know it will not be many. But I will embrace the new way. It's time things must change. Serorg, I see. But that is good. It's nice to know that, grandfather. Also, does this mean we could try to cure my mother now that we know that the council had a cure for my mother's illness? I take it that you did not know. I know you've been by my side and even stood by me as I was on her bedside, and you supported me. I know you would not willingly withhold that, so I take it that's another thing to council withheld from you. Zirkram, yes, but I just wanted to let you know and understand that I will be returning. We will be also planning your upcoming rating game with ISSEI. We will need to set up a time we can talk about that along with having a meeting with him. I would rather not be on the new Lord of the Yokai's bad side or the Devil Kings if I will also have the other council members that have sided with me and had no idea that any of this was happening to the extent it was there. There are many, but at least show that there were some that did not know of the whole council's involvement with the old Satan faction. I believe I might have some information he would like to know that could be of use, something I learned in that meeting. We can talk more when I return to the state, but until then, goodbye, my grandson. Serorg, of course, grandfather. I will be ready for you when you arrive for our discussion. Call ends. Scene change. Beale territory. Serorg was in his office, with both of his hands cupped as he rested his chin on them, processing everything. He had just finished talking with his grandfather after watching the broadcast and learning some new information. As he absorbed all the details, he thought about his rival's journey, return, and the strength he now possessed. It was clear from watching the broadcast and seeing the newfound confidence in his rival's eyes that he had grown stronger. Lost in his thoughts, he was soon interrupted by his queen, Keisha Abaddon. Keisha, my king, something on your mind? You've been quiet since your phone call with Lord Zikram. Is there anything you would like to talk about or need of me? Serorg, listening to what she said, took a deep breath as he stood up from his desk and walked towards his window. He smiled, looking out through the estate, and turned back to face his queen as he spoke. Serorg, honestly, my mind is buzzing with thoughts right now. It's truly remarkable to witness the growth my rival has undergone. It's clear that he has developed newfound confidence and strength during his journey over the past months. The challenge he presented has ignited a fire within me, and I am eager to witness firsthand the extent of his new abilities. Moreover, I've gained insights into the council. It appears that ISSEI Haida has not only experienced a substantial power boost but has also sharpened his wit and intelligence since our last encounter. Initially perceived as a bit perverted, he has proven to be no fool. The way he orchestrated this broadcast was meticulous and strategic. ISSEI continues to exceed expectations in everything he does. Wouldn't you agree, Keisha? Keisha, I believe so, despite never having had the opportunity to meet him in person. I am eagerly anticipating our upcoming meeting. It is unfortunate what your cousin did to him, but it appears that he is recovering well. I wish this situation could have been avoided. Perhaps her selfishness knows no bounds, but it seems that you have faced many challenges. These difficulties have transformed him into a stronger person in the end. Therefore, I hope he perceives this experience in a positive light. I simply wish it had never occurred. Serorg would agree with you. And it seems like my cousin, RIAS, truly messed up and went down a truly low path that I never knew she could reach. I feel bad for my aunt and uncle, but I cannot dwell on that now. It does seem like he is taking this in a very positive light, but I do have something I need you to do before my grandfather returns. Keisha, of course, anything you ask of me, my king, I will do it. Serorg, I would like you to prepare the training fields and inform the rest of the peerage we will be starting heavily intensive training. We need to know what kind of match we might have, whether it's going to just be me and my rival, or maybe somehow we will be doing a rating game. But either way, I want to be prepared, and I want the same for all of you as well. Keisha, I understand. I will go see it. Serorg, good. Soon, Keisha left his office, closed his door, and Serorg returned to facing outside the window, looking out at the estate. He smiled, a battle-hungry grin as he raised one of his fists up, grasping it as he looked through the reflection in the glass. Serorg, I look forward to testing my strength against yours, my rival. I've been waiting for this for quite a while, so you'd better be ready to show me what you got. Scene change. Back in the Leviathan mansion, about minutes have passed since the broadcast ended. Instead of heading back to the broadcast room after the fight that just happened, they were going to the main living room in the mansion to have the discussion that needed to happen after the broadcast. They decided to have it in a more relaxed atmosphere. Kuroka was still helping ISSEI walk, as his right arm was still heavily damaged and he was still unable to move from the fight, along with walking properly on his own due to how tired he was and how much energy he expended. Kuroka was still helping ISSEI walk, but soon they made it to the doors of the main living room, and thanks to the other girls around him, they helped open it for him. He was already smiling, but he had an even bigger smile on his face once he saw his big sister Graphia and little Milicus sitting on the couch. They rose upon seeing him enter, and he was smiling at both of them. It wasn't until he was walking a little farther into the room with everybody else that he saw two people on the couch who also stood up, and his face went pale as he heard a very sweet, sorrowful voice filled with disbelief speak to him. In a voice that he hadn't heard in so long, he knew who it was as he looked over to see her as she spoke. ISSEI. Is that you, my baby boy? Is it really you? Everyone in the room was watching this moment happen and was surprised to see the calm and cool composure of ISSEI's demeanor had not too long ago broken. He was shaking and scared. Upon hearing a familiar voice, he slowly turned around to see two people he did not expect to see now. He could only say two simple words as he was speechless upon seeing them after so long, and tears began to flow from his eyes. ISSEI, Mom. Dad. ISSEI let out a sigh, realizing that so far everything he had planned was going exactly how he hoped it would. He would have the meeting with the other leaders and everyone else present, go over what he learned, and explain his plan to counter the Cows Brigade, along with determining the secret organization within it that he believes is really pulling the strings and what their true motives are. It was then that he looked across the room and saw that he was surrounded by those who loved him. He then noticed Vala's expression and immediately knew something bad was going to happen, or more accurately, to someone. It was then that Drake broke him out of his thoughts, confirming what he feared and what Albion had told Vala as well. Drake, mentally brother, she's here. That's when the atmosphere in the room became heavy, and a monotone and all too familiar voice was heard grabbing everyone's attention. Ophis, hello everyone. With snarl and venom in his voice, ISSEI spoke. Ophis. This caused everyone to be on edge, while all the leaders were surprised and their eyes widened. Valley, along with Baiku and Arthur, got into a battle stance and got ready to fight, while all of ISSEI's mates immediately ran behind him, as did Lefei, Kirara, her mother Magari, Sona, and all of her peerage. Serzex was one of the leaders in the room to recompose themselves and ask the question they all wanted to know. Serzex, in a very serious tone, why are you here, Ophis? Upon hearing the question, Ophis never looked towards Serzex, and only kept her gaze on ISSEI, who was snarling and showing his fangs at her while in a protective stance. Ophis, well, I came to see the strength of Drake's new host for myself, and I must say I'm quite impressed. I would ask you to join me, but I can see that won't happen. Mainly, I'm here to collect my team and take them back with me. ISSEI was snapped out of his thoughts when he felt Kuroka shaking and sensed her fear. That was when he noticed Ravel, Lefei, Ingvild, and Latia were all holding him, shaking in fear as well. Wanting to calm and reassure his girls, and still having all red foxtails out, he decided to use his tails to wrap them around all the girls, immediately reassuring them and giving them comfort. He then felt they were no longer shaking and could tell they felt safe and secure now. It was then that his brother asked him a question. Drake, mentally brother, what are you planning to do? You know this is going to end up in a fight, right? ISSEI, mentally yeah, I'm aware, but I'm not that concerned about that. Not since we talked about this as a possibility, made a plan to deal with it, and thanks to that planning, along with your and Sun Wukong's help with training and perfecting the move, and the new magic I learned for just this occasion, I'm confident it will work. However, I will say the only issue is making sure I can end it fast because there's no way I can win a prolonged fight with her, not at the level of power I'm at currently, at least not yet. But I've learned from my fight with Dracula, and this time I have full mastery of the TH seal. If that's not enough, I can undo the TH if needed. Really, my main issue is making sure I can take the fight outside fast so I don't risk any of my loved ones here from becoming collateral damage of our fight, no matter how short it may be. I won't let anyone I love be hurt, but more importantly, I'm also just angry at how this lowly dragon is terrifying my mates and wants to take one of them from me and my other friends. Drag, mentally I see. Well, what are you going to do about it then? ISSEI, mentally easy, I'm going to show this dragon lowly why I'm the dragon of domination. Drag, mentally ha ha ha, I expected nothing less from you. Now go show her why you're the dragon of domination. ISSEI then came out from his thoughts as he saw Vala ready to charge at her. He then put his hand up to Vali, causing him to stand down, as he walked up towards Ophis and spoke in a wry and condescending tone to the dragon god. Opis turned her head slightly as she saw ISSEI walk up to her and laugh, making her ask what was so funny. Ophis, what is so funny, host of Drag? As soon as she asked that, ISSEI stopped walking and was now only feet from the dragon god as he spoke. ISSEI, well, I don't know what's funnier, the fact that you came here thinking I would join you, or that I would let that threat of yours slide to take Vala and his team back with you. Moreover, considering I see Vala, Baiku, and Arthur as brothers, and I won't allow you to take my little Lefay from me. She's too adorable and precious for me to lose. Upon hearing that, Lefay blushes madly and pulls her hat down to cover her face, while ISSEI turned his head to see that. As he turned back to face Ophis, he continued, and like hell am I about to let you take my mate Kuroka without a fight. Ophis, is that so? Who is going to stop me? There's no one in this room strong enough to oppose me, not even you, host of Drag. ISSEI, of course, it's going to be me because I know I can not only oppose you but I can beat you. Secondly, I promised them protection and I've given them my word. Along with them now being under the jurisdiction of the Yokai faction, and me being the new lord of the Yokai, I'm the one that has a say on what happens with them. They left your organization for a reason because they're not blind and know that there's somebody else pulling the strings behind the organization you formed. They knew they were being used and could be easily disposable once they no longer proved their usefulness, just like you could, or even worse, be used for other purposes. But for an ancient dragon such as yourself, you sure are blind not to realize that. You don't even realize it, and what, all to get rid of the Great Red who's minding his own business in a big empty void that you could easily share with him. You definitely fit the part with that lowly look you took on because you definitely act like a small and petulant child having a tantrum because they aren't getting their way. Ophis looked a little frustrated and annoyed by what ISSEI said. It wasn't very visible on her face, but the fact that she started to release her oppressive dragon aura made it evident. Ophis, is that so, host of? ISSEI cut her off immediately, as he spoke. ISSEI, I have to stop you right there. There is no longer a host of Drag, there is just me. He is no longer separate from me, as I am no longer separate from him. Our souls are one. To put it into a language you can understand with that lowly brain of yours, I am the red dragon of domination now, because it is I who has risen to walk down a new path, from a servant to the Lord of the Nine Tails. It is I who stole the principle of domination from God. To the Queen and Princess my allegiance lies. I admire the dream and laugh at the infinite. I am the heavenly yokai dragon of domination, and if you get in my way or hurt those I love and cherish, there will be nothing that will stop me from drowning you in my emerald crimson flames of purgatory. Ophis, I see. Well, it will not stop me. I will give you one last chance to stay out of my way and let me take my team back with me. If not, I will have to kill you. I will not let anyone or anything get in the way of achieving my goal of silence and returning back to my home in the dimensional gap. That's when ISSEI could feel Ophis trying to force its dominance over him by letting out its aura. ISSEI looked around and saw everyone else in the room was terrified and feeling the pressure. In return, he got angry. Instead of showing it, he took a different approach and decided to show some of his strength. With a wry and smug grin, he spoke. ISSEI, oh, I'm fully aware that I might be getting in your way, and that's the plan. I don't know if you know this, but you are part of a terrorist organization that I promised to destroy, and I will not allow you to take my friends, one of whom was my mate. If you intend to take them, understand you have to go through me." That's when his power began radiating. He was then quickly engulfed in a blinding red light, which soon completely disappeared, showing him in his powerful heavenly king form. "Now, Ouroboros, if you wish to continue upon this path, understand I stand in your way. So, depending on the choice you make next, it will decide what actions I need to take. So what will it be?" Upon ISSEI finishing his statement, everyone in the room was feeling nervous. They saw Ophis and ISSEI having a standoff with auras radiating from each other. Everyone else was afraid of the infinite dragon god's power they could all feel. ISSEI was not backing down. She understood ISSEI wasn't going to back down, and decided to kill him if he was foolish enough to get in her way. Ophis: "Very well then, you have made your choice. It's a shame. I could imagine you would be able to help me attain my silence, but oh well." Ophis put up her hand to create a ball of energy to kill ISSEI, but before she could, she saw ISSEI move at an incredible speed. ISSEI closed the gap so fast that Ophis was surprised and caught off guard. She was only able to process what was happening in slow motion but unable to do anything to stop it. The thing that upset her the most was that she was watching everything in slow motion in her own mind. She saw the wide grin of ISSEI as she saw his fist being reeled back, then thrust forward, engulfed in green fire. ISSEI sent an uppercut, hitting her side and sending her through every floor of the Leviathan mansion, and even through the roof. The force was so strong that it caused a sonic boom after breaking the sound barrier with the force ISSEI used to strike Ophis, launching her upwards and causing a massive swirl of wind and dust through the whole room. The force was so strong that it caused a sonic boom after breaking the sound barrier with the force ISSEI used to strike Ophis, launching her upwards and causing a massive swirl of wind and dust through the whole room. ISSEI immediately went chasing after Ophis through the hole she made after being sent flying. Soon after, everyone could feel the shockwaves from inside the room and even throughout the underworld. From the clashing of power between Ophis and ISSEI, it took a bit for everyone to understand what just happened. The first ones to say anything were Latia, Ravel, LeFay, and Ingvild. "Girls, ISSEI hired you reckless idiot, you better hope Ophis kills you, because if SHE doesn't we will. Kuroka, if you survive all this, my dragon fox, I will definitely lock you in a room with me tonight, and I will have you all to myself. We won't leave that room until I know for a fact that I'm pregnant with kittens from you. You brave suicidal idiot." Then all girls ran out of the room to head outside to watch the fight. Kirara, well, he might be a dead man whether he wins or loses, hee. So Vala, would you like to accompany me to follow the girls and see how this plays out? And if you're a good boy, I might even give you some tips on how to get as strong as him. After all, I did help train him. After that, Kirara started to walk out and also headed outside. She was purposely swinging her hips back and forth in front of him as she then left the room. Albion, mentally, well, Valley, I think we finally met your female counterpart, haha. If I were you, I would follow after her. Valley heard what Albion said, and usually he would be a little annoyed by his comment, but he had to agree with him. Even he had to admit he liked watching her walk away while she was swinging her hips back and forth. He had to give her credit. If she helped train Hayato to get stronger, she must be strong. Soon, without saying a word, with an uncharacteristic smile on his face, he followed after Kirara. Baiku, well, it looks like Vala might have found somebody more wise and arrogant than him. I never knew that was even possible. But we live in strange times of late. Speaking of that, so your sister, huh? When is the wedding, and is he going to be calling you brother-in-law soon? Arthur, with a visible tick mark on his forehead, spoke in a frustrated and annoyed tone. Shut up, Baiku. Now let's go and follow them. If that idiot doesn't get killed, he and I need to talk about how I expect him to treat my sister. After hearing how frustrated and annoyed Arthur was at the situation, Baiku only had that wide smile as he had his power pole behind his back while walking with Arthur to head outside to watch the fight. While this was going on, a certain intelligent and very calculative devil was in her own thoughts, processing all the information she had just learned and heard. Sona looked in complete bewilderment as she observed those who were still in the room. She saw the same look she had mirrored on the leader's face and her own peerage. Her calculated mind started to kick in as she thought about how Kirara didn't seem fazed or worried about ISSEI. The reaction of Vala's team didn't seem worried either, as if they had experienced some of the true power that Hayato has gained in the last few months. Besides the girls who obviously love him very deeply and are very concerned for him right now, most of them gave reasonable responses to what just happened. It was then she saw her sister looking at her with a knowing look. She then spoke up, grabbing everyone's attention. Sona, it seems that Vala's team has some sort of understanding of ISSEI's true power to an extent. Judging by how we are still feeling the shockwaves of their fight, Hayato is keeping pace with the Dragon God for right now, at least. But I believe we need to get control of the situation. Most likely the people of the underworld are feeling the battle between them, and we need to reassure them that everything is alright. After all, some very important and damning information was just released about the Devil Council, and not to mention some of the inadequacies of the Devil Kings in action. Speaking of the Devil Council, we need to act fast so they do not try to do anything. I believe we need to mobilize the military, along with having our allies, if they are willing to support this action, to show a unified front. If I had to assume, this was also part of Hayato's plan. He was going to discuss with us on how to deal with them, along with immediately getting a hold of all the yokai that are in peerages before the unexpected arrival of Ophis. So, we need to act fast and take control of the situation while we still can. Seraphal, I couldn't agree more. I could tell by the look on my adorable little Sotan's face that she came to that conclusion. I have to agree. I do understand that ISSEI might have had a plan for all of us to be there for the meeting and everything else he had to share with us after the broadcast. But I think we need to change that plan and immediately start taking action, not only on the council front and finding out which members were in on everything that was going on and which ones didn't know and would be willing to cooperate with us. Not to mention, we need to definitely work on getting out all the Nekishu that are currently in any devil peerages and get them ready to go through the evil piece removal procedure Ajuka is working on. I also agree, it seems like ISSEI is very strong right now, and we definitely need to know the full extent of his power, but we can get to that later. I would like to know if the fallen angels, and Norse would be willing to help us in this effort to weed out those who have betrayed the alliance and help the yokai. Azazel, as I said, the kiddo has my full support, and you will also have the full support of the fallen angels because I believe in this alliance. So I'll contact Barakil immediately, and have him gather some forces to help in this endeavor. Michael, there's no question that the angels will help in this. I'll contact Raphael right now and have him gather some forces to assist in the effort. Odin, you'll get my support. I'll have some Valkyries assembled. At the same time, I know somebody who would definitely want to come and visit their granddaughter and meet the Dragon Boy. So this works out for me. Ha! I do hope the Dragon Boy manages to live from this encounter with the Dragon God and his mates, but I don't know if he's going to survive the interrogation he will receive from Gondal. But I know the Dragon Boy is tough, so he should survive. Ha! Surzex, that is perfectly fine, Lord Odin. Even if it takes a few days for your Valkyries to arrive, we know we can get the support of the fallen angels immediately. It may still take some time for the angels to prepare their forces and mobilize. So, along with our forces and the fallen angels, we should have enough for handling the situation for now, but your forces will be appreciated. Ajuka, my old friend, I hate to do this to you, but you are the one researching and almost done with the evil piece removal procedure. It would only be fair if you were in charge of gathering all those Nekishu from the peerages, if you agree to it. And Falbium, we'll put you in charge of everything considering you're the commander for all our forces. We entrust you with all the forces, including how to organize them and carry out the raids on the council members' estates, as well as bringing them in for questioning, as well as punishing those who have committed crimes against the devils and the Alliance. Ajuka, I completely agree. Plus, ever since I was given this task by ISSEI, I had already decided to get a list of all the peerages that the Nekishu are in, so I understand and I have no issue with this. I'll take some of my personal guards to help me with this, but I can handle it. I'll get on it immediately, but could you inform Latia why I left without saying goodbye? Also, have her go back home and inform her parents so they can set up a date to meet ISSEI as well. And let her know she has my full permission to begin gathering her things to move in with ISSEI in Kyoto. Falbium, I understand, and I will organize all the forces for the raids, along with the capture of the council members. I just need to know the exact numbers of forces that will be sent from the angels, fallen angels, and Valkyries, along with the commanders that will be in charge of those forces when they arrive. Also, we need to establish a point of contact for them all to meet up so we can discuss how we are going to break up the forces and formulate a strategy of attack regarding these raids. It's important that I get all this information as soon as possible so I can plan how to proceed and determine which targets are more crucial to hit first. The faster you can provide me with this information, the better, given the current circumstances and the need to prevent the council members from having time to plan a counterattack or retaliatory strike. I understand this is of utmost priority and importance. I'll ensure that it's done and that these traitors suffer. That's my promise as the Devil King Asmodeus. Surzex understood. I'll make sure the information, once I know of it from the others, is sent to you immediately, Falbium. Ajuka, I'll inform Latia of your message, and once things begin to calm down, and we can finally have this meeting with ISSEI, Seraphal and I will inform both of you of everything we've learned, along with any plans that we may come up with, and make sure you're both informed before making decisions on anything. Ajuka and Falbium nodded in acknowledgement at what Surzex said as the two teleported away to do the tasks that were entrusted to them. Magari, well, it seems like my new lord and dear friend's made sure knows how to cause a lot of excitement. I am looking forward to getting to know him more. It is also reassuring to know that the devils are willing to make amends for the actions of others among their race. It means a lot, Seraphal, of course, Lady Magari. It was the Council's actions, along with our inactions, that allowed what happened to the Nicometer race. As we said in the broadcast, we meant it not just for show, but we truly intend to make amends. So you have nothing to worry about. And yeah, ISSEI-kun does seem to always bring excitement wherever he goes, hee. Magari, I see. Well, I hate to ask this, but I'm feeling a little overwhelmed. Is there somewhere I could sit or lay down and wait for a while until my lord and daughter return? Seraphal, of course, Lady Magari. Sotan, would you be so kind as to take Lady Magari to the same room where our special guests are also waiting? Could you also have your peerage accompany you and stay around her for protection? We don't want anything to happen to her. I'm pretty sure ISSEI-kun would be very unhappy, along with her daughter Kirara, if something happened to her under our watch. Sona, of course, if you follow me, Lady Magari, I'll show you to the room. After that, Lady Magari began to follow Sona along with her peerage to a special room that has two other special guests waiting to surprise ISSEI. After they left, Seraphal asked Surzex a question that was on her mind. Seraphal, so have Graphia and Milikus already arrived with them yet? Surzex, yes, they're in the room waiting. Seraphal, good. ISSEI-kun is going to be in for a big surprise, hee. Surzex, yes, I agree, but I believe we should finish what we have to do here, get what we need organized, and then immediately start heading outside to see what's happening with the fight. Seraphal agreed. Scene change, with ISSEI fighting Ophis. ISSEI suddenly felt a bone-chilling shiver go up his spine. Brother, I have a bad feeling that after the end of this fight, I'm probably still going to die even if I win. Drake, ha ha ha, that brother is what I call your primal fear of dread. I feel like your mates might not have liked what you did and how you did it without warning them. All I could say is if you let Opis kill you to try to get out of the punishment that awaits you, the girls will revive you somehow, and you will experience a whole new reality of pain and suffering, brother. ISSEI, yeah, you're. Before ISSEI could even finish what he was saying, he was sent flying into the ground, causing a massive crater. ISSEI, ouch. That hurt. For a lowly, she can pack a punch. Drake, brother, don't let her appearance deceive you. She's still the second strongest being in the world that you're going up against. Also, you have 4 cracked ribs, small fractures all over your body, and minor internal bleeding. You can't keep this up even in your Heavenly King form. You're barely able to properly defend and absorb the blows. After the first 3 hits, she completely crushed through your Sanjutsu barrier, which you used to harden and fortify your body. At this point, you've been just taking critical hit after critical hit, even when blocking. If not for the high durability already given to you in this form, you would have already been dead. I think you might have pissed her off with some of your comments. Ha! ISSEI, yeah, but I regret nothing. That's when their conversation was interrupted by Ophis floating above the giant crater that was made by ISSEI. That's when she spoke. Ophis, I'm actually impressed you've been able to last this long, though you've taken quite a lot of damage. You have yet to prove to me that you can keep your word, that you can beat me, and it seems like you can no longer continue this fight. So, I will end it here. It is a shame you could have been a great ally to me, but I must kill you now. Goodbye. Opis then charged up a massive ball of black and purple energy and sent it towards ISSEI. Drake, I hope you're confident in this plan, brother, because if that hits you, it will kill you and most likely take out half of the underworld with you. ISSEI, damn, she may not show her emotions on her face, but she's definitely expressing them through her attacks. And now this massive final death ball shows that she's pissed at me. And come on, don't you believe in me? We've gotten out of worse situations. Drake, I believe in a lot of things, mainly that you are the only one who has ever treated me more than just a weapon or a tool. You have seen me as a brother. And that somehow you can make the impossible possible, and I'm waiting for you to do it again. ISSEI had a smile on his face after hearing what his brother said. Well, I'd better not let you down. Soon, Ophus's attack was about to hit him. At the same time, everyone started making their way outside the mansion, and all the girls who made it out first could only scream out in horror. Girls, ISSEI, ISSEI, well, I think it's time for me to humble this dragon god. THCO release. After hearing those words, a giant surge of power was felt, enough for everyone to have to put up barriers that were close by just to not be overwhelmed and feel the burning sensation of the overwhelming power being released from ISSEI. As Ophus's attack was making contact with ISSEI, she spoke in her normal monotone and emotionless tone once again. Ophus, what foolishness! Even with your boost in power, you cannot defeat me, and you never had a chance of winning in the first place. My power is infinite. That's when she decided that it was time to leave, knowing her attack would kill everyone in the area, including her old team. But there's nothing she could do now, until she heard a voice reverberate from the crater and noticed that it seemed like her attack was being absorbed. That's when she heard a voice yell out, Drake, absorb! 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 Ophus, how is this possible? You're absorbing my attack. ISSEI, who currently had his right arm extended with his palm flat out as it absorbed the attack as Drake continued to shout out, Drake, absorb! 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 After ISSEI absorbed Ophus's attack, he was visibly in pain but still smiled a wide smile. His arm was pulsing with energy, and his veins seemed to be bulging out from his skin. At the same time, his skin looked like it was cracking, and to the onlookers, it seemed like even parts of his flesh were burning off like ash due to how much energy was flowing into his arm now. ISSEI, you know, it's an amazing thing. Even with power, you can still be weak in other aspects. It seems like your weakness, despite all your years of life and power that you blatantly claim is infinite, is not enough to excuse you for your blindness to the actions of the group you're in, or the group that I believe is truly running everything behind the scenes. It means nothing because I have learned from a fight not too long ago that you don't know what true power is until you're facing it when you realize. Deep down you know you cannot win this, but you refuse to surrender and believe that your power alone can overcome it. I have faced that kind of power before and was able to overcome it, and I can do the same to overcome your power just like I did to the other. Because unlike in that fight where I was wise and arrogant, and thought I had the power to go up against even the strongest opponents, I was humbled and taught a valuable lesson. But in this fight, I have prepared for this, practiced, undergone hard training, and learned spells for this exact moment. So it's time for you to learn that lesson as well, Infinite Dragon God. Let's do it, brother. Drake soon began to speak out. You got it, brother. Boost. 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 ISSEI was just in constant agony as he charged up an attack in his right arm. His screams of pain were audible until the girls who loved him deeply begged him to stop. Revel, ISSEI. Please stop this. Latia, you are obviously in a lot of pain. Your body can't handle this. You need to stop. Kuroka, we beg you. Please stop this. You're going to die if you continue like this. Lefei, you're tearing your body apart. You're going to die if you keep this up. Please stop this. We don't want to lose you like this. Ingvild, enough. All of you, every single one of you, need to shut up and have faith in the man you supposedly love, like I do. I trust him. Now listen to me, my Dragon Knight. I expect to see you come out of this triumphant. Prove to me that you're the same man who barged in and smashed through a facility to rescue me, and who defied all odds and brought down the king of the vampires himself. Do you understand me? Issei smiled upon seeing what his ocean princess said to him and could see the worry in all the girls' looks as he reassured them and spoke. Don't worry, girls. I'm not going anywhere. Have faith in me and let me show you how I defend and protect everything I hold dear and love. All of them were still very worried and concerned for him, especially the girls who wiped away their tears, looking on and believing in the man they loved. They were concerned for him and didn't want anything bad to happen. They trusted that he knew what he was doing. That's when Drake began to speak up, warning his brother. Drake, brother, you can't hold this power for much longer, even with the TH seal unleashed. Issei, then it's time for me to put this lowly dragon in her place. Drake, do it, brother. I believe in you. Use the power of my flames with your own. Show this dragon god the power of the Yokai dragon of domination. Issei, you got it, brother. Ophis, you will feel the power of both me and my brother's powers, along with your own. Soon you will know what true power feels like. In an instant, he vanished from his current position, and was soon above her with his right arm completely reared back as he shouted, Infinite Dragon Emperors, blazing purgatory fist. In an instant, he vanished from his current position, and was soon above her with his right arm completely reared back as he shouted, Infinite Dragon Emperors, blazing purgatory fist. As Ophis saw Issei coming towards her, she was stunned, feeling the energy coming from the attack, sending a cold-blooded chill through her. Realizing a dragon would be suicidal enough to use such magic, she then felt Issei's fist collide with her, and all the power accumulated in that attack swarmed over her. She was powerless to fight back against it as it slammed into her and sent her into the ground with the firing inferno still engulfing her until all the energy Issei acquired was completely depleted. She was sent flying to the other side of the mansion and made a massive crater, even destroying portions of the mansion. As she landed, smoke and dust were kicked up, while Issei began making his way down to the very crater Ophis found herself in as his brother began talking to him through the gems on him. Drake, well done, brother, but you should know that the minor healing you're getting from this form will not repair all the major damage. It's keeping your internal bleeding from becoming worse. As for your arm, it's going to take more than a phoenix tears and some magic healing to fix it. Also, I know you heard the cracking sound. You shattered several parts of your arm with the force and power that were used in that attack. Issei looked at his arm and let out a sigh. I knew that after absorbing all the power from Ophis's attack, along with combining your purgatory flames and my emerald blazing flames together, and fusing them with Dragon Slayer magic, not to mention boosting all the power even further, it was too much even in this form. Even with the TH seal being released, it still wouldn't be strong enough to withstand all that power surging through my arm. But it's not like I didn't know the consequences of doing this beforehand. I believe she's out for the count now, because I doubt even she can recover quickly from this, regardless of her status as a dragon god. There's no walking away from that attack without taking heavy damage, and no healing factor she might have can undo the amounts of damage I did to her right away. I took the lessons I learned in that fight with Dracula to heart. But I think it's time to bring out Ascalon to send the message, as I think she's getting up. Drake, as long as you know what you have done to yourself, brother, understand the women around you aren't going to like hearing the stupidity you just pulled. I wish you luck with that. Ha! But I agree we should send a message. I doubt she's ever had her pride as a dragon destroyed so thoroughly other than the time she fought Great Red and lost. Issei heard what his brother said as he touched down on the ground. He summoned Ascalon and walked up to her, immediately pointing it towards Ophis, who still hadn't recovered. She was slowly getting up and looked up to see the famous Dragon Slayer pointed at her. For the first time in her life, she had a look of unimaginable surprise and fear on her face. She then looked at his right arm and truly understood what he meant by being able to defeat her. Ophis, I see now, you were willing to mutilate your own body and cause an immense amount of damage to yourself just to defeat me. Do you realize that even if you're not a full dragon, you severely damaged yourself by using that magic? Essentially, you used forbidden magic meant for dragons while also being a half-dragon. It's like you just put a curse on yourself by using that magic. So, was it worth it? Issei began to smile, but not in a wry way this time. He just had his normal smile as he spoke. I knew full well what I was doing by not only absorbing your power from that attack you sent my way but using it with purgatory flames of my brother and my own emerald flames along with combining it with Dragon Slayer magic to deliver such a blow to you that you couldn't recover from right away. I knew from the beginning of this fight I could never last in a prolonged fight against you. I had to end it quickly. Luckily, I already learned from a previous fight what happens if I let a fight drag on. As for your other question, if it was worth it, then hell yes, because I will go to whatever extreme I need to, whether it means mutilating an arm, or a leg, or my whole body, or even sacrificing my life if it means protecting the ones I love and care for. It's just something an emotionless being such as yourself could never comprehend, not that I don't think you're capable of, but you are too busy focusing on returning to the dimensional gap and killing your fellow dragon god, Great Red, who I doubt has truly done anything to you other than flying around the void. Believe me, I knew the risks, and I would do it again. But there's a reason I limited it to my right arm, because I was willing to lose my right arm, taking a gamble figuring that the damage you would receive would be too much for even you to recover quickly from, and I knew it would take you out of this fight to the point where you couldn't continue. Now, understand what I'm about to say. If I ever find out you go after anyone I care for, whether it's Vala or anyone in his team or any of my other loved ones, understand there will be no force in this world that will keep me from you and seeking vengeance on you. And I want you to know I will not stop until I destroy your organization and whatever is truly behind everything. ISSEI brings Ascalon closer to Ophis, only millimeters from cutting into her, as the tip of the blade had a shine glimmering from it, and she could feel that the sword was eager to spill the blood of a dragon god. As ISSEI continued, "Now get the hell out of here." After hearing everything ISSEI said, Ophis slowly got up, still visibly in pain and heavily damaged from their fight. She nodded to everything ISSEI said and opened a portal to the dimensional gap. She made her way to it, right before looking back at ISSEI with another expression he never expected to see on the dragon god known for having an emotionless face, a look of sadness. She then turned back to the portal, walked through, and it immediately shut. As soon as the portal closed, ISSEI's last bit of strength finally left him. He fell to one of his knees, using Ascalon to prop himself up, returning to his base form from his heavenly king form. He was breathing heavily as he looked at his mutilated right arm that he couldn't really feel or move at the moment. He was breathing heavily as he looked at his mutilated right arm that he couldn't really feel or move at the moment. He started to hear people coming over and heard them calling out his name. Looking up to the side of the crater, he saw all the girls who loved him sliding down towards him. He could hear his brother laughing inside his own head as he realized he might be in some deep trouble, seeing the looks of concern mixed with fury on their faces. He let out a sigh, knowing he's probably about to get an earful and probably more. Ravel Ingvild / Lefay Latia Kuroka, ISSEI. They soon all tackled him, pushing him down on the ground. As he lifted his head up, he saw all their eyes looking at him. They all looked like they were ready to cry, with tears building up in their eyes ready to pour out. ISSEI, hey now, no need to cry girls, I'm alright. I may be a little hurt and beat up, but I'm alive. I know you have a lot of questions and are most likely upset with me for my reckless and stupid actions, but I can explain if you all would get off me and let me. After hearing that, they all backed off a little, enough for him to sit up. He began to have that stupid smile while rubbing the back of his head, knowing he's in some deep trouble. But before he could even start explaining, Ravel noticed his completely destroyed right arm. She gasped in surprise, drawing all the other girls' attention to it. Ravel gasped, ISSEI, what did you do to yourself? As she reached out to check, she saw his completely mutilated and charred right arm. But as soon as she touched it, ISSEI yelled out in pain, causing Ravel to retract her hand while all the girls witnessed the expression of pain on his face. Latia put her hands over her mouth as tears began to flow from her eyes. ISSEI, what did you do to yourself? It looks like you completely destroyed your arm. ISSEI, well, you see him. Ingvild, you did something utterly reckless and stupid and caused very severe and unimaginable damage to yourself again. Didn't you? ISSEI heard his ocean princess say that, and her tone made him realize he was in trouble. He put his head down, knowing he's about to get it from all of them. That's when Ravel reached into one of her pockets on her dress, pulled out the vial of Phoenix Tears, and immediately repositioned herself right next to ISSEI, fully intending to help him drink it. Even though he knew he could use his other hand to do it himself, he didn't want to fight against one of his mates who were already upset with him. He let her bring it to his mouth and started pouring it down, as it started restoring some of his lost stamina and strength and healed all of his external and internal damage from the fight, including all his fractured and broken bones along with any other internal bleeding that didn't get healed while still in his other form. The only thing that didn't seem affected by the phoenix tears was his right arm, but ISSEI started to cry out in pain. This surprised the other girls, especially Ravel. ISSEI, ahhhh. Ravel, what? How is this possible? I've never seen or even heard of damage so severe that not even a phoenix tears could heal. ISSEI, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you. I'm sorry. She also began to have tears running down her face after seeing the agony on his face. After a little while, he stopped screaming in pain and gave her a weak smile, trying to reassure his mate that he was all right. That's when Kuroka immediately came over and sat next to his right side while looking at his right arm that was just hanging there. That's when she also called Lefei and Ingvild over to help her use Senjutsu to try and heal his arm, while they used their healing magic to try and heal it as well. Kuroka, ISSEI, I'm going to need you to lay down. Ravel, can you sit over here so we can rest his head on your lap? Latia, can you also come over here and sit on the other side? Also, Latia, can you use gravity magic? Latia, I can use it, I'm just not that proficient with it. Is there a reason why you're asking? Kuroka, judging by how his body reacted to the phoenix tears, we're going to need you to restrain him so he doesn't accidentally hurt us if the same thing happens when we use healing magic. I also know that this isn't the ideal area to do this in, but we can't let his right arm stay like this for his own safety and health. So we have to try healing it a little bit as much as possible here if we are able to. Ravel, Lefei, Ingvild, and Latia all understood and nodded in agreement to the plan. ISSEI, do I get to have a say in this? Girls, no. Ravel, did you consult with us before charging in like a reckless idiot attacking the infinite dragon god? No? Well, then we're not going to consider your opinion. At the same time, think of this as your punishment for all the heartache and worry you put us through, you idiot. Lefei, yes, do you realize how worried we were for you? We didn't think you were even going to come back to us alive. We were terrified for you. Ingvild, I know you're reckless, my dragon knight, but this was too much. You didn't even give us any kind of warning, nor did you tell any of us that you were considering this possibility. You could have at least prepared us so we wouldn't be so worried. You left us out of the loop, and for that, you must suffer. Latia, yeah, I have to agree. Even though I'm probably the newest member of your harem, I did not like seeing the man that I felt for the first time, giving me genuine and authentic love, and caring for who I was, not for what I could do for him or for my body. I thought I was going to lose the only person I could even fall in love with. That was very cruel of you to do to me, my dear. Kuroka, well, it looks like it's settled. Sorry, my dragon fox, even though I found it brave and heroic the way you defended me and the rest of my team. I have to say that was utterly and completely stupid. Consider this your punishment from all of us. We can't guarantee if the other girls might not want to give you their own kind of punishment once we tell them this. But you have to man up and take it like the dragon fox you are. But ladies, are you ready? Girls, yes. The girls forced ISSEI to lie down as he continued to beg and plead for them not to do this, only for his pleas of forgiveness and mercy to fall on deaf ears with the girls. ISSEI, wait girls, we can talk about this. You don't need to do this. I'm really sorry. The girls were tired of hearing him try to talk his way out of it. Immediately, Latia started producing gravity magic to restrain his body as Ravel put his head in her lap and Kuroka, Ingvild, and Lefei began. As soon as they started, ISSEI began to feel an immense amount of pain. He struggled and wrestled back and forth so much that Latia started to strain a little to keep him restrained. Kuroka, what the? It's not even working. If anything, it feels like the wound itself is resisting being healed. I've never seen something like this, and it doesn't make sense. Lefei, I don't understand why it's not even starting to look like it's healing either. What kind of injury is this? And it seems like the more we try to heal it, the more it's causing ISSEI pain. Ingvild, I don't know, but I'm using my own water magic to try to heal him, and I can feel it resisting and even just boiling it away. As ISSEI's screams of pain were heard by Kirara, Valley, Arthur, and Baiku, although they no longer felt the presence of the dragon god, they wondered what was causing him to scream in such agonizing pain. They immediately started running towards the crater from which they heard the screams. As soon as they reached the edge and saw what the girls were doing, Kirara immediately understood what was happening upon seeing ISSEI's arm. She started sliding down the crater side as she yelled at the girls to stop what they were doing immediately. Valley, Arthur, and Baiku followed right behind her, staying a little bit behind as she ran up to Kuroka, Lefei, and Ingvild. They stopped their healing upon hearing her, and ISSEI stopped screaming in pain immediately once they stopped. She pushed them out of the way and knelt down on the ground, hovering her hands over his arm as they glowed blue, trying to use Sanjutsu to figure out what was going on with his arm. But going off her own experiences, she could tell this was some sort of curse that had been inflicted upon his arm. She just didn't know what kind, but she had a feeling this idiot used a spell he learned in the great Yokai mystical library. Kirara immediately finished figuring out what was going on with ISSEI's arm. Her face immediately contorted into an angry, furious scowl. She stood up, picked up ISSEI with what remained of his torn clothes, and shouted, "What did you do? Do you have any idea of the true consequences of the magic you used? You moron!" While all the girls were trying to tell her to calm down and let him go, Vala put his hand on her shoulder trying to calm her down. She looked over, seeing his face, and her little crush on him made her a little flustered until she shook it off and immediately threw the idiot on the ground, as Vala spoke, asking the question that everyone wanted to know. "Vali, Kirara, you said something about a magic he could have learned in the Yokai library, and the consequences that come with it." "What do you mean, Kirara?" "What I mean is that this dumbass went into the library, most likely the forbidden sections, and found magic scrolls relating to Dragon Slayer magic. Let me guess, you found it in the text regarding the Yamada no Orochi. At least you were smart enough, dumbass, not to use any of the sealing methods that were used to defeat it. That doesn't make you any less of a dumbass because you used cursed Dragon Slayer techniques that put a curse on anyone who uses it. And knowing this, dumbass, you used it in an even more reckless way and probably made it even more potent." ISSEI sat back up after being thrown on the ground and only nodded his head, confirming what she thought. This made her even more upset and pissed off at her student. "Kuroka, ISSEI, you didn't." "Ravel, I'm confused. I get that what he did was stupid and reckless, but what does that have to do with his arm not being able to be healed? Whether with Sanjutsu, healing magic, or even Phoenix Tears. And what's this about a curse?" "Kirara, sigh, it's hard to explain. Let me start from what is pretty much happening. For one, we all know that this idiot uses a Dragon Slayer sword, pointing to it sitting on the ground after being knocked out of ISSEI's hands by the girls when they tackled him down. As you know, it is very effective and can kill a dragon. It is extremely painful for a dragon to be cut. Even just a slight scratch is excruciatingly painful for them. With that said, dragons or dragon hybrids like this dumbass can still use those items. However, one difference is that there are two types of Dragon Slayers: those who use weapons and armors with properties of Dragon Slayer magic or spirits, and there are more ways for other objects to gain Dragon Slayer properties. But that's the simplified explanation. Those who use the second method are Dragon Slayers who use the magic itself in different forms, which vary depending on the type of magic the individual's affinity is and what kind of fighting style they prefer. To simplify it again, they are Dragon Slayer mages who directly wield Dragon Slayer magic. The problem with the second one is that dragons cannot use Dragon Slayer magic because it's deadly for them. Even just having the magic course through them can start tearing them apart. The only reason he's not dead yet is that he's not a full-blooded dragon. Currently, the reason the curse isn't spreading rapidly is because of his kitsune side, along with something else that I cannot determine, but it's holding back the curse from spreading any further. But I have a feeling you made it a lot worse for yourself. Who knows how long before it can no longer prevent it from spreading further into your body. So, are you going to tell us, dumbass? Or do I have to beat it out of you like I did during our training sessions?" Kirara then began cracking her knuckles. This made ISSEI completely and utterly nervous and filled with fear, more so than he had been while facing Dracula or Ophis. Seeing all the death glares from his mates looking at him, he especially knew he really messed up, seeing how pissed off he made his master. He knew all too well of her anger from all the time they've trained together, and knew this was not going to be a good time. That's when his brother decided to stop him from suffering alone and manifested the boosted gear on his left arm as he spoke through it. "Drake, Kirara, I know my brother is an idiot for what he did. Regarding your question about what he did to himself, he pretty much developed a new technique using aspects he gained from absorbing some of my rival's power along with different aspects of my own. More specifically, he took parts of Divine Dividing Gear's power and the boosted gear's transfer abilities and combined them to create a new ability called Absorb. The power that Divine Dividing gives by taking half of the power of whatever it's dividing was adapted to my transfer ability. So, instead of it being half, all the power they're taking in would be used for its wielder. When Ophis launched a powerful attack towards him, he absorbed it and merged it with my own purgatory flames and his own emerald blazing flames, complementing them with the Dragon Slayer magic he learned and boosted them to the point he was ready to unleash all that energy on Ophis. It's evident that it works, but these are the results. I would say that he didn't know the consequences, but he was fully aware of what he was doing. Kirara let out a sigh as she pinched the bridge of her nose, frustrated and annoyed after hearing what she just heard. Kirara, you reckless, dumb bastard! It's really hard, and I mean really, really hard, to believe at times that you are actually the new lord of the yokai. Sometimes you can come up with the most brilliant, well thought out, and meticulous plans, and other times I personally believe that you don't have a brain in your head, and that empty space where your brain should be is filled with nothing but hot air. I seriously don't know what Yasaka sees in you, but personally, if I didn't have first-hand experience of hearing you two going at it that one night, I would have no reason to think why she would want to keep you around. ISSEI, damn, that's a little harsh. Who the shit in your Cheerios this morning? Kirara, I don't know, but if I had a mirror, I could show you. Personally, it was most likely one of my dumbass students who literally took a spell from the forbidden section and didn't think that there could be massive side effects. While everyone just watched in amazement as they had their verbal battle, the wings of the vanishing dragon balance breaker appeared from Vala's back, and Albion started to speak, grabbing everyone's attention and bringing the conversation back on track when he addressed his rival, Drake. Albion, Drake, your partner is utterly reckless and too headstrong, even for a dragon. You should have tried to talk him out of doing such a reckless and foolish action. It was stupid of him to use such a method. Not only trying to merge our abilities is risky, but when he first took mine, it was almost life-threatening. I can imagine how risky and even more dangerous the task of trying to merge two different abilities of ours together like that is. Adding on, taking in the power of the infinite dragon god. The worst part was him using Dragon Slayer magic to try and kill a fellow dragon. That itself is an affront to dragons. Drake, I will not argue that my brother is quite headstrong and stubborn. Once he sets his mind on something, you cannot change it. I also know he did it for a good reason, and that was to protect the ones he loves. Let's not act like dragons are any better, because if they could have harnessed that power, they would have, to end all the evil dragons quicker. You know that is true. One thing I will say is that I understand what he did was risky, and yes, the chance of it actually succeeding was almost impossible, but I realize that my brother has a tendency to make the impossible possible. After hearing what Drake said, all of the girls who had yelled at ISSEI for his reckless actions felt a pain in their hearts. They realized he didn't do it just to prove something. He did it because he knew he wanted to protect the ones he loves. They all looked at his arm, and it made them feel bad for yelling at him after realizing the true depths he was willing to go for them. They understood that if it meant giving his own life to protect all of them, he would do it without hesitation. This made them all have the same thoughts in their heads, that he truly loves all of them. They were brought out of their thoughts and back to the conversation that was happening when they heard Albion speak again. Albion, I see, I cannot argue with you on that, considering I saw him already make the impossible possible just by absorbing my own power, but I am still surprised. I am more surprised by the fact that there's any text left of that accursed magic. Vala, what do you mean by that, Albion? Albion, well, Vala, there was a war long ago that brought in other pantheons and other groups, including the dragons themselves, to fight against the evil dragons in a conflict known as the Evil Dragon Wars. Regarding your question, a certain group took part in the Evil Dragon Wars, the Dragon Slayers, though they just killed any dragon regardless of any side or affiliation. I remember they did have a tendency to target the evil dragons, but it led to them being targeted by the evil dragons in return, who then wiped out all mage guilds that practiced Dragon Slayer magic to extinction and destroyed every manuscript, spell, or anything that had the knowledge of said magic. They tried to do it with the items as well, but it was not as successful. ISSEI, do you truly realize how foolish you are? Dragons cannot use Dragon Slayer magic. It's a taboo. The pain from just trying to harness that magic is excruciating. It was tried on several occasions and always ended horribly. If you were a full-blooded dragon just trying to practice and learn that magic, it would have killed you. I believe the only reason it did not was because of exactly what Lady Kirara spoke of, you being only half and being a kitsune. Before the continuous scolding of ISSEI's reckless and stupid actions continued, Arthur decided to ask the question that needed to be asked before anything else happened. Arthur, I do agree that what he did was utterly reckless. We cannot overlook what Drake said because if not for him doing what he did, Ophis would have taken us back with her. So, regardless of how we all feel, he did what needed to be done, and it would be blind for me to ignore the fact that if not for him, my sister and I would be serving a terrorist organization again. So, he does deserve respect for his righteous and heroic actions. But what we really need to be asking now, instead of having this pointless argument that's not going to undo anything that's already been done or give us a solution to the problem we're dealing with now, is regarding figuring out how to undo the curse so his arm may actually be healed. Kirara heard what Arthur had to say and agreed with him. Sigh, I'll give you that. You're right, although he's still a dumbass for doing it, but I can interrogate him later about his whole process of coming up with this moronic idea and plan. Not to mention why he didn't talk to anyone else about it, though I have a feeling he went to his other teacher who helped train and prepare him for this, that damn monkey's son Wukong. She glared at him, which caused him to turn his head and start to whistle, confirming what she thought. She closed her eyes and opened them again, looking at everyone as she continued. The problem now is that we know not only did he use Dragon Slayer magic, but particularly a cursed variant, not to mention the way he took in the Dragon God's power along with his own, mixing them and then boosting it to absurd levels, probably enhancing the curse and making it even worse. There are only a few individuals who might know how to deal with this curse, especially now that it has most likely been increased and will take a lot to undo it. Finding those individuals who might have the knowledge to undo it is even fewer and far between, but they are out there. Individuals who might be able to help would be the Shinto gods, though I doubt they will be willing to help right now. Another one would be Yasaka, and considering she's with the Shinto gods right now, we can't really ask her. So our last choice would be my mother. Luckily, she's here with us. She probably just stayed behind in the mansion while all the excitement was happening. So if you want any answers, we have to go ask her. I think we should take the dumbass and head back. Everyone agreed with Kirara, and they all began to head out of the crater. As the girls helped ISSEI off the ground, they tried to keep him from walking on his own, but he had enough of his strength and stamina restored and healed up from the Phoenix Tears to walk on his own, though a little bit unsteady but enough to do it by himself, even though the girls were protesting against it. ISSEI, I'm alright, girls. I promise I have enough energy now, thanks to the Phoenix Tears. I can at least walk. As he was talking, he walked over, picked up Ascalon, and brought it back into the boosted gear. At the same time, the boosted gear dematerialized as Drake mentally spoke to him. Drake, mentally brother, just be careful. Even though you think you knew the full consequences, I don't know what's happening to you or your body, so don't push yourself. Also, I should let you know that it seems like your emerald fire has been building up within you. I can't really explain it, but I can tell you that it's keeping the curse from spreading any further from your arm into the rest of your body. Like I said, I don't know what it is, but I wouldn't question it as of right now because it's helping fend off the curse. Just wanted to let you know, if you need anything, you know I'm here for you, brother. ISSEI, mentally interesting. I'll keep that in mind. If it's actually keeping the curse from spreading any further into me, it's nothing to be concerned with as of yet. Just let me know if anything changes. Thanks, brother. It's nice to know that I always have you by my side. Drake, mentally of course, but stop making these girls worry so much about you because you have too many people in this world who care deeply about you. So stop putting yourself in these reckless situations that could get you killed, or even worse, because you have a lot of people depending on you. Don't forget you have a child on the way, remember that. Make sure your unborn child and your daughter grow up with a father in their life because both your unborn child and that little fox girl depend on you. Understand? ISSEI, mentally I understand what you're saying, brother. I'll keep that in mind. I want to be in their lives just as much as I want to be in all my mates' lives and have a family with all of them. I'll be there for them all my life, so I'll try not to be as reckless and put my life in these dangerous situations as much as I possibly can. Drake, that's all I can ask for, brother. After ISSEI and Drake finished their mental conversation with each other, as everyone was making their way out of the crater. As they were coming out, they could see the rest of the leaders heading over to them after taking care of what they needed to. Along with them was the Phoenix family as well, along with multiple guards. All of the other leaders and the members of the Phoenix family were already amazed to hear that ISSEI defeated Ophis. Then Kirara stepped in and told the leaders the rest of everything that's going on, including the consequences and how he was even able to defeat Ophis, causing those leaders to look at him with complete amazement, horror, and worry. After calming the leaders down, and explaining that there was still a way to undo the curse, they explained what they were doing while that was happening. Ajuka and Falbium went to organize forces to do raids on the council members' estates with different forces from the members of the alliance. Ajuka had already made a list of all the peerages that had Nekasha and gathered his own forces to help collect them, as well as finish and make sure the process of removing the evil pieces was ready to be performed with no side effects to the Nekasha. That's when Surzex looked at Latia, informing her of what her uncle told him to inform her about. Surzex, Latia, your uncle wanted me to inform you that you need to go see your parents, inform them of the marriage contract you had him make with ISSEI for you, and set up a date to meet him. He also said you have his full blessing to gather your things to move in with ISSEI in Kyoto. Latia felt a wave of anxiety and nervousness overcome her as she began stuttering her words. Oh my, yes, I need to go talk to my parents and set up a meeting between ISSEI and them to begin planning for the wedding. And of course, I need to move my things in. But ISSEI, don't I need permission before I can just come into Kyoto? ISSEI, upon seeing this, immediately spoke to calm her down, which worked. It's okay, everything will work out, I promise. There's no need to freak out, just take it slow. He then looked over and asked Ingvild, would you be so kind as to not only accompany Latia to ease her stress and anxiety, but it would also be helpful for her to have some help packing her things and be there for emotional support while she talks to her parents. Also, you have the freedom to come and go in and out of Kyoto, and you are allowed to bring visitors with you. So you could also bring her along with you once she is finished talking to her parents and packing her things. You can go to Kyoto without any issues and help her settle down into the castle, unpack in her new room, show her around, and if you wouldn't mind, my ocean princess? Ingvild, of course, I would be more than willing to help, but my dragon knight, I will be expecting something in return. I mean, after what you just pulled, I'm so worried to leave you alone. How can I trust that you won't do something more reckless that could cause me to lose the love of my life? She said in a very dramatic and over-the-top way, even putting the back of her hand on her forehead and leaning her head back. How can you promise me, my dragon knight, that you will be back home when I arrive with her? ISSEI, seeing his beautiful ocean princess being overdramatic but understanding the weight behind her words, even if she was being playful, decided to walk up and whisper in her ear. This caused her to immediately turn bright red, and even her legs were shaking at whatever he was telling her. He backed away and looked at her. She looked directly into his eyes and realized he was serious. Without hesitation, she agreed to what he told her, knowing she was going to get something special tonight that she had been wanting. Ingvild, well, when you promise me things like that, how can I deny my amazing dragon knight? I look forward to it. I would be more than happy to go with Latia, help her with whatever she needs, make sure she has a safe passage, and ensure the guards do not go after her when she arrives. I will also ensure she has everything she needs set up in her room. I promise you that, my love. Ingvild gave ISSEI on the cheek. Then she walked to Latia to see if she was ready to go. Latia raised an eyebrow at what she could have possibly been told by ISSEI. However, she immediately put that thought at the back of her mind, realizing she had other things to worry about. As they were about to teleport away to head to the Astro territory to talk to her parents, Kuroka asked if she could accompany them. She began to explain the reason behind her request. Kuroka, I would like to be a part of helping Ajuka with getting all the remaining Nekasha out of the devil peerages, acting as your representative of the new lord of the Yokai. Will you allow me to do this, my dragon fox? Upon hearing this, Latia, Ingvild, and Kuroka, I'll look towards ISSEI to see what he has to say and if he would allow it. ISSEI looked directly into Kuroka's eyes and understood she had another reason for wanting to do this but didn't want to say it, and he understood and respected it. ISSEI, Kuroka, my beautiful black cat. I understand, and I know the reasoning behind this. You don't even have to say it for me to understand, just looking into those eyes of yours I know. So I have no problem with you being my representative and the bridge for those Nekasha. I have a feeling this would help Ajuka expedite the process of getting their pieces removed, and them being more comfortable with you around. So, I have no problem if Latia doesn't mind making a quick stop at Ajuka's laboratory to drop you off there. Latia, I see no reason why we can't make a quick stop, especially if it's to help my uncle with what you entrusted him to do regarding the Nekasha. So, I see no reason, especially since if she's with the forces that are helping my uncle retrieve them, it might make them a little more relaxed having a fellow Nekasha with them. I doubt any of the peerages would object, not only with my uncle there, but having her there would also be another deterrent, her being so powerful. Plus, we are sisters, right, Kuroka? So we need to look out for each other, right? Kuroka, on the verge of tears, wiped them away with her kimono as she understood the meaning behind Latia's words. She then looked towards ISSEI, ran up to him, and eyed him passionately for a few seconds before breaking it off, whispering in his ear, making him blush like he did to Ingvild. She then ran over to where the other girls were, ready to leave. ISSEI recomposed himself after hearing what his black cat told him. He waved and wished them good luck with what they had to do, giving them one final message before they left. Behave yourself, girls. And Kuroka, just go slow with her, okay? Kuroka understood what he meant by that as she nodded and gave him a playful wink, while Ingvild blew aid to him, and Latia gave a heartwarming smile as she formed a teleportation circle underneath all three. Soon, they were engulfed in a green light and disappeared. After they left, ISSEI soon turned his head to the side and saw Vala and his team ready to leave. This made him curious as it caused his eyebrow to raise. ISSEI, what's up? Vala walked up to him as he spoke. Well, still have to go and pack up our own things from our private hideout, along with bringing Fenrir with us. Remember, after the meeting we were supposed to do that, but after everything that just happened, I guess that's not going to happen right now, and you can just fill us in. I've never been one for sitting around listening to boring talk unless there's a fight about to happen, and I doubt there's going to be any more fighting happening today. Plus, it's pretty hard to top a fight between one of the two dragon gods, don't you think? ISSEI, well, you're not wrong, but I think I could go for the rest of the day without a fight. I might be a little worn out as you can see my completely intact and not at all disfigured and mutilated arm, haha. Vali, haha, it's nice to see that your sense of humor is intact. But don't think I'm going to let this slide. I can't let my rival get this far ahead of me in power and not begin to close the gap between us. Plus, you've already given me and my team permission to leave and enter Kyoto at will, so this is the perfect opportunity to go finish packing up our belongings and bring Fenrir so we can start moving into the castle. ISSEI, yeah, you're right. I was wondering where Fenrir was. I figured he wasn't needed for the mission to rescue Magari. But yeah, I've already cleared your team, along with Fenrir's approval, to come into Kyoto. Just make sure he's housebroken because if he starts breaking things at the castle, Yasaka is going to be pissed and take it out on me. If that becomes the case, I'll have to deal with it, and I will make it your problem. Do we understand? He said with a smug smile as he reached his left hand out for a fist bump. Vala gave him a similar smug smile in return, raising his hand as he returned the fist bump. I expect nothing less from my rival, he said. He then walked back to his group. Without even feeling or sensing that she was approaching, she pounced on him before he could even say or do anything. Kirara immediately came at him, throwing herself on his chest as she wanted to tell him something. Kirara, I can't wait to see you again tonight. I'll make sure to give you a personal tour of the castle and show you to your room, my little white dragon. She then whispered something in his ear, loud enough that ISSEI could still hear what she said. Remember, I like a challenge, and if you can put up a fight, it just makes me want you more. Look forward to experiencing more of you for myself tonight, my white dragon. After saying that, she walked over to ISSEI. But before she made it all the way back, she slightly turned her head and gave him a cheeky wink, as she continued to swing her hips back and forth in front of him, with her tail swinging as well. Vale had a flustered face upon hearing what she said, and he had to admit to himself he loved watching her walk away with those hips swaying back and forth. He soon recomposed himself. As he looked over at ISSEI and noticed he had an evil smile on his face, it was clear he knew what that meant and had heard exactly what she said. ISSEI's smile made a shiver go up his spine again. Vala, well, is everyone ready to go? His team nodded, showing that they're ready. However, he did notice that Lefay seemed to be covering her face with her hat, and both of her hands were shaking while gripping her staff. He looked over to Arthur to see if he noticed it, and he saw how she was doing. As soon as he was about to ask if she was all right, he wasn't even able to get a word out before she lifted her head up, now showing her completely flustered and red face. She ran up and jumped on ISSEI, gave him a passionate. ISSEI was surprised at first but embraced and reciprocated as he wrapped his hands around her. It lasted for a few seconds, and he showed her the exact passion that she was showing him. After about seconds she broke it off, and they looked deeply into each other's eyes. That's when she realized what she was doing and immediately turned bright red and broke from his grip, then ran back to her team, preparing to teleport them back to their old hideout. After that happened, Valley had his normal wry smile with his eyes closed. Baiko had the biggest shit-eating grin, while Arthur was surprised and drew his sword, ready to attack ISSEI. Before he could, they were teleported away. Everyone that was watching this wasn't too surprised after the comment ISSEI made about her earlier in the room, and how it made Lefei blush. They were just surprised at how bold she was being right now, but they kind of figured she was holding it back for this long, and she couldn't do it any longer. ISSEI knew she had feelings, and though this wasn't technically a confession, it still took a lot of confidence just to do that, even if it was spontaneous. He knew that she reciprocated the same feelings he had for her, and hoped they could build something stronger. At the same time, Ravel saw all of this and let out a sigh, knowing she would have to share him even more, but she understood his heart was big enough to do so. Then she started to walk up to him, grabbed hold of his left arm, looked up at him with her beautiful eyes and a heartwarming smile. ISSEI felt her on his arm, and when he looked over and saw the beautiful sapphire eyes of his phoenix, it made him smile. ISSEI, well, at least you're not leaving me to handle everything by myself, my beautiful phoenix. But that's when all of a sudden, Riser felt the paper he kept in his pocket just in case they decided to respond to his letter. He pulled it out and saw it was also lit on fire, signifying that they had agreed to what he offered them. Both Lord and Lady Phoenix saw it and nodded at him, knowing what they had to do now. So, before Ravel could say anything in return after what ISSEI said, her mother and father chimed in before she could. Lord Phoenix, actually, I hate to do this to you, my son, but we have to take Ravel to continue planning and preparing for the wedding and everything that comes with it. Ravel immediately interjected, one for not being told of this earlier and for the main fact that she didn't want to leave ISSEI's side, especially not after the fight he just had in the condition he's in. Ravel, why was I not told about any of this beforehand, mother and father? I don't really feel comfortable leaving my dragon at this time, especially when he's going through whatever is happening with his arm. I promised I would stay by him and support him no matter what, and I intend to do that, especially right now with the condition of his arm and the lingering threat of this curse becoming worse that he's inflicted with right now. Lady Phoenix, Ravel, my sweet daughter, I know how you feel and you're very concerned about him. I love that about you. It really shows how much you care about him. But as Lady Kirara said, it's currently under control, and there's a good chance that they'll be able to undo the curse and heal his arm. He's in safe hands, my dear. He will be fine without you for a few hours because we still have a lot of things to get done regarding setting up everything for the wedding and many other things that we need your input for, my dear daughter. Ravel immediately grabbed ISSEI's arm tightly as she screamed and acted like a child having a tantrum. No, 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 I won't. Every time I let ISSEI out of my sight, he does something reckless or stupid that could end his life, and I could lose him forever this time. So I won't, and you can't make me. After hearing what Ravel said, ISSEI's eyes went wide, now realizing that he wasn't the only one suffering from trauma. He caused trauma to a woman that he loves and cares for. As he looked onto the faces of Lord and Lady Phoenix, both Ravel and Riser, he finally understood the true extent of trauma he caused and what they've been dealing with for the last months while he was gone. Because of his actions, he traumatized Ravel, making her feel as if she doesn't have a tight enough grip on him. She's afraid that he will leave her again, as he did in the orc room when he pushed her away and then did that horrible act in front of her. He then looked down and saw her crying as she was gripping his arm tightly. Now, he had the full understanding of the true damage he did to a woman he loves. He took a deep breath before deciding to speak to fix this problem he caused. ISSEI, Lord and Lady Phoenix, as well as Ravel and Riser, I see that I must apologize once more to all of you. I now understand the extent of the trauma I have caused your daughter and sister. I am sorry for thinking I was the only one suffering from trauma, because on that day, I caused trauma to a woman I loved and pushed her away when all she wanted was to help me. By pushing her away that day, I made her feel that if she ever let go of me, I would be lost to her forever, and she would never get another chance to see me again. I can't express how sorry I am for that. Ravel, as ISSEI addressed her, looked up at him with red puffy eyes and tears in those beautiful sapphire eyes he loves to see, but not like this. He started to move his heavily damaged right arm, even if it was causing him intense pain, and wiped away her tears. She could see that he was fighting through the pain but had a smile on his face just for her as he spoke. My sweet, beautiful Phoenix, I'm so sorry for everything I've done and the trauma I've caused you. You never have to worry. I will always return to your side. I understand that on that day, I pushed you away, but today I realize the trauma I caused you. But you never have to worry. I will always return to your side. I understand that on that day, I pushed you away, but that would never happen again. You must trust me. I love you too much to do that, as does your family. I promise you I will always be here, and you will never have to fear losing me. Ravel, you know Sob, I was so hurt that day. I know you've done so much to try to make it up and show me you love me, but I'm still scared. I feel like if I don't have a connection with you at all times, I'm going to lose you again. I don't know how to get over it, but I just can't leave your side. I don't know what to do. Sniff. ISSEI heard what she said and knew of a way to finally give her what she was wanting and to always make her feel like he was next to her at all times, even if he wasn't. He then leaned over and started whispering in her ear. As he spoke in her ear, thinking only she could hear what he was telling her, unfortunately someone else could hear what he told her. As he was telling everything to Ravel, her face became redder and redder, and she grabbed his arm even tighter as he lifted up after finishing whispering in her ear. She could only ask in a very shaky and nervous tone, Ravel, do you mean that, ISSEI? ISSEI, yes, of course, my love. After he acknowledged and confirmed that he was going to do what he told her, she immediately let go of him. She walked over to her mother and father. As he saw her walking over, he noticed that Lady Phoenix was covering her mouth and looking a little flustered at him from the side, with her face turned, which made ISSEI even more flustered after realizing his mother-in-law just heard what he told her daughter. He began turning red. That's when Ravel began speaking to them. Ravel, mother, father, and Riser, I'm ready to leave when you are. Lord Phoenix, along with Riser and Ravel, was surprised at the quick change that their younger sister and child underwent after whatever ISSEI whispered in her ear. They were going to ask what he said, but Lady Phoenix interrupted. Lady Phoenix put one of her hands on the side of her cheek. It was still flushed red from hearing what she did as she spoke to the other three men of the family. I think it's time for us to go. As you can see, the young man that I'm happy to call my son-in-law obviously was able to tell our daughter something that made her feel secure and okay enough to leave him here. Isn't that right, son-in-law? She winked at him. This made the other three men a little bit more curious and wanting to know, but they could see the look on their mother and wife's face. They realized this was no longer up for discussion and just shrugged their shoulders and stood by each other, ready to teleport together. She began to speak one more time to her eldest son, Lady Phoenix, Ravel, we don't need you for this meeting. I'll just need you to stay behind as a representative of the family to help clean up the area from the fight. When everything is settled down, you can go back along with the guards to the mansion in the Phoenix territory. Ravel, of course, mother. I will take care of everything. After that, Riser started to form a teleportation circle underneath the four of them. ISSEI noticed his beautiful Phoenix keeping her head down, so he couldn't see her red face, but he knew it was still that bright hot red he remembered as she walked away. Soon they were enveloped in a golden light, and they were gone as well. That's when Ravel walked up to ISSEI and put his hand on his shoulder. He spoke to his brother-in-law. Ravel, I don't know what you said to my sister, but that was the first time I've ever seen her go from argumentative and stubborn to agreeing to whatever we asked her to do in the longest time. I would really like to know what you said to her, but at the same time, as a brother, I don't think that's something I even want to know or need to know, so all I'm going to say is thank you, and know that I appreciate your apology. I think I speak for the whole family when I say we already accepted it the first time. As long as you keep her happy and show her love, you will have no issues from us. After that, he patted ISSEI's shoulder as he began walking towards the Phoenix guards and started giving them orders to fix the ground along with the Leviathan guards. After all that happened, ISSEI finally took a big deep breath, trying to wrap his head around everything that just happened and how his perfect plan went so off course in a matter of a few seconds. He was in his thoughts until he was brought out of them when he felt an arm being put around him and heard a familiar voice speak. Azazel, well, kiddo, it seems like you are a true womanizer now and you even lost that blind ignorance to women's feelings towards you. I can see that you have become a real man. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, while I'm around you, I've noticed you've been carrying yourself with a new kind of confidence. Did my student lose his V-card? Azazel began to fake cry and pull out a handkerchief out of nowhere, as he rubbed his tears away and proclaimed, I'm so proud of you. No longer just a child with the dream of becoming a harem king, because you have truly become the harem king you always wanted to be. So tell me, who was it? Oh man, it had to have been Yasaka who took it. I bet that was an amazing night for you. I bet she rocked your world. Come on, you have to tell your sensei everything, and don't leave out any details. ISSEI had an angry and pissed off look at what Azazel was saying. Then a blinding red light could be seen, and ISSEI turned back into his heavenly king form. ISSEI reared back his leg, sent a devastating kick to Azazel's balls, causing him to fall to his knees immediately, and tumble over while groaning in pain, coughing, and gasping for air as he writhed on the ground, holding his now crushed balls. ISSEI looked at him in irritation, then closed his eyes, took a deep breath, exhaled, and returned to his base form and spoke. ISSEI, I'm sorry about that, everyone, for what I just did. As the leader of a faction, I know I shouldn't have let my anger get the best of me. I understand that attacking another leader could cause issues. There is no reasonable excuse for attacking the governor, but I have to be honest, I couldn't tolerate him speaking about my beautiful mate Yasaka that way. It might have been my dragon or fox instincts that compelled me to protect my mates, or it could have been my own male response to hearing disrespectful comments about my woman. I genuinely love and care for Yasaka as I do for all the women in my life, and I just couldn't ignore those comments without taking action. I understand if other leaders want to scold me or hand down punishments for my actions, but I will not apologize for defending my mates. I will not tolerate any form of disrespect towards them. All of the leaders were silent until, unexpectedly, Michael started laughing, causing everyone to look at him. Michael, ha 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 ha. Oh my, ISSEI, you have nothing to be sorry for. Though I don't condone violence if I can help it, honestly, you have nothing to feel bad for. My brother should have known better than to even say something like that. My dear boy, you did only what any man in your position would have done. Sirzex, ha ha ha, I must agree. Honestly, you showed more restraint than I would have expected from you. You have nothing to apologize for. To be honest, I would have done the same if he made comments like that about my dear and beloved Grafia. Odin, yes, Dragon Boy, you did only what any man should have done. When another man tries to become too intrusive and ask disrespectful questions like that, it makes me glad that you gave me fair warning earlier to refrain from making those sort of comments. But it looks like you didn't give the same luxury to Azazel, ha ha ha. That's when Seraphal ran up to him, grabbing his left hand with both of hers, bringing it up to her chest as she spoke in her cheerful and loving tone that she's known for. ISSEI-kun, honestly, you shouldn't feel like you need to be punished by us fellow leaders because you acted like a good husband should by defending Yasaka in the way you did after hearing how Azazel was talking and asking about your personal life. Even if we judged you based on your actions now, then we would have to do the same for him because what he said was not becoming of a leader, especially as the governor of the fallen angels, in any aspect. So, you have nothing to worry, ISSEI-kun. She's very lucky to have a man like you who's willing to defend her even when she's not here, just like you would do for the other girls you love. They're truly blessed to have found a man with such a big and loving heart, such as you. But it makes me wonder, do you not find me as attractive as you do those other girls? I mean, you used to become really flustered and nervous when I was around you before, but now I don't even see you looking at me that way anymore. Am I not good enough for you now, ha ISSEI-kun? ISSEI, well, you see Seraphal. That's when ISSEI saw her face, noticed her eyes filling up with tears, and she began to cry. His eyes went wide upon seeing this, and he was completely unable to finish what he was about to say upon seeing her like this. Then he heard her speak in a very sad and hurt tone. Seraphal, sniff, well, you don't find me as beautiful and attractive as those other girls. Is it because I have a childlike body and act so childishly? And here I thought you would be the man who could accept me for who I am. Seraphal let go of his hand and put her hands on her face as she began to cry. ISSEI, what? No, ISSEI was now panicking. He never wanted to make Seraphal cry or treat her the way he used to because he wanted to show her more respect for the title she held as a Devil King. He never wanted her to feel like he only looked at her for her body and not for the wonderful person she is. He loved her childlike attitude and her great body. In his eyes, he immediately used his one good arm to grab her and brought her close to his chest as he spoke. ISSEI, stop it, Sarah-chan. The only reason I haven't acted the way I used to towards you is because I was trying to show you the respect your title deserved, And not to make you feel like I didn't value you for who you are and only saw you for your body. I adore your personality and childlike attitude. It brightens my day when I'm able to see you and interact with you. You're always a joy to be around, and you have an amazing body that any man would kill to have. I just never thought you were interested in me like that. For that I'm sorry, but I never wanted to see you cry like this. Seraphol, sniff, is that true? Even when I wear my magical girl outfit you're not embarrassed to be seen with me? ISSEI, you look so adorable in your magical outfit. I love seeing you in it. And I would never feel embarrassed being around you no matter how you looked. Seraphol, well, if that's the case, I want to be a part of your life. I mean, be one of the women who have the privilege of being able to say they have a piece of your heart. I just don't want you to give it to me. I want us to go on a date and for you to make your decision afterwards if I'm worthy enough to be with you. She then grabs his hand with both of hers again, brings them closer, but this time makes sure his hand is right between her soft and voluptuous S. She sees how he is flustered, turning red, as she has a smile on her face, knowing he enjoys what she is doing. ISSEI was trying not to look at the exact place Seraphol had put his hand when she grabbed it, which was right between her boobs. He could feel how soft they were even with her clothes on. He tried looking the other way as he spoke with flushed cheeks. Of course, if that is what you want, we can do that, Sarah-chan. We can figure out a day when we can go on a date, and I'll make sure it's the best you've ever been on. When Seraphol heard that he agreed to go on the date with her, she was so excited that she jumped around like a child, immediately began jing him tightly, and looked at him lovingly. Seraphol, oh really, ISSEI-kun, you promised to make it the best date ever for me. Well, I look forward to holding you to that promise. While that was happening, Kirara was watching from a distance everything that was happening. She had a wicked grin on her face, knowing her student might have inherited her temperament when it came to comments that she really didn't like. However, she also saw a part of her student that made her grin turn into a soft smile. She saw her student, whom she helped train from a weak and broken boy to a man who now stood tall and proud, acting like the leader he could always be and the man she could be proud to call her lord because he earned and deserved the title. But that's when she noticed one of the Devil Kings was looking at her student with loving eyes. She kind of realized she didn't need to be here, knowing he was in good hands and would be heading to the same place she would be, considering she sensed two people that had a similar presence as her student. However, putting that thought aside, she began heading inside to go be with her mother and describe the situation about how her dumbass student managed to curse himself. She internally chuckled at that thought, putting her hands behind her head as she made her way inside, and nobody even noticed that she wasn't there anymore, especially with all the commotion going on with what ISSEI just did to the governor of the fallen angels. That's when Surzex walked over to the two of them and decided to interrupt their moment to remind ISSEI that they still needed to have their meeting. Surzex, ahem, I hate to break this moment up, but we still have to have this meeting to discuss everything, ISSEI. So if you're ready, we can start heading back inside to the room we have set up for it. ISSEI, no, of course, things kind of went off course from what I originally planned with the unexpected visit from office. But yeah, we should probably head back. But should we help Azazel? That's when Michael assured ISSEI, I'll handle it, ISSEI. Don't worry, he'll be there for the meeting, ISSEI, if you say so. Again, I'm very sorry, Michael. I know he's still your brother even if he's a fallen angel, and I do care for him as a second father. But sometimes he can say something that just pisses me off. But if you've got this, I just need somebody to show me where this room is. Michael, I understand, and believe me, he knows you care for him deeply, and he'll most likely understand that what he said crossed a line. But I'm sure Seraphol would be happy to show you where the meeting will be taking place. Seraphol, thinking this was some more time she could get alone with ISSEI, and at the same time be the person that shows the surprise to him, did not hesitate to jump on the chance as she grabbed him by his good arm and began pulling him as she spoke. Come on, ISSEI-kun. I'll show you to the room we're having the meeting in, and at the same time, we can start planning a day for a date. That's when she started pulling ISSEI away before you could say anything else. She was so excited after hearing she was going to have her date with him. ISSEI, realizing she's just being Sarah-chan, decided to go along with her and they spoke to each other on their way back inside the mansion. Odin walked up to Michael and Surzex and asked a question. Well, it seems like she definitely hooked him. Did you know she was going to do that, Surzex? Surzex, I would like to say no, but I knew she's been having feelings for him since he returned. It's something she's talked to me about over the last few days. She was going to wait for the right time to express her feelings, but I think seeing all the other girls around him, especially how Lafayette him the way she did, made her feel like she's losing somehow and decided to not wait. Michael, yeah, but I will say the show she put on definitely ensnared that young man into her trap. But I do dread it when my sister Gabriel eventually meets him. I have a feeling his natural caring and loving nature, along with his will that will never be broken, and tenacity to never give up, are easily going to win her over. I dread that day, not that I feel like he's not good enough for her, but she does somewhat have a spoiled side, though she doesn't notice it considering our father always doted on her. But that's hopefully something I can deal with later. Odin, that does seem like a predicament for you to deal with. But I think we should deal with the whining and groaning governor before us so we can get him back on his feet. Then we can go have this meeting and see the surprise all of you have for the Dragon Boy. Xerxes agreed. Michael, yes, I agree as well. Hopefully, my foolish brother won't be making the same mistake with that young man again. But let's get him healed up so we can go have our meeting and, at the same time, see what kind of surprise you have waiting for ISSEI. Scene change, outside the main living room doors of the Leviathan mansion. ISSEI, Seraphal, why are you pulling me so hard? We'll get there when we get there. And you do realize I'm still a little sore from my fight, even if this isn't the arm that's completely destroyed. Seraphal, oh, I'm just excited to see how you're going to react to the big surprise we have for you. Also, it looks like the last of the group has finally caught up. Well, ISSEI, are you ready for the surprise we have for you? Hee, ISSEI, I feel like I've had enough surprises for one day, but it seems like I'm not getting a choice in this. So, as long as I don't have to fight another dragon god, I think I can handle it. Haha, Seraphal, oh, it's nothing like that, but I'm pretty sure you're going to be more than a little surprised, and I don't know if you're ready for it. But I believe you need this, and I promise you're not fighting anyone. I can assure you of that. ISSEI, okay? If you say so. After they finished their conversation, Xerxes, Odin, Michael, and a very noticeable limping and visibly in pain Azazel were all standing by each other. That's when Seraphal began to push on both sides of the door, opening it up to the main living room as the light from the room began to spread into the hallway. And the surprise that they had for ISSEI was something he would have never expected to see. As he walked into the room, he saw two people he knew all too well standing up from the couch. He spoke in a very soft and shaky tone, almost in disbelief that what he's seeing in front of him is real. ISSEI, Mom, Dad. Mickey put her hands over her mouth as tears began to flow from her eyes. While his father Goro looked at him in disbelief, seeing how much his son had changed. But he knew that was his boy, and tears even began to come from his eyes as well. They soon both ran up to him and get him tightly. Mickey, Sabo, my baby boy, you are alive. I thought they were playing a cruel joke on us when they said you were still alive. We were waiting here to see you, but here you are, my baby's alive and back in his mother's arms. Sob, Goro, we thought we had lost you forever, and we thought we would never see you again. But here you are, you have changed so much. But no matter how much you change, we know our son when we see him. We're just glad to see you, my boy, alive and well, back in the arms of your loving parents who missed you very much. Sniff. It was then ISSEI broke down. No longer stood the man who just fought one of the strongest beings in the world and won. Instead, now stood a boy who was embracing his parents, as if he had just woken up from a nightmare. He sobbed, Mommy, Daddy, I thought I would never see you again. I thought you would never want to see me again. I thought you were ashamed of me because of how much of a pervert I was and how I used to always embarrass you. I thought you'd be happy I was gone. As ISSEI was overwhelmed by what was happening, the rest of the leaders walked into the room, including Azazel, who was rubbing his still hurting crotch. Milikas and Graphia stood up from the couch and headed towards their father and husband, seeing each other as they watched the touching scene unfold in front of them. They watched a family reunite with one another after so long. Marjorie and Kirara were touched to see their lord and student reunite with his parents as well. Even Sona and her peerage were having a hard time holding back tears, considering ISSEI is such a close friend and member of their own family at this point that they couldn't help it. Even Sona was caught wiping away a tear from underneath her glasses by her sister. Mickey held him even tighter after hearing her boy say that. She backed off a little bit and spoke. I have never wanted that. I was never ashamed of you. Yeah, you might have embarrassed us at times, but we wouldn't stop loving you for that. We always saw you as our son who had a big heart, and was so very kind. Your father and I have always loved you for everything you are. We were devastated and heartbroken when they told us what happened to you. I fainted, and your father immediately kicked out all the girls. I cried for days, and your father had to console me non-stop. ISSEI. But I always thought you were ashamed of me because every time we went to see your side of the family, once Grandpa Jiro and Grandma Im passed away, your family always told me how I was the stain and failure of the family, and the best thing I could do for you guys was disappear. Goro, no, son, we never felt like that. We discovered how much your mom's family truly hated and disdained you. Partly, that is my own fault, son. Your mom's family never approved of me marrying their daughter, but luckily your mom didn't care and still loved me just as much as I loved her. We got together, but ever since then, they've hated anything that came out of our marriage, including you. I'm sorry you had to feel like that. Before we were told you were still alive, we had a ceremonial funeral for you, even though we never found your body at the time. When your mother's family came around, they brought divorce papers hoping that she would do the right thing now and divorce me, knowing that the abomination holding her to me was gone. That day, we truly understood the depths of their hatred they had for me, and unfortunately for you, my boy, I never wanted you to feel like that. I love you, son. Your mother and I both do, despite what anyone told you from her side of the family. You were our gift from the heavens. We thought we could never have kids, but when we found out Mickey got pregnant again and made it past months all the way to delivery with a healthy baby boy, we realized you were the miracle child we've always wanted. We've loved you ever since, and nothing you could have done would have ever changed that. Mickey, your father is right, baby. I was so happy to know I was able to have a child, especially after so many miscarriages. I was ready to give up, just like your father. But you became our little miracle. After giving birth to you, the doctors told me I could never have kids again due to complications during labor. But I was okay with that because I finally got my little gift from the heavens. I knew my parents would never have accepted you, no matter how happy I was from having you. My parents and family would never change their minds on that. But at the time, I didn't care because we had your father's parents who celebrated your birth with us and always cherished every moment they had with you, my baby boy. Goro, your mom is right, my boy. You are truly our little miracle, not only to us but to my own parents as well. We remember the deep bond you had with both your grandparents. When Grandpa Jiro passed away, you were heartbroken. It was even worse when Grandma Im passed away when you were, because you were so devastated. You loved both my mother and father, and they loved you so much. They cherished every moment we visited them with you. They always appreciated how you brightened their day. They would tell us repeatedly that you were the gift they always loved to receive during our visits to see them. They always knew you would do great things and expressed it to us all the time. ISSEI was crying like a child now in his parents' arms, only getting out a few words between sobs at a time. The proud and strong man that once stood before everyone not too long ago on a broadcast was now just a sniveling child in his parents' arms. Mom, Dad, I'm so sorry, sob. Mickey, it's okay, my baby. You can tell us about it later. But understand I love you and I'm just glad to have you back in my arms, my baby boy. Goro, yes, whatever has happened, we can get past it. I'm just glad to have my son back and to look forward to better times ahead with my family whole again. All three of them get each other tightly. But that's when Mickey and Goro noticed they only felt one of ISSEI's arms around them. Immediately, Mickey looked over to her son's right arm and let out a panic scream, noticing their son's arm. This drew the attention of Goro, who also looked and screamed in horror at what happened to his son's arm. So many questions ran through both of their heads. Most importantly, they wanted to know if their boy was going to be okay. They both reached out to him with both of their arms to hold his hand. Unknown to them, they started a chain of events that would make this situation even more confusing and lead to even more questions. When both of their hands touched their son's, a green symbol on each one of their hands started to glow. The ones on Mickey and Goro became really bright, and eventually became blinding. Then a powerful unknown force pushed them to the floor, causing everyone to run up to them with concern for their well-being. They immediately looked up and heard their son screaming in pain as they tried to run up to see what was wrong, but were immediately stopped by Michael, who grabbed Goro, and by Grafia, who grabbed Mickey, holding them back from getting caught up in whatever was happening. ISSEI began screaming in pain and agony, and that's when Kirara tried to help her student. Similarly, Seraphol also tried to help the man she has been developing deep feelings for. But as soon as they got close to ISSEI, they were both immediately thrown against the wall with force, cracking it upon impact. Kirara's mother, Magari, ran up to her daughter to see if she's alright, while Sona and Surzex went to check on Seraphol. Everyone was amazed at the force that was strong enough to push back even Seraphol. They could feel a barrier forming around the fires consuming ISSEI, causing anyone who came near to either be seriously hurt, blown away, or both. There was nothing the leaders could do at the moment. They could only watch in horror and hear the screams of ISSEI and the panicking cries of Mickey and Gora. "Mickey, let go of me, my baby needs me. He's in pain. I know you can hear his cries as well. He needs his mommy. Please, as a mother, you must understand. Let me go. Please." Goro was in the same position but trying to elbow and fight to break free from the Archangel Michael's grip. "Let go of me, bastard, my son needs help. Let go, don't stop me. I need to help my boy. Let me go." Grafia was having a hard time fighting back her own emotions as she held Mickey back, a fellow mother who only wanted to go to her son in his time of need. "I'm sorry, but if I let you go anywhere near him right now, you could be killed. I can't let that happen. I'm so sorry, Mickey." Michael understood Goro just wanted to go to his son as well and help him, but knew the same thing Grafia knew after seeing what happened to both Seraphol and Kirara being thrown so violently backwards while trying to approach him. "I'm sorry, Mr. Haidu, but I can't for your own safety." "I'm so sorry, Drake. Mentally, brother, what's happening? Brother, please say something." Soon, the green emerald flames that started from the middle of his chest began to engulf him and spread throughout his body. Everyone who saw how quickly the flames consumed most of Issei's body before he was almost completely consumed reached out with his right arm. What little remained of his face, still showing, was not yet consumed by the flames. A small portion of his face with one of his eyes still not completely consumed. The flames were closing in as everyone could see a single tear escape his eye until his face was completely consumed by the flames. Eventually, the last part of his body, which was his mutilated right arm that reached out to his mom and dad, was also being consumed by the flames until it reached his hand and completely devoured what was left of his body. All that was left was a raging fire in the place where Issei was standing. That's when the heartbreaking screams of Mickey and Goro could be heard. Mickey/Goro, with tears in their eyes, both screamed and cried out at the top of their lungs, ISSEI. Soon, both Grafia and Michael let go of Mickey and Goro. Mickey fell to her knees, seeing the green fire that consumed her son. She watched the fires roar in front of her, as more tears began to build up in her eyes and flow from them. She kept crying. Goro was in no better position, but he was still trying to comfort his wife. They were both on their knees, crying, looking at the fire that once was their son. "Mickey, Issei, no. I just got my baby back, and he's taken from me. What cruel god did I offend? What did I do to deserve this?" Sob, as she yelled out in agony and sorrow, "Take me, damn it. You can have me, but give my boy back." Sobbing madly, Goro looked at the very powerful beings in the room that surrounded him. He stood up and began yelling at them, "What about any of you? All of you were supposed to be strong and powerful individuals, yet only 2 of you even tried to save my son. You told us how much all of you care about him, but apparently they were meaningless words from you all because none of you tried to save him. You just stood there and watched, preventing me and my wife from helping our son. Instead, you held us back and made us watch our son be burnt to death in front of our eyes. Is this your sick version of humor? Giving us hope and taking it away from us." After he finished, he then got back on his knees to comfort his wife as he began sobbing madly as well alongside him. After hearing what Goro said, all the leaders looked down in shame. Grafia was comforting her son Militus, who was watching his hero burn in front of him. Sona's peerage was crying, including Saji, who was letting tears escape his eyes while trying to be strong for everyone. Sona went to her own sister and comforted her because they both needed it, especially Seraphol, who was crying, knowing now she wasn't even able to see where her feelings were going to lead and how far they would develop with the man she was falling for. That's when a weak and out-of-breath voice spoke up. "Kirara, breathing heavily, he's not dead. My student is many things, but I've never known him to give up without a fight so easily, nor would he die so relatively easily in front of the people he loves. So he's alive. I can sense his life force building within the flames. He's alive, and when he comes out of there, he will have the chains holding back the last of his power broken, and he will be even stronger. He will be able to finally reach his full potential. I can guarantee you that. Mickey lifted her hands from her face as she looked and could only say one thing. What? Sniff. Guro was ready to yell at her, tired of the supernatural beings giving his family false hope and it only being crushed in front of their eyes. Having just watched their son being burned to death. Before he could say anything, they felt the room getting hotter as everyone looked at the flames starting to recede from other parts of ISSEI's body. Soon, the flames receded enough to see his full body as the flames retreated to his right arm, at the same time removing the curse as the flames traveled all down his arm and eventually focused on his hand, completely healing his arm and dispelling the curse. When it reached his hand, a magical symbol came up on the back of his hand and shined brightly in the room. When it reached his hand, a magical symbol came up on the back of his hand and shined brightly in the room. The fire that was now focused on his right hand shot out in a pillar of green fire. A majestic, serpentine-like dragon started to appear from the fire, and the massive dragon filled the room with its body, encircling everyone in the room as it caused damage to the walls and the ceiling due to its size. As it looked down at everyone in the room, causing amazement and fear at the dragon before them. But that's when the dragon saw Mickey and Goro run up to their son to check if he was alive. To their joy, he was. They got him up on his knees, held him tight, and soon the ethereal emerald fire dragon turned back into fire and shot down towards them right in front of the three. Soon, it turned into a giant ball of fire and faded away, taking on a new shape of a very beautiful and voluptuous woman with green hair wearing a green dress, who was now kneeling in front of them. Soon, it turned into a giant ball of fire and faded away, taking on a new shape of a very beautiful and voluptuous woman with green hair wearing a green dress, who was now kneeling in front of them. Ruri, hello, Lord Guro and Lady Mickey. It has been some time since we last saw each other. It is such an honor to be once again in the presence of you all, especially you, my new young master. I am proud to say it is a great honor to meet the new head clan master who will be responsible for the rebirth of the Haida clan in this era. I have been looking forward to this day for such a long time. I'm here to serve you, my master, and look forward to the glory you will bring and the restoration of our great clan. Everyone, what? Just letting everyone know this chapter is extra long. The word count is. There'll be more chapters after this. Then, I'll be moving on to the Dragon of the Phoenix for a bit. Depending on how I feel or which story I'm ready to start up next, it could be the tournament, or the Emperor's Champion. It had been minutes since the excitement in the room had died down, and now everyone was seated on the couches. ISSEI's face bore a surprised expression after receiving a quick rundown of everything that had been happening to him and his family. He was trying to process it all until he finally found his voice and began to speak. ISSEI sighs, so, let me get this straight. You tried to hide what happened to me from my parents until you accepted that I was probably dead, and when that bitch of a sister of yours, Surzex, attempted to mess with my parents' memories, she got a nasty surprise courtesy of Ruri preventing her from messing with my parents' memories, with her residing in them at the time. So, after realizing you couldn't manipulate them anymore and had to tell them about everything that went down, including the girl's involvement. After realizing that she wouldn't give up easily, you had my parents move into the Lucifuge mansion for safety. You also filled them in on the whole supernatural world and my achievements up to that point. So, it turns out that my parents and I had some of our memories sealed away by Grandma Iam. She split our family crest into 3 pieces and divided them among us. Ruri even allowed parts of herself to be sealed with each piece of our crest. My parents got % each with Ruri sealed in them, while I ended up with just % of the crest and Ruri sealed in me. To add to the chaos, Grandpa Jiro put seals on me when I was a child to keep me hidden from the supernatural world, especially because he knew I possessed a sacred gear, the boosted gear. And guess what? Now I'm the head of a supposedly extinct clan. Did I miss anything? Ruri, that is correct, my young master. I was split up along with the family crest and each one of you. Lady Iam finally gave me her last order. Your parents also agreed with her wishes, so we performed the spell to seal me along with the parts of the family crest into the 3 of you. While all your memories were altered, and your original memories were sealed away upon finishing the spell. None of you would know anything of the supernatural world until your memories are restored when the crests, along with me, are reunited. This would only happen if you managed to awaken your family's power within you. When that power was awakened and your parents touched you after all this time, it activated the spell, transferring the portion that was within them of the family crest and of me from each portion from your parents all the way to you, completing the family seal. If you look at the back of your right hand, you will be able to see it, my master. If you look at the back of your right hand, you will be able to see it, my master. ISSEI glanced at his right hand and was greeted by a majestic symbol. It felt strangely familiar, as if he had known it his whole life. He was momentarily overwhelmed by the sight of cherry blossom branches encircling the seal, with a sheathed katana in the center. Examining it further, he felt a pulsating sensation from within. His head throbbed briefly before the feeling subsided, and he turned to his mother, father, and Ruri, eager to inquire further. ISSEI, all right, I understand that Mom and Dad obviously knew more about the supernatural than I could have ever expected. At least I know that Mom's family just doesn't like me for whatever reason, so screw them. But it seems like you both have gotten your memories back, Mom and Dad, while mine are still foggy. I'm getting some images coming through, but it's all still jumbled in my head. I would also like to know why your family hated me so much. What did I do? What did Dad do for them to disdain and just hate us so much? Mickey and Guro sat on each side of the couch that ISSEI was on. His mom graped his left hand while his dad was patting him on the back, comforting him and trying to help him understand what's happening, and assuring him that they would get through this as a family. That's when his mom spoke up first. Mickey, oh my boy, there's a lot about your parents that you don't understand, and there's a lot that we can't really tell you. Not that we don't want to, but we just don't know. As for why my family hated you, well, let's just say your grandmother and I had a lot in common. Have you ever wanted to know why your affinity to fire is so strong? ISSEI just looked at his mother in a confused manner, and she continued speaking. My boy, your grandmother and my family had a long-term rivalry, and it ended when my family massacred hers a long time ago. They did that because they refused to marry into my family and allow them to gain their fire abilities, as they were doing with many other families that had high potential for fire. They wanted to be the only family that had every fire ability in Japan, so they would have the strongest lineage. Most families agreed, but your grandmother's family decided to never accept my family's terms. So, they figured if they couldn't have that power, they wouldn't be allowed to have it either. So, they murdered your grandmother's clan in retaliation. Guro continued with an emotional tone, wanting his son to understand the depth of their family history. Yes, my boy, there was more to the story. Your grandmother Ayam went through so much before she met your grandfather Jiro. She was the sole survivor of a tragic incident that wiped out her entire clan. It was like fate brought her to Jiro's path when he found her wounded in the forest. Jiro's kindness and care nursed her back to health, and they eventually fell in love. And that love resulted in me, your old man. They were inseparable ever since, a true love story that stood the test of time. When Jiro passed away, you were there for your grandmother, keeping her company and giving her strength. She always held you dear for that. Remember, son, our family's history is filled with love, strength, and resilience. Mickey continued where her husband left off. To say that your grandmother was surprised when she realized which family I came from was an understatement when your father introduced me to his parents. She was much more accepting and realized I had nothing to do with the slaughter of her family. Though my family did not see it the same way and found it disgusting that they missed one, by that point times had changed, and they couldn't just go on a murdering spree like they did before. But that didn't stop them from sending assassins. They quickly realized that your father was not to be messed with when they tried to kill her and him. It turns out your father inherited the hiatus family water affinity, which was a pretty good match against my family's arrogant decision to only focus on fire. They kept trying, but eventually they realized they weren't going to win that fight. They definitely stopped when they got a visit from Sun Wukong himself urging them to stop or face his wrath. After that, my family tried to dissuade me from marrying your father, and as you know, that didn't work out. One thing led to another, and you were born from our union, my baby boy. I know this is a lot to take in, but you should know your mother is quite adept in fire magic, and I couldn't have been happier to know that you inherited not only my abilities but also your grandmother's. To be honest, your father was a little hurt that you didn't inherit either water or lightning, which are very well-known affinities in the Haida bloodline. He was a little upset but loved you nonetheless. Guro, hey, before you say anything, yeah, Sun Wukong and Yulong were aware of who you were. They've always had our backs. In fact, that's where Ruri brought my grandpa Haru and grandma Yui when my dad, Jiro, was just a little one for safety. It was like a sanctuary, especially after all the chaos that happened to our family in the beginning. Out of all the yokai, he was the only one who knew that some of the Hayadu members had survived. My folks just told me it was a favor he was doing for an old friend without going into detail. They wanted to keep it secret to avoid any unwanted attention on us Hayadus. And as for your question, he probably never mentioned it to you for your own good. There was no need to tell you, even if he did know. I bet he sensed the change in you when you finally woke up, Ruri. He just kept quiet, knowing it wasn't his place to say, and he was just there to keep us safe and well taken care of. That's when Mickey and Guro both stood up as they said they had one more surprise for their son. As they did this, they called Grafia over as Mickey spoke. Mickey, son, I would also like you to know that while we were mourning you, Surzex and Grafia finally told us the truth about what happened to you. They also informed us that we should be in protective custody. Grafia offered for us to stay at her old family's estate in the Lucifuge mansion. We agreed and moved in. She also was going to cut off any relationship with her in-laws, and we agreed to help watch her son Milicus while she was doing her duties. We became closer, and when she finally told us the heartbreaking story of how she lost everyone in her family in the Devil's Civil War, and how close we became to Milicus, we offered to adopt him. She always told us how she saw you as a little brother, and told us all the wonderful things about the person you were. Guro, when she told us all that, we understood she felt our pain. She truly could understand our mourning. We want you to understand because we weren't in any way trying to replace you. We were just a bunch of broken individuals mourning the loss of somebody whom we cared about deeply. It's that mutual feeling of love for you and how we both understood each other's pain, and how she tried so hard to help us feel at home in her old family's mansion. Not to mention, little Milicus was such a big help in helping us cope with the loss of our son at the time. So, what I'm trying to tell you, son, well, I'll let her say it. ISSEI, at this point, was completely speechless. His eyes went wide as he listened to everything they said. But then he recomposed himself and looked over at Grafia. He then stood up, waiting for her to speak. That's when she finally decided to say what she's been wanting to tell him. Grafia, well, little brother, I've been meaning to tell you this, but I just couldn't figure out a good time. It's that thing I wanted to tell you when we first met in the Leviathan mansion, but I just never found the time or the right moment. She took a deep breath in and exhaled as she continued, I am now Grafia Lucifuge Hayadu. When she said that, she was nervous and was hoping ISSEI would really accept her as his big sister now. The room was heavy with silence. Everyone was surprised at this revelation, none more than Surzex. He didn't even know this, nor did he know that she removed his family's name from her own as well. But he understood why she did this. The relationship was strained up until ISSEI returned. It's only recently that things are beginning to be better, and they're working on fixing things between each other after he decided to start distancing himself and his own family. When ISSEI get her, taking her by surprise as he embraced her in a loving way, acknowledging her as his big sister, he spoke, Welcome to the family, big sister. There's a lot we have to talk about, and I'm honestly still shocked at learning things about my own family. But for what you did for my mom and dad, I can't thank you enough. Grafia heard what he said and immediately embraced him back, closed her eyes, and had a smile on her usually stoic face. After a few seconds, they broke off and stepped back from each other as he continued to ask a question. So I guess this kind of explains why you agreed to my idea to change Milicus's last name, but I see why you still wanted to ask your husband about that decision at least. Actually, it shows me that you're still wanting to fix things and you still love him. So I do hope things get better between you two because I still see him as a big brother figure. It would be even better to have us as brothers-in-law. But how does all this affect Milicus? Grafia, trying not to break her composure, found it even harder to hold back happy tears as they slowly ran down her cheeks. However, she did quickly wipe them away, but still had a soft smile on her face. Well, right now, we have decided to give him the middle name Hayadu, so his full name is Milicus Hayadu Lucifuge. ISSEI, I see. He looked over to his brother-in-law as he spoke. Surzex, I understand that you always wanted me to be family to you. I know this isn't the exact way that you were expecting it to happen, and neither was I. But things have happened, and I still see you as a brother. So, it looks like we're both going to get our wish. I am sorry for the distance that is growing between you and your family. Surzex puts his hand up, cutting Issei off as he speaks. It is not your fault. Everything I did was my own fault and my family's. We spoiled her to the point of being beyond rotten. Honestly, lately she seems like she's losing her mind and becoming more and more crazy. My mother can't even stand her own daughter, and my father is just ashamed of her. I am just tired of dealing with her. As for what's going on with my wife, I can understand the steps she's made. I do not mind it because I respected her decisions, and to be fair, it's not like my parents, or I respected her opinion when she was trying to warn us for our own benefit. If my parents and I had listened to Greyfie's warnings when she was telling us that if we kept spoiling her, it would cause negative effects in the future, this might have never happened, so I don't blame you. Honestly, it's an honor to have my son have somebody I can see has grown up so much, and I have a lot of respect for. My respect for you has only increased even more since you've returned. Guess he's going to be your nephew. He looks at his son, Milicus, as he speaks. Well, son, it looks like you have new grandparents, and a new uncle as well. I guess you can at least tell other kids that your uncle is the hero of the underworld and is now the new leader of the Yokai. He then walks over to Issei, puts his hand in for a handshake. Issei sees this and immediately just embraces him as a brother as he speaks. Issei, we don't shake hands in this family. We each other, brother. He looked at his new nephew as he knelt down, and had open arms after breaking the off with his brother as he spoke to him. Well, little Milicus, it looks like I'm your uncle now. Don't you think you should give your uncle a? Milicus heard what Issei said and ran up to him. As Issei picked him up, Milicus get his new uncle and excitedly spoke in a tone that only a child could have, seeing somebody he sees as a hero and now his new uncle. Milicus, Issei, you're amazing. Especially after that green flaming dragon that came out of you was so cool when it emerged. But don't worry, I've been taking care of things while you have been gone. I know Grandma and Grandpa are happy to have you back. They were really sad when you were gone, but I managed to keep them happy and smiling. Now that you're here, they'll be even happier. I'm so proud to have you as my hero and my uncle, and to see my mom and dad working things out again, he said with a big smile on his face. Issei, well, I'm very happy that you were able to keep my parents from being sad. But little man, it looks like we're family now. So, I do have a suggestion. I have a little daughter who's just around your age. You're going to be staying with me in my castle in Kyoto for a little bit along with your mother, who will be there every now and then. I've always wanted a playmate for her. I wanted to know if you would be willing to be that playmate, and also keep her safe whenever you're around her. Issei then started putting Milicus back on the ground as he began to speak even more excitedly and filled with energy. Milicus began to make fist and kicking motions in the air, eliciting smiles and giggles from everyone around. You can count on me, uncle. I'll protect her, he declared with enthusiasm. I've always wanted to play with kids my age. I'll make sure she's safe, and I promise I won't let anything happen to her. Issei, good, I'm happy to hear that. As he was about to speak further, a deathly chill descended upon him. Slowly, he shifted his gaze to find his mother with a malevolent yet eerie smile. Her eyes shut as she loomed over him. Hey Mom, why the sinister grin? Mickey, oh, I didn't know why I was crying my heart out for the last months at the loss of my son. That you felt it was appropriate to get a girl pregnant and have a child. How long until you were going to tell me that I had another grandchild, especially it being a granddaughter? You have a lot of explaining to do, and I hope to God you're going to marry this girl. I'm not going to have my son get a woman pregnant and not make an honest woman out of her. I also want to meet my future daughter-in-law. Do you understand me? Because Issei, whether you're a nine-tailed dragon fox or not, you're still my son and I'm going to get all the information I need out of you. She began pulling on his ears. He could tell his mother was angry. Issei, ow. 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 No, wait Mom, please stop. I'll tell you everything, I promise. Just stop pulling on my ear. Issei looked over at his mother and saw only the face of death personified on her face. Then he looked over at his dad, who turned his head and whistled. Guro, you're on your own, son. You should have seen this coming. Your mother's wrath is something I cannot save you from. No amount of magic or any spirit in this world can save you from your mother's wrath. Unfortunately, boy, you've had this coming. She's past the grieving point, and now she's realizing all the pain you put her through, so now she's enraged and pissed. Just endure it, my boy. Issei looked at his dad, realizing he wasn't going to get any kind of help from him. His situation became even worse when his own teacher, Kirara, decided to sell him out and make the situation even worse. Kirara, Lady Mickey, don't forget, he also did something very reckless that caused his arm to be in the condition you saw earlier, and if Lady Ruri had not healed it, it would most likely have become worse. It might have even killed him. He's been very reckless, and I believe having a mother's tough love on him would help straighten him out. ISSEI looked at his teacher and realized she was also selling him out. He looked over and saw her with an evil smile. He looked up at his mother and found out she can become even worse. That was when the room was filled with his screams of pain as she began punishing him for all the months of heartache he caused her. Kirara was laughing her ass off until her mother, Magari, grabbed and pulled on her own cat ears as she spoke. Magari, oh my dear daughter, it seems like you enjoy causing our lord pain. Though you may be his teacher, you still must show him respect as he is our new lord. I do believe he deserves to be punished by his mother for all the heartache he most likely caused her. But it does seem like I need to punish you for embarrassing your mother in front of her new lord. Kirara, ow! 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 Ow, mother, wait, please, no! The screams of pain from Kirara and ISSEI filled the room for the next few minutes. When it stopped, ISSEI and Kirara were seen rubbing their ears and their asses after getting their asses whipped by their parents. Everyone was watching and laughing as the strongest being in the room, who had just taken on the infinite dragon god, was manhandled by their own mother. Azazel was extra happy to see that his student was receiving some good punishment, especially after the nice kick he delivered to his balls. The room calmed down when everyone noticed Ruri getting her new master's attention. ISSEI, his voice filled with pain from the beating he received from his mother, noticed Ruri looking at him, so he mustered the strength to ask her what she needed. Sorry, Ruri, he said. I feel like everything is spiraling out of control. Nothing seems to be going according to my plans, and everything seems to have taken an unexpected turn. It's overwhelming, but what's up, Ruri? I know you were wondering why some of your memories haven't returned unlike your parents, and there's a reason behind that. It has to do with some of the seals I undid that Lord Jiro put on you. I cannot break all of them. They can only be undone when certain requirements have been met and actions have been performed. But before I tell you any of that, I should at least tell you a little bit about the last master of the clan, Iroh Hayato, your great-great-grandfather. However, I believe most everyone here will know him by his more notorious name, the Lord of Lightning. Odin, Michael, Azazel, Serzex, and Seraph's eyes went wide when they heard the name Iroh. ISSEI saw this and was curious about the reason why. It was like they had seen a ghost upon hearing the name of his great-great-grandfather. ISSEI, hey, you guys alright? Ruri, they are most likely shocked because they have heard the name Iroh before, mainly because each one of them, or at least particular members of their factions, has come across Iroh Hayato. It's more in his younger years when he decided to travel the world before he became the clan master, but they might know him by his more notorious name he had, Iroh the Lord of Lightning. Young master, you should be very proud. The Hayato clan always had strong members, many of whom have accomplished great things and have their own stories and legends. None are as well known as Iroh the Lord of Lightning. If not for what happened to you that resulted in your eye and hair color changing, you would be a spitting image of him, my young master. Upon hearing that, all the leaders looked at him, and their faces became even paler than they thought was possible when they realized ISSEI does look like a spitting image of the Lord of Lightning. ISSEI, well, judging by the looks of everyone here who seemed to know something about my great-great-grandfather, and most likely came across him at one point in their long lives, it sounds like my family lineage is filled with badasses. Azazel, kiddo, you have no idea. I never experienced his wrath firsthand, but I remember Barakil telling me that when he was on a mission, a lone samurai challenged him, wanting to see if the cadre, a fallen angel known for his mastery of lightning, was truly as skilled as the rumors said. After the samurai challenged Barakil to determine whose skill and lightning were superior, let's say that when I came looking for him, Barakil looked completely and utterly defeated. He had cuts and heavy burns all over him, some of his wings were heavily damaged, and even 2 of his wings were cut off. It took months for him to recover, and years for those wings to regrow. Michael, I can attest to the truth of his words, ISSEI. My sister Gabriel delved into the investigation of brutal attacks on orphanages carried out by renegade devils. With each report, it seemed that we were always too late to save the innocent children from destruction and death. However, determined to change this grim pattern, my sister Gabriel rushed to the scene of the latest assault. There, amidst the carnage, she discovered the lifeless remains of countless devils. Venturing further, she stumbled upon a surprising sight: children innocently frolicking outside with a mysterious figure clad in samurai armor, brandishing a katana, playing with the children. She inquired of the orphanage headmaster about the events that transpired there, and she recounted the harrowing tale when the devil forces, ready to kill her and the children, came upon them. But that's when all of a sudden, a mysterious figure appeared behind the horde of overdevils, assuming some sort of stance, from which bolts of lightning burst forth, seemingly born from his very being. With swift and decisive action, he cut down each and every devil before seamlessly returning to his original position, as though he had never left. Intrigued by this display of unparalleled power, that's when the mysterious figure began to approach Gabriel, only to be surprised to see it was Lady Gabriel, one of the strongest seraphs, renowned for being the angel who was the strongest with lightning magic among all of the angels. The mysterious warrior unsheathed his sword, preparing himself, ready to test his power in a fight with her. Luckily, she calmed him down and clarified that she harbored no desire to fight the warrior who had recently rescued defenseless children. Gabriel, inherently averse to violence, eventually helped him understand her peaceful intentions. Subsequently, he divulged the events that transpired. Merely passing through the area, he came upon the destruction of an orphanage and the dead bodies of children. After seeing that he was determined to track down the culprits, he soon discovered it was a group of devils who were responsible for this. He was then consumed by fury. Gabriel looked into his heart and saw a fire fueled by righteousness, a kind and compassionate heart with a pure and heroic soul determined to prevail no matter the odds against him. Touched by his unwavering commitment to safeguarding the innocent, especially in a foreign land, she expressed her gratitude. He assured her that he had attended to any survivors present, and vowed to provide assistance to any others he encountered. After that, he pressed on with his journey, while she couldn't shake off her curiosity about the fate of the valiant warrior who had rescued the innocent children and thwarted the suffering of others. Sirzex, yeah, ISSEI, what Michael was saying is all true. We have the reports to back it up, with many devils being slaughtered in the same way. We understand that after the Devil Civil War, many of those who were on the opposing side of the Pneuma faction decided to try to cause the start of the Second Great War by attacking places controlled by the angels and fallen angels. Luckily, though our truce was still fresh and on shaky ground, both Michael and Azazel realized what was going on and helped us eradicate a lot of them. But on many occasions on both sides, they came across a horde and encampment of devils that were dismembered and slaughtered, showing no mercy and no care. Seraphal, yeah, ISSEI-kun. I remember one of those missions when I was personally asked to lead some troops to help take out one of the biggest hordes of rogue devils. It was made up of many different separate groups that came together. When we discovered this, we realized we had to take care of it because they could have actually done a lot of damage and even caused the Great War to reignite, depending on who they would have attacked. When we were sneaking up on the encampment, we could see lightning coming from their camp. Thinking that somebody else was attacking, we decided to move in. But when we got there, they were already slaughtered in the same manner as we found many other camps before. However, this time the culprit who had committed the slaughter of these traitors was still there and was in the mood to continue the slaughter. Upon viewing the forces I brought along with me as part of the rogue devils, in an instant all the forces I had brought with me, which was over, were being slaughtered. All I can say is it looked like a lightning bolt was cutting through all of the devils. As soon as he was done cutting them down, he stopped in front of me, holding his katana to my neck. I remember that night all too well because I saw in his eyes nothing but fury and disdain for devils. His face was covered by a hood. I could see the lightning sparking from his eyes and even from his own blade. I don't know why he hesitated or even gave me the time of day to listen, but he let me explain myself. After I finished explaining why I was here and why all my forces were with me, he did not stop his hostile manner towards me. However, he said something that stayed with me. He told me, "You devils seem to only know how to destroy and cause suffering and pain to humans all because you fell from the grace of your God. Listen to me, devil, I will slaughter you and your kind if I find more without hesitation. I've come across many villages burned and pillaged, the bodies of children, women, and men violated and destroyed because of your kind. So I will show no mercy to them as they have shown no mercy to humans. Understand, I'm not sparing you from the kindness of my heart. From what I've seen, devils do not have a heart, so I shall not spare them kindness from mine to fill the void in their chest. Heed my words and spread them through your kind. I will slaughter all in my path, none shall be shown mercy. You will all learn to respect and fear my name, Iroh, the Lord of Lightning. After that, as if lightning struck right in front of me and a blinding light overcame me, as soon as it disappeared, he was gone. Xerxes, I can personally say that he kept his promise. He did not just slaughter rogue devils, he slaughtered every devil he came across, even killing 2 family members of a pillar household. This caused him to be wanted by the Devil Council, which led them to send out a kill team of high-class devils. Every time they were killed without hesitation. Once they sent out a whole squad of ultimate class. Luckily or unlucky for them, he either left them alive as an example for us to keep sending them to be slaughtered or as a message that even our very best are no match for him. The kill team is alive, but to be honest, they would have been better off dead. When we found that team, many were in critical condition. The squad of ultimate class devils were crippled and are still in that very state to this day. I have to believe they are the only devils that have ever truly been made to fear a human. The area where the fight must have taken place, we noticed scorched marks on the ground that spelled out, I am the Lord of Lightning. Continue to send your dogs at me, devils, and I will put them down. Your very best and brightest I will slaughter with my blade and feed to my Reiko. On that day, we finally realized that sending any more pursuit teams after him would just be suicidal. After forcing the Devil Council to stop this foolishness, they agreed, though not without hesitation. Just to say, the households those 2 members lost continued to pursue, but even they stopped after they suffered the same results, and lost another family member in the process. And he didn't stop there. Apparently, a descendant of Lucifer was angered that a mere human was allowed to slaughter pure-blood devils and not face any consequences for that affront. The devil's name was Razvan. ISSEI, what happened to him? Xerxes, ISSEI, his body arrived back to us in pieces. What's even more distressing is that it appeared as though he had been savagely attacked by a wild animal, resembling the work of a tiger. Additionally, it was evident that he endured immense suffering, likely as a result of his own arrogance. His body bore scars and burns from lightning, completely ravaged, as if the Lord of Lightning had erased his very essence, leaving no remnants behind. Due to the extent of the damage, it remains a mystery as to how this was achieved. Despite the limited parts we were able to examine, Ajuka managed to deduce this horrifying truth. ISSEI, it would be an understatement to say that your grandfather, the Lord of Lightning, was a true force to be reckoned with. Ruri knew exactly what they were talking about and understood the kind of power Iroh wielded against that evil devil. Catching everyone's attention, she revealed that it wasn't just any attack he used, it was a unique power granted to him by the King of the Spirits, Ghidorah, the divine cosmic lightning dragon himself. To wield this power, one must not only master it but also use it responsibly, as the king doesn't hand out his power to just anyone. It takes immense strength and training to control it, let alone craft your own attack with it. Only a select few have managed to harness this cosmic lightning to its full potential, like Iroh did, making him not only the first one in the Hyade clan's history, but even more than that, he was the first human to ever do it as well. In actuality, only 4 individuals have ever truly mastered this power, Iroh being one of them, the spirit/demigod Raijin, the Hindu god Shiva, and the king of Olympus Zeus, though Zeus out of the 4 is the only one who was able to obtain the blessing of the king to be bestowed some of his power and learn to harness it, but he never truly mastered fully. But regardless of that, as a human like Iroh, not only to earn the respect of the Spirit King himself as well strengthen the ties between the clan and the spirits even more than they were already, but even more than that, he also got the respect of Raijin as well, who gave him his blessing. It's why your great-great-grandfather Iroh Hyade had truly earned the title of Lord of Lightning. His mastery of the element was unparalleled. He was truly a great man who led the clan and was a pure-hearted soul. I can say this, my young master, you share a lot of similarities with him, more than just your looks but your heart and your spirit. His spirit could be considered a lightning storm contained in a bottle just waiting to be unleashed and unstoppable once done so. Yours is like an unstoppable fire that cannot be put out. I know you would achieve great things in the name of the Hyade clan. ISSEI, damn, my great-great-grandfather was truly a legendary badass. Just thinking about how he was the only human to earn the respect of Raijin and the Spirit King, creating his own powerful attack with the power that the king bestowed upon him, and to top it off, only 3 others in the world have ever been given this incredible power, but he was the only human to harness it. He sounds incredible. I guess I could say I got my looks from my great-great-grandfather if I look like him. From what you said, our personalities are the same. I wish I could have met him. Odin, you can say that, Dragon Boy. Besides the looks, your personality is very similar to him. But on his own, he was truly a force to be reckoned with, and it was only inevitable that the Lord of Lightning would make his way into my part of the world. My son Thor used to go to Midgard for drinks. On one trip, he came across a lone samurai. Somehow, he was having drinks with this samurai, even joking about how far from home he was. Apparently, he said he was a warrior traveling, looking for warriors to challenge his strength against. My son is not one to pass up a fight, and seeing the strength that the samurai possessed, offered him a challenge. Of course, my son wasn't going to go all out with a human, knowing his strength. But from what my son told me, he started to get pushed back by the warrior, which made him stop holding back. I know my son is strong, but even he admitted they fought for 2 days straight. The area where they were fighting is said to have experienced lightning storms like no other before. They fought each other for 2 days straight, neither giving in nor giving up. Even my son had to admit he was enjoying himself. It was not often he met a human that could match him and keep up with him for this long, though I eventually had to step in because there had been too much damage done to the land around them. Oblivious to the fact, they had wiped out the small village where they started their fighting, leaving nothing but smoldering buildings and rubble. Luckily, most were able to survive, though a few civilians became casualties. I have to admit both warriors, my son and that samurai, were sporting wicked grins on their faces as they enjoyed every moment of combat. To my surprise, when I stepped in, they realized what they had done and came to an agreement to call it a draw. Even my prideful son Thor, who would never admit defeat, gained much respect for this human. I knew he had to have power beyond any normal human, and I remember them shaking hands. When my son asked for the samurai's name, he told us it was Iroh. A more notorious name known by now is the Lord of Lightning. After a bit more small talk, he went on his way, and I decided to look into this name of the Lord of Lightning. I found that he is very notorious among the devil's angels and fallen angels and across various pantheons, including the prideful Olympians. Ruri, oh, I remember that all too well. My master Iroh told me that story, and I was so impressed by him and amazed, though his father called him stupid and full of pride. However, he had respect for his son and deemed him more than worthy to take over the clan when it was his time to do so. I remember how he told me that when he made it to Greece, he heard many stories of the Olympian King Zeus and his strength, and his control over lightning. Iroh, upon hearing that, immediately wished to challenge the king of the Olympians to prove to himself that he could match even the gods with his strength and mastery of lightning. Of course, him knowing the supernatural world and knowing that gods exist, he knew exactly how to get into the Olympian realm. He climbed Agios Antonio's mountain for several days until he got to the summit. Then, using his knowledge on how to get through barriers, he cracked through the divine barrier separating their mountain from the rest of the human world, and began making his way into Olympus itself. Most of the gods were amazed and displeased to know that a mortal managed to ascend their mountain. More than that, he dared to disrupt their meeting they were having at the time. Your great-grandfather, my young master, even said that he was kind enough not to get the blood of their guards on their fancy pillars and walls, though it inevitably got on the floor. From what he said, it enraged a lot of the gods due to this mortal's sheer arrogance, to the point that they were willing to strike him down then and there. However, Zeus, not seeing any fear in this mortal's eyes and the pure brazen actions he had just committed, asked what he was doing on his mountain and why a human would want to challenge the king of the Olympians, especially a human from the east who belonged in the land of the Shinto gods. From what he told me, he declared to all the gods that he is Iroh Haidu, the Lord of Lightning, and he was there to challenge the king of Olympus to prove his mastery and power with lightning. It is said that all the gods laughed, and were just ready to swat the fly that entered their domain away. But to their surprise, Zeus stood up and gave your great-grandfather his chance to prove if he was truly worthy enough to leave his mountain alive. He did not win that fight, though he earned the respect of the Olympian King Zeus himself enough for him to train Iroh and help him master his abilities even further. Zeus even gave his blessing of lightning upon your great-great-grandfather, and told him he truly deserved the name Lord of Lightning. He even let your great-great-grandfather leave. He earned the respect of the Olympian king himself, Zeus. He traveled along many other paths and realms, and met with other gods, But your great-great-grandfather, my young master, was known throughout many pantheons and factions, and they all knew him by one unifying name, the Lord of Lightning. He was truly a pinnacle of humanity, and what they could accomplish. ISSEI, wow! He was truly a great warrior. Honestly, he sounds like the stuff of legends. The kind of warrior you hear stories about and people are always inspired by. Why is this the first time I'm hearing of this? What happened to my family, to my clan? Ruri was so happy to know that her new master was thrilled and wanted to know more about his family. She loved seeing how he reacted when he learned about his ancestors' accomplishments. However, she felt pain in her heart. She was about to explain what happened when she noticed her new master had a glowing yellow Japanese symbol on his right hand's palm. He answered his mate's call, and what she saw was an image of the young Yasaka, someone she had not seen in many years. But Yasaka looked so much like her mother, except for her chest, where she seemed to have been blessed with more than her own mother had. Ruri was about to say something, but she heard the conversation that was going on and decided to listen before interrupting. Yasaka, hello, how is my little red fox doing, and how is the meeting going? ISSEI, well, let's just say I haven't had a chance to catch my breath since the broadcast ended. We've been bombarded with one thing after another. The girls had to deal with some urgent matters, while Valle and his team were busy packing up their belongings. Also, he's bringing a pet with him to move into the castle. Oh, and by the way, I also had a showdown with Ophis, the dragon god, and emerged victorious. Right now, I find myself in a room with my parents and the other leaders, feeling anything but at ease. The smooth sailing I had hoped for after the broadcast was not meant to be. Yasaka looked dumbfounded at what she had just heard, completely speechless. After taking in all that information, she eventually recomposed herself. With a very menacing and no-nonsense smile, her eyes closed, she began to speak to her mate. Yasaka, oh dear, I can't believe you're trying to brush off the fact that you mentioned fighting one of the dragon gods. We definitely need to have a serious conversation about this when you return. On the bright side, it's great that you have my in-laws with you. I've been looking forward to meeting them, and I'm sure they'll be thrilled to meet their new granddaughter, Kanu. But as much as I'd like to meet them myself, that is not the reason for this call. The actual reason is that the Shinto gods want to meet with you now, along with the other leaders. And just so you know, Lady Amirasu specifically asked for Surzex to be present because they're interested in discussing the possibility of joining the alliance. Additionally, they want to hear about your discoveries regarding the terrorist organization and whether it poses a threat to the Shinto pantheon. They also want him there to inform him about the consequences of his sister's actions. Having your parents by your side would greatly ease the situation, as the Shinto gods are eager to meet you and your parents. Ruri began shaking violently at the mere mention of the Shinto gods. Flames emanated from her, her fist tightened, emerald scales started to appear over the visible parts of bare skin like armor, and her eyes dilated like dragon slits. As her rage reached its peak and her body was being engulfed by emerald flames, a massive amount of power erupted from her, as she shouted with unbridled rage. As her rage reached its peak and her body was being engulfed by emerald flames, a massive amount of power erupted from her, as she shouted with unbridled rage. Ruri, I will make them pay. They will all pay away. Ruri swiftly teleported away, consumed by an overwhelming desire to unleash her fury on those responsible for the years of pain they had inflicted upon her. The inner torment she has had to endure because of everything she witnessed on that night is all their fault, especially the death of her beloved master. At the same time, the message spell was still displaying Yasaka as ISSEI watched his beautiful mate panicking along with screaming coming in from the background as he heard his daughter and Yasaka. He could even hear Rosweiss and Irina all cry out. He could hear the angry and rage-filled screams of Ruri. ISSEI was panicking as he tried to get Yasaka's attention, tension gripping him as the message spell began to break up. Kanu mom I.M, scared. Where's D.Ad? Yasaka, PLE, HUR, R.Wayne.Eddie.OU. That's when the message spell completely cut out, and ISSEI was panicking. Yasaka, Irina, Kanu and Rosweiss? Without hesitation, he sprang to his feet. Suddenly, a red teleportation circle materialized beneath him, and he was enveloped in a crimson light, vanishing instantly, determined to rush to the aid of his family who needed him at that very moment. In just a few short minutes, everyone in the room was left astonished by the events that had unfolded. Seraphal was the first to break the silence, sensing the mixture of rage, worry, and fear etched on ISSEI's face as he departed. She grasped the gravity of the situation and felt compelled to speak up. Seraphal, we need to go after him now. Sona, I agree, sister. My peerage and I will accompany you, along with everybody else, because you're going to need all the power you can get, Ruri. She's a powerhouse in her own right, and could probably give you a hard time, sister. So, Seraphal immediately cut off her sister as she spoke, and that is the exact reason why you and your peerage will stay here. Sona looked amazed at the serious tone her sister had towards her. Not that she hadn't seen her sister become serious before, but she had never seen her this serious and intense. It was surprising to her. But why, Seraphal? There are several reasons why you should not go. First and foremost, I will not put my sister's life or her peerage at risk by involving her in the current situation. Secondly, you yourself acknowledge the very reason why you should stay behind. I hate to say this, but you are not as strong as I am. If that spirit were to release such power in her current state, she could easily kill you and your peerage, thus making ISSEI's already enraged state even worse. We do not need that additional tension. Thirdly, you would only be a hindrance to us. We are uncertain of the current circumstances, and if the Shinto pantheon decides to declare war over this incident, I refuse to have my sister at the forefront of it all. Do you understand? Your task is to return to the broadcast room, clean up, and assist the Leviathan and Phoenix guards in repairing the mansion from the fight with Ophis. When you're done with that, you will wait here until I return, and I will fill you in on all the details. This is not up for debate. I am serious, Sona. This is not a request. This is an order from Seraphal Leviathan. Sona understood and nodded to what her sister said as she gestured to her peerage to follow her. They went back to the room where they had the broadcast to begin cleaning up. As they left the room, they shut the door behind them, letting the others talk amongst themselves. Sirzex, that was a good call, Seraphal, honestly. I think Milikus and Mickey and Guro. Guro cut off Sirzex mid-sentence. With all due respect, Lord Sirzex, either my wife nor I are so weak that we need to be made to stay behind. Both of us have been trained by our separate families and continued our training right up until our son was born. We only stopped training due to our memories being sealed away, but we kept training up until that point. So, understand, we are still powerful in our own right. Maybe not on the same level as all of you, but we are definitely not weaklings by any means. We are more powerful than Lady Seraphal, Sister Sona, and her peerage. I mean no disrespect, of course, Lady Seraphal. Mickey, I have to agree with my husband, Lord Sirzex. It seems like my son is only doing what any man would do for his loved ones. It sounds like I have a granddaughter and a daughter-in-law he's going to protect. I would have scolded him if he didn't get upset and tried to go there immediately. So we are coming with you. I understand Seraphal telling her sister she wants to stay behind, but we are not going to be told to stay away from our son like some children you can tell to stay in time out. We will not be separated from our son again regardless of what you say. Plus, we have our daughter Grafia who will most likely protect us and her own son with her life if things become really hectic, and I would like to imagine you would do the same for us, son. Grafia was happy hearing her adopted parents trusted her so much, loved her, and her son, and even treated her husband as if he was their own family. Sirzex was surprised to know that they thought of him as their son as well, but he still wanted to keep them away for their safety. That's when Azazel spoke up, getting everyone's attention. Azazel, as amusing as watching this back-and-forth argument is, we need to go. We still have a lot of unanswered questions that need answers. Spending time sitting here and debating with his parents won't solve anything, Sirzex. If anything, we should have already left to prevent the situation from getting worse. This is not the time to debate any further. You have to remember, Ruri seems to have some sort of grudge against the Shinto gods and is most likely attacking them, while the kiddo's family is probably in the middle of this as collateral damage. That's why he was angry and fearful and left the way he did. We should be right behind him and already be there instead of having this pointless argument. Michael, I agree with my brother. I believe that all of us leaders here will be more than capable of protecting Mickey and Guro along with little Milikus. So, with that said, I think we should stop this argument and head there immediately. Seraphal, I agree. I wanted my sister and her peerage to stay away, but we do not have any control over Mickey, Guro, and Grafia. It's perfectly fine for Grafia to have her son, Milikus, come along if she believes he'll be safe with her there. So right now, you're the only one opposing this, Sirzex. Though you are one of my closest friends, I have to agree you're wasting our time with this argument that's not going to go anywhere. Odin, I agree with everyone else here as well, Sirzex. You're the only one in opposition for them coming along, and I believe that this is just wasting time. We need to head out immediately as well, Grafia. Sirzex, do you believe that I am so incompetent as a mother and daughter that I cannot protect our own son or my parents? Have you already forgotten during the Devil Civil War, before I switched sides, that we had several encounters that led to us having a draw? But it seems like you have forgotten that as well. It looks like you're really wanting our relationship not to work out because it truly seems like you have very little faith in my own abilities or trust in me. If that's the case, I believe I should file for divorce. I would really rather not and instead work on our relationship. But if you're opposed to my parents and our son coming along with us for them to go see their own son and uncle, maybe I feel like we aren't going to work out. Is that how you truly feel, my beloved? Sirzex, hearing what his wife just said, made his face go pale, and knowing that he does want to keep his family together, and he does still love his wife and have faith in her, but knew she was not one to bluff, put his head down in defeat, as well as knowing how everyone was in agreement for them to come along, eventually gave in and agreed to them coming along, knowing he was the only one opposing. He knew he had to admit defeat. Sirzex, I do trust you, my beloved wife, and it seems like I'm outnumbered here, so I agree, and I have no further objections with them coming along. Grafia, very good choice, my beloved. I think I'll allow you to start sleeping back in our marital bed with me back home again. But now that that's decided, is everyone ready to go? Mickey smiled at how clever her new daughter was in getting her way with her husband. She smiled at her and gave her a playful wink. Grafia saw her smile and gave one back, also winking right back at her. Meanwhile, Guro saw the look on his new son-in-law's face and realized his own wife had done similar tricks and tactics on him. He only shook his head, understanding the man's pain. Sirzex was just happy he could finally sleep back in the same bed with his wife after months of not being able to be around her at night. He missed being around her for so long, but once Sirzex was on board, everyone gathered together. Guro and Mickey, to everyone's surprise, began forming a teleportation circle together. Soon, they were all engulfed in a radiant light as they headed to Kyoto. Both Mickey and Guro were hoping to get there in time before their son did anything he would regret, to Ruri, not understanding the trauma she's experienced. As this meeting was going on, a similar one was taking place at the Gremory mansion between the Phoenix family and the Gremory family. Scene change. Outside the Gremory mansion, a Phoenix teleportation circle formed on the ground, and soon a blinding bright light from it, and quickly disappeared, revealing Lord and Lady Phoenix, Riser and Ravel. Awaiting them was Lord Xiaticus Gremory, who spoke upon seeing them. Xiaticus, hello noble Phoenixes, I was told of your arrival. If you will follow me, I will take you to the room where we can have our discussion. Lord Phoenix, seems like things are hostile over here, not even a formal greeting. That is definitely unlike Xiaticus. Lady Phoenix, it is understandable. After all, they just learned about a side of their daughter that they never thought she had. I would imagine things are very tense in this household now. Ravel, could somebody please inform me of why we're here at the Gremory mansion? Riser placed his hand gently on his sister's shoulder, his words soft and reassuring. My dear sister, all your questions will be answered soon. Just be patient, and soon all will become clear. Ravel nodded as her brother spoke, with her mother and father following Xiaticus into the mansion. They were led to the main living room where everyone was waiting to have a conversation. To her surprise, when she walked in, she saw Ajuka and Kuroka with Kaneko, who was sitting next to her sister. Among them was RIAS, looking defeated, sitting next to her mother, Venelana, who was seething and directing her anger towards her daughter. On another couch were Gasper, Kiba, Asia, Zenobia, and Aquino, sitting with hopefulness and nervousness showing on their faces. Soon Ravel, Riser, and their mother and father sat on a couch facing all of them. Ravel was quite confused by the whole situation until her brother stood up and spoke, getting everyone's attention and breaking the silence. Riser, well, let's get straight to the reason for this meeting. Riser decided to send a letter here days prior to be delivered here for the peerage members of RIAS Gremory. To get straight to the point, I gave them the offer to trade to my sister because she will be getting her pieces soon. I want to give her a strong peerage, knowing the circumstances behind RIAS' actions and how she single-handedly ruined the reputation of the Gremory household. because Riser doubts she will be involved in raiding games anytime soon. So, with that said, I asked Tajuka if he would help me with this matter, and when he agreed to my proposal, I sent the letter to all of you to let you all decide whether or not you would rather stay in the house of Gremory in the service of a disgraceful and pitiful excuse for a king, or take my offer, which Riser will tell you now, to join my sister's peerage and have a fresh start under somebody that will appreciate you. Ravel was stunned and taken aback by all of this. Finding out right now what her brother was planning, she was in her head trying to figure out what his motive could have been to do this. That's when her mother spoke up, bringing her out of her thoughts. Lady Phoenix, my dear daughter, I recognize that thoughtful expression on your face. I see you pondering why your older brother took this step for you. It was primarily for your benefit, and ISSEI's, but he also acted on the lessons he learned from his own struggles, realizing that holding on to grudges is detrimental. Overcoming the defeat he faced at the hands of ISSEI was a challenging journey for him, one that ISSEI now must embark upon to progress. Witnessing your emotional breakdown has given him a profound understanding of the impact his actions had on you. He now comprehends the depth of the pain he inadvertently caused you, realizing the trauma it inflicted. Similarly, within this group, there are individuals who may seek redemption and forgiveness, while others may only be tolerated. However, when it comes to Ms. RIAS, forgiveness seems unlikely, but as he is helping you to get over your trauma, I believe it is your job as his future wife to do the same for him. Don't you think? Lord Phoenix nodded in agreement to his wife's words. Yes, I also agree with your mother's sentiment. I believe that this is the best thing for you. I know your brother is also doing this because he truly cares about you and envisions a bright future for you, and he's just trying to give you the tools for that future like a good brother should, even if you don't fully see it or understand it right now. Ravel was stunned at hearing what her mother and father said until she looked over at her big brother before she decided to make a decision and wanted to know what he thought. Seeing this, Riser began to speak. Riser knows what you're thinking, little sister. I have seen you only in the last few weeks start to smile again and really be the sister I remember. You were always bubbly, a little shy at times, but always welcoming and sometimes had a childish demeanor when you got a little flustered. Riser could tell it was all thanks to ISSEI, and after he accepted what I suggested in order to get my blessing. Riser knew what needed to be done, and Riser wanted his little sister to have a peerage that has great potential. A peerage Riser knows from first-hand experience has a lot of room for growth, and I believe my sister has what it takes to bring out that potential in them. But the choice is yours. Riser will not force his sister, nor will mother and father, to accept this. The choice is yours to make. So what will it be, Ravel? Ravel thought for a little bit about everything that her mother, father, and brother said as she looked over to the couch with Aquino, Gasper, Kiba, Asia, and Zenobia. She soon took a deep breath, exhaled, and looked at all of them as she asked them a question. Ravel, Aquino, Gasper, Kiba, Asia, and Zenobia, before I give you my answer, I want each and every one of you to tell me what your expectations are of joining my peerage. Know that if your purpose is anything more than trying to seek forgiveness and establish a tolerable relationship or friendship with ISSEI, then being part of my peerage won't be possible for you. I'll start with you first, Gasper. Gasper stood up. I understand. I helped cause a lot of problems with what I did to my big brother figure. I know that he doesn't view me as a little brother anymore, but I wish to at least try to fix our relationship and become his friend again. No matter what it takes, I'll work hard to do it. That I promise. That's when Asia got off the couch and was the next to speak. I also understand that I helped hurt him, and I want to make it up to him. I know that there's no chance of us being the same as we were before. I even ruined the relationship I had with his parents, and now all I want to do is work hard to build a friendship with him. I also want to become more independent and not rely on everybody else, learn to defend myself, become stronger, and show him I'm willing to change. To Ravel's surprise, Asia was not showing her usual weak and meek demeanor, and she did not have tears in her eyes. This time she showed a fire of determination to prove herself. Ravel was actually surprised to see this, but it showed her how truly determined Asia was when she saw Zenobia stand up next. Zenobia, I understand that the way I acted on that day, I said a lot of hurtful things. But I realized I didn't just lose a man that I could genuinely fall for. I now know there is no chance of ever getting that kind of love from him again, and I also lost my best friend. I want to prove to everyone that I'm not that dense, stupid, hard-headed woman that I'm thought of, who is only the wielder of a holy sword. I want to be known for more than that. I want to unlock my true potential. I want my best friend back, and I want to rebuild our relationship as well. We may never be the same, but I'd rather have two people in my life that I care about deeply as my friends, than not have them in my life at all. Ravel understood her sentiment and respected that she wasn't pursuing him for love anymore, but just wanted to be friends again. She also understood that all Zenobia wanted was to have Irina back in her life. Ravel then spoke up to the final two before they got a chance to even stand up and asked the others to sit down, and they did. Ravel, as for you two, you have an even harsher uphill battle. It's even worse for you because you, Akino, Kiba, and Kaneko, all knew what that bitch was planning and went along with it, letting him be killed by those fallen angels. Do not be surprised with all the animosity he will show you if I agree to take you in. After all, none of you have the same advantage as Kaneko, because at least her sister is with ISSEI, and she can butter him up and break down his resolve to hate her. After all, she will be his sister-in-law. For you too, it will be an uphill battle, and even with everything, you still might not be forgiven. So my question is, what is your goal in all of this? Why should I believe in letting you near him, unlike the others who reasonably didn't know? You all actually did, though you were all responsible for what happened on that day just as much as anyone else. Your actions are even worse, so I would like to know. Both of them stood up at the same time. As Kiba was the first to speak, I understand that I failed him as a fellow brother and brother-in-arms. I let my blind loyalty to my king blind me to my bond with my friend. I wasn't by his side when he needed me. That is my fault. I acted like a proper knight serving his king loyally, not realizing that was a foolish mistake. I should have always had more loyalty to the ones that fought with me, who actually had my back. After all, he was the one that helped me get over my anger and hatred and make peace with my past. I understand that now, and I've accepted that I would never have the same relationship with him because he would never see me as a brother ever again, nor as a friend. At most, I understand I'll be tolerated. And then I know he'll look twice whenever I'm behind him, thinking I might stab him in the back. So all I can do is try to earn his trust, and at least let him see I can be trusted enough to be on his side and follow him into battle. That is what I'm looking for. I want to make the effort to try, that's all. Akino spoke next. I feel the same. I let my loyalty to my best friend, somebody who also saved me from myself, guide my decision. But at the same time, I betrayed somebody that helped me come to terms with who I was, accept my past, and even helped me build a relationship with my father again. That kind of betrayal would never be forgiven. I know that I had no delusion of thinking that we will have the same loving relationship, and I can't just come back into his life like nothing happened. He might hate me forever. All I want him to know is I'm dependable, even if I'm only tolerable in his eyes. Love is out of the question. I've ruined any chances of that. I don't even deserve for him to respect me. All I want to do is try. At least then I know I can make peace with myself. If I can't redeem myself in his eyes to an extent, I can at least redeem myself knowing I put in the effort. Ravel heard everything they said, smiled, and asked everyone to stand up. She then spoke. I'm pleased to hear all of you speak what obviously came from your hearts, and how exactly you felt both remorse and hopefulness to try to correct your mistakes. None of you have the delusions of just walking back into his life without any effort on your part. I can tell you mean every word you all said. So, I agreed to having you join my peerage. But understand, I will not try to make his animosity or hatred towards you any less. If he chooses to forgive you, that is his own choice. However, I will be fair and proper to all of you. I will make sure you're all taken care of and loved. Understand that I will not just allow him to take his anger and rage out on you. I will not tolerate that. I know we've already had a relationship before, and yes, that has been strained. But I'm willing to rebuild that as your king. Now let me show you what it's like to have a proper king lead you if you are all on board with that. As she said that, she reached out with one of her hands with a warming and welcoming smile on her face. They all looked at one another and nodded, with some of them having tears in their eyes. They all said in unison, "Yes, thank you so much, Ravel. Thank you for the second chance. We promise you won't regret this." RIAS could no longer hold back her anger over everything she heard and witnessed, and she began shaking uncontrollably. The last thing she had was her peerage, and even they were abandoning her, just like ISSEI. She thought, they are all abandoning me just like ISSEI did, but I intend to punish them and get them back in line. I will start with this phoenix bitch first. She started laughing with an unhinged tone echoing throughout the room, causing everyone to turn to see RIAS shaking and laughing like a deranged maniac. As her eyes landed on Ravel immediately, the power of destruction formed in her hand, ready to fire it at Ravel. Unfortunately for her, somebody sensed her killing intent and malicious feelings towards her sister, deciding to give her a well-deserved and overdue present. "RIAS, I'll kill you bit." That's when Kuroka immediately jumped off her seat with her fist charged up with Sanjutsu and glowing blue. She ran up to the red-haired bitch and sent a devastating punch to her face, sending her flying across the room and slamming against the walls with a massive impact. She fell from the indent she made in the wall and was completely knocked out from that punch. Kuroka was now standing in front of Ravel, who was stunned at that exact moment like everybody else until they heard her speak. Kuroka was now standing in front of Ravel, who was stunned at that exact moment like everybody else until they heard her speak. "Kuroka, damn, you have no idea how much I've wanted to do that to you, you spoiled little bitch. And you have some nerve to think I would not have felt your killing intent towards my sister. What did you think would happen if ISSEI had found out you did something to her? Not even your brother would have saved you from his wrath. Either way, you deserve that. You are a bad role model for my sister, and you mistreated a great man. You deserve everything you're getting now." After that happened, neither Xiaticus nor Venelana bothered to go check on their daughter. Instead, Venelana called 2 maids over and told them to take her unconscious daughter to her room and treat her wounds. They nodded and walked over to her as they dragged her unconscious body away. After that, Venelana got up and left the room without showing a hint of emotion to what just happened to her daughter. Xiaticus sighed wearily as he pinched the bridge of his nose, his eyes devoid of emotion as he glanced at the gathered individuals. It appeared that a decision had been reached. "Lord Ajuka, it pains me to inform you that my daughter is currently unfit to proceed with the trade, as she recklessly attempted to harm Ravel Phoenix," he stated with a somber tone. "I shall take my leave now, as it seems my presence is no longer required. I implore all of you to handle the second chance with care and diligence. Regrettably, it seems my daughter's actions have led her too far astray. I never anticipated that she would be so deeply affected to resort to such drastic measures." Turning his attention to the others present, Lord Ajuka, Lord Phoenix, and Lady Phoenix, Xiaticus continued, "I shall leave my maid to accompany you upon conclusion of your discussions. I must attend to my wife now. I bid you all a good day." With that, he rose from his seat and silently exited the room. "Lord Phoenix, I can see that they are not taking their daughter's fall into insanity very well. Not that I can blame them. I don't think I could handle it any better than they are. But Lord Ajuka, I do not believe we should overstay our welcome here. Would you mind presenting my daughter with the pieces you have brought for her to do the trade?" Ajuka nodded and pulled out a black box from his pocket dimension. He walked towards Ravel. As he came close to her, he opened it. To her surprise, she saw golden pieces and emerald piece as well, and she noticed she only had pieces instead of the usual. What was even more surprising was when she looked over, she saw rooks, bishops, knights, and queens but no pawns. Ajuka saw the confusion on Ravel's face as he informed her about what was going on. "Ajuka, I see you noticed that you do not have any pawns and instead have 2 queen pieces." To make a long story short, when ISSEI asked me to do this project for him, I thought about returning to a previous project I had scrapped because it was too flawed and I could never get it to work. I deemed it too dangerous to continue working on it, so I decided to do something different. By using some of the information from the previous project to help in making this one, along with using his old pawn pieces that ISSEI had removed from himself, and once I deemed that I no longer needed them for my research to help me with the process of removing the evil pieces from the Nikomata, I then used them along with another queen piece I had to create a new piece that I call a high queen piece. So you are the first and last king to ever receive a piece like this. Considering I had to make it so when used on him, it would never change him into a devil along with making him a part of your peerage. I combined his old pawn pieces with the new queen piece, along with some of his in your blood. I needed to get a sample of his emerald fire to make it the emerald color you see now. He wanted it to be special. The high queen piece not only increases the strength of whoever is given it even further, but it can also be used in a raiding game. Although you may have 2 queens, the high queen piece can also function as pawn pieces, so he will fit the description of either your queen or valued as pawns. He wanted it to be something special for you and one of a kind as your wedding gift from him. He might be a little upset with me for spoiling it for you, but I felt like you should know that he truly went above and beyond for you. Ravel took out the High Queen piece to look at it. That's when a single tear fell from her eye. She quickly wiped it away, while she brought the High Queen piece to her heart, and could feel her beloved's dragon's fire within it. While that happened, Kuroka walked over to Ajuka and told him something. Kuroka, I don't think you're going to get that back from her now, so there's no reason trying to act like it's a surprise anymore, unless you want to try to take that from her, which I don't recommend considering the way she's holding that possessively. Ajuka, you're probably right. But even I'm not foolish enough to take something she cherishes so lovingly like that. But Ravel, I believe it's time for us to make the trade. I can assist with it even if RIAS is not here to take part in it, so we should begin. After Ravel heard Ajuka speaking, she immediately came out of her thoughts and put the High Queen piece back with the remaining pieces she had, which were the rooks she had not used, back in the box. That's when Ajuka handed Ravel the box, then put the box in her own personal pocket dimension. She nodded at him, signaling that she was ready to start the trade. After a little bit of time, the trade was complete. Now Aquino, Kiba, Zenobia Asia, and Gasper were the same pieces as they were before. Lady Phoenix, well, it looks like you now have the first members of your peerage. Now, all you need is to get 2 more rooks and you will have a full team, my beautiful daughter. But I believe it is time for me to have a personal talk with you. So, with that said, would you mind, my dear husband and riser, would you please help move all their items to our mansion? They won't be permanent residents, but I think that would be good for them for now. Please get them out of this hostile environment they're currently in. Lord Phoenix, of course my beloved, me and Riser can handle this, my dear. Lady Phoenix, excellent. She approached her daughter and whispered in her ear, I overheard what my son-in-law told you, my beautiful, mature daughter. It looks like you have an exciting night awaiting you. How about joining me so we can select some alluring night attire together to entice him further? We could also discuss additional arrangements for your wedding, my dear. Wouldn't it be lovely to share some quality mother-daughter time? I could even offer you some exclusive advice on how to truly satisfy him and make his world spin. Ravel blushed furiously upon hearing her mother's words, nodding her head rapidly in response. Lady Phoenix, noticing her daughter's reaction, decided to take her somewhere special for shopping. Suddenly, a magic circle materialized beneath them, consumed in a bright, golden light that enveloped the room. In an instant they vanished, leaving only Riser, Lord Phoenix, Ravel's new peerage, and Ajuka with Kuroka and Kaneko present. Ajuka called out to Kuroka, reminding her that it was time to start heading out. They still had other peerages to visit in order to retrieve the remaining Nikomata. Turning to Kaneko, Ajuka inquired if she was ready to go. Kaneko nodded slowly in acceptance, and started making her way towards her sister as Ajuka conjured a teleportation circle beneath them. To Kuroka's astonishment, her sister reached out and took her hand. Glancing down, Kuroka noticed a mix of fear and hope in her sister's eyes. Despite the nervousness Kaneko was feeling right now, there was a sense of comfort being near her older sister again. A warm smile spread across Kuroka's face, seeing how comfortable her sister was around her. She was happy and touched, knowing she had to give her dragon fox a special reward for allowing her to do this. That's when they were enveloped in a vibrant green light and vanished from sight. Lord Phoenix, all right everyone, you are now officially part of the Phoenix clan and my daughter's peerage. We will assist in moving all your belongings outside, ensuring we have everything, and then bring you to our mansion for the time being. I'm confident that your new king and my daughter will need to have a conversation with her fiancé and my now son-in-law before she can officially welcome you to your permanent residence. It's a discussion I would prefer not to be present for, and I suggest neither of you should be either. This is our way of supporting you, but it is not meant to be a permanent arrangement. After all, a peerage should always be where their king is, at all times. After hearing that, they nodded and began showing them where their bags were and how they were already packed. Lord Phoenix, Riser Phoenix, and everyone else there began helping move their bags outside as they prepared to take them to the Phoenix mansion. While that was happening, Ruri was going on a rampage outside Yasaka's castle. Scene change. Outside Yasaka's castle, currently, the Shinto gods are fending off an enraged Ruri. The other girls are caught in the middle, putting up a barrier to protect themselves from becoming collateral damage. The fight was intense as Ross Weiss and Irina were holding the barrier, making it even harder to maintain with all the power hitting against it. Meanwhile, Yasaka was holding her daughter tightly, trying to keep her safe and give her comfort while letting her know everything was going to be alright. Susanoo, damn, she's really pissed off at us, and she's even more powerful than she has ever been, even when she was connected to Iroh. Tsukuyami, yeah, unfortunately she doesn't want to listen to reason. What should we do, Amaterasu? Eventually, we are going to have to make a decision. I would rather not have to kill Ruri, but we also might not have a choice in the matter. It might become between us or her. Amaterasu, I fear that if she remains unwilling to reason in this state of rage, we will be left with no alternative. I comprehend that her fury and animosity may be a result of her struggle to come to terms with Iroh's death. Though I would prefer to avoid any strain on our relationship with ISSEI, it appears that our shortcomings have already led to this. Regrettably, it appears that we are left with no option if she refuses to listen to us and get control over her emotions and heed our words. All three gods looked down at the ground, but then looked back up at each other as they nodded, knowing what they had to do. Susanoo clenched both of his fists in anger and frustration because he really didn't want to do this to her, knowing how special she was to his old friend. However, he knew Amaterasu was right, and with reluctance, he was prepared to do what was needed, even if it hurt him and he truly didn't want to. That's when they all looked up and heard Ruri roar in anger, speaking with pure hate and vitriol in her tone. Ruri, I'll kill all of you. It's all your fault. Because of you worthless gods, Iroh died and the Hayate clan is on the brink of extinction. I'll make you pay. You will pay away. While the Shinto gods were preparing to do what they needed to do, even with reluctance to kill Ruri, realizing she wasn't going to listen to reason left them with no other choice. At the same time, Yasaka was in a barrier being maintained by Irina and Rosweiss while she tried to comfort her daughter and reassure her. Irina, Rosweiss, I don't think I can keep this up for much longer. Rosweiss, we have to hold it as long as we can, Irina, and hope that somebody can come to help us. Irina understood what Rosweiss said as she turned her head to see Yasaka holding Kuna tightly. She noticed she was scared along with her daughter. She turned back, focusing her attention and putting forth all the strength she still had left to fortify the barrier protecting all four of them. She thought to herself, oh, I see, where are you? We need you now. We won't last much longer. Please get here soon. Yasaka, it's okay, dear. Mommy's here, there's no reason to worry. Everything is going to be alright, I promise. As she held her daughter tightly, Kunu, Mommy. I'm so scared. Where is Daddy? We need him. I don't want to die. He would protect us like he always does. Daddy, please, we need you. Save us. Yasaka felt her daughter shaking and heard her sobbing heavily. She could feel her kimono getting wet with her daughter's tears as she felt her daughter holding her tighter. She was wondering where her little red fox was when she, along with the Shinto gods, Irina, and Rosweiss, felt the surge of power and rage appear. She looked up and saw a blinding red light and heard his voice yell out, ISSEI, Heavenly King, as Ruri charged at the Shinto Trinity in a blind rage, forming an emerald blazing sword out of the flames on both of her hands that was overwhelmingly radiating with power, enough to even kill one of the Shinto gods if they were hit with it. Suddenly, ISSEI appeared in front of her with blinding, unmatched speed, and his brother decided to talk to him mentally. Suddenly, ISSEI appeared in front of her with blinding, unmatched speed, and his brother decided to talk to him mentally. Drake, mentally brother, I want you to understand that you are pushing yourself beyond what you should, even if you have been healed and the curse has been dispelled. Your body has not completely recovered, despite the healing magic. I am not sure what you have in mind to try and calm down this enraged spirit, but you really shouldn't overexert yourself anymore. You risk causing permanent harm to yourself. I just wanted to make sure you are aware, because I have a feeling you're going to do something stupid. ISSEI, mentally I understand that, brother, but I also can't afford to let her go on a rampage. I don't know what she's experienced, but she obviously has gone through trauma. I'm trying not to hurt her. She seems like a victim of whatever happened to my family just as much as anybody else. She still has a lot of things to tell me about my family, so as much as you might not like this, I have an idea at least on how to snap her out of this. Let's hope I can hold the Heavenly King form for a little bit longer, and its heavy durability can tank whatever idiotic plan I have in mind. Drake, mentally well, I would try to talk you out of this, but I know that's not even a possibility. Do what you think is best, brother. I'll support you and I understand where you're coming from. ISSEI, mentally thanks, brother. It's always good to have your support. But hopefully after this, I can actually just get what I need done and relax. But no time to waste any further because here she comes. As ISSEI stood before her, she charged with emerald flames forming swords in both hands. He met her halfway, and her attack struck him, piercing his right shoulder and left side. The onlookers, including the Shinto gods, were shocked by ISSEI's unexpected actions. Panic and fear filled the air as the girls in the barrier screamed in horror. Tsukuyumi, what foolishness! Amaterasu, oh no, ISSEI, you didn't have to do this! Susanoo, who is clenching his fists even tighter, speaks with annoyance and frustration. Damn it, Ruri, this is not what Iroh would have wanted. You were meant to be the guardian of the clan, not its executioner. Damn it! The other two Shinto gods heard what Susanoo said as they looked at him, but they went back to observe what is happening in front of them with ISSEI and Ruri. Irina covered her mouth with her hands, tears streaming down her face, rendering her unable to muster the strength to maintain the barrier any longer. The sudden loss of her support caused Rosweiss to falter as well, and she cried out, "Oh God, no, I see." Rosweiss' voice filled with panic and heartbreak as she yelled out, "Oh no, ISSEI, Yasaka, please, no. Don't leave us like this, my little red fox. Both Kunu and I need you in our lives." Tears then began to flow from her eyes onto her cheeks. Kunu, who was still held tightly in her mother's arms, was able to lift her head up to see what was happening, and she screamed out, "Daddy, and oh, you can't die!" As Ruri, in her blind rage, wielding both of her emerald flaming blades formed through the fire, struck ISSEI. She continued to furiously rage, feeling two hands grab both of hers as ISSEI lifted his head with a warm smile towards Ruri. Upon seeing his smile, she immediately snapped out of her blind rage as she saw an image of her beloved old master Iroh, while ISSEI spoke. "ISSEI, Ruri, I don't know what you've gone through. I don't understand everything that's going on or what happened to my family, but I do know one thing. Whatever is going on, this isn't you. Do not let the rage consume you. Snap out of it. I know my great-great-grandfather Iroh would not want you to do this, so please come back to your senses before I have to do something I really will regret doing." Ruri, upon hearing his words, immediately withdrew both her hands from his right shoulder and left side. The flames, which had transformed into swords, dissipated, leaving her hands stained with his blood. She stared in horror at her hands, now covered in the crimson blood of her master, and began to scream in panic, "No, no, no! What have I done?" Tears welled up in her eyes as she gazed at her new master, hurt and feeling overwhelmed with guilt and sorrow. With a sense of dread and shame consuming her, she swiftly transformed into her dragon form and took flight into the sky, disappearing from everyone's view. ISSEI, seeing how she panicked, realized she had run away. As much as he really wished she could have resolved the situation better, he understood everything had calmed down now for the most part. That's when he fell to his knees, as he returned back to his base form and started coughing up blood. "Damn, she is truly powerful. She even used my own emerald blazing flames to strike me. There's definitely more I need to know, but I have to worry about that later. Drake, mentally brother, you should know you're losing blood at an increased rate. Your Heavenly King form took the brunt of it, but you have caused too much damage to yourself. Now I highly recommend that it is not a good idea to enter that form for the next few days. You've overextended your body and even some of your own power. Not to mention Ruri had unlocked some of your sealed power, so your body is still trying to adapt to that. Right now, you're still going through changes and you've just made it worse for yourself through all the damage you've taken between the fight with Opie's using Dragon Slayer magic, the curse that still took a toll out of you even with it being dispelled, and now this, brother. I recommend you take it easy and just get what you have to get done because the only thing that will work to heal you now is just resting for the next few days." ISSEI, speaking out loud, "I know, brother. I know. But I just couldn't bring myself to hurt her. There was something inside of me that was telling me not to do anything to her. I don't know what it was, but as you said, I couldn't really afford to use any of my abilities without straining myself even further or causing me to revert to my base form before I could even tank the attack. Looks like we're going to have some more guests here and a little bit more headaches. Drake, mentally okay, brother. It seems like you're aware of the significant impact of how much you've exerted yourself today. It appears that you are going to deal with some more headaches. But if you need anything, brother, I'm here for you. I'll let you handle what you need to. ISSEI felt his brother cut the connection with him. That's when a bright teleportation symbol appeared on the ground, and a bright light came from it. Soon he saw Serzex, Seraphal, Odin, Azazel, Michael, Magari, her daughter Karara, Graphia, her son Milikas, and both his parents. That's when he felt something ram into him, jingle him tightly. When he looked down, he saw his beautiful daughter holding him and crying. He had a warm smile on his face before he spoke. ISSEI, what's wrong, my little beautiful fox princess? Kunu, sob, oh daddy, I thought mommy and I were going to die, and then I thought we were going to lose you. I saw that lady stab you. Sob, please don't scare me like that and never leave me, daddy. Sob, ISSEI, it's okay, I'm going to be just fine. You, of all people, should know your daddy is strong, my little girl. Kunu, no, daddy, no. You're strong, but you're bleeding. You need help. ISSEI felt additional hands wrapping around him, belonging to Irina and Yasaka, both with tears glistening in their eyes. Even Rosweiss was visibly struggling to hold back her own tears while on her knees, tending to his wounds. As ISSEI was surrounded, the leaders, including the Shinto gods, made their way towards him. Seraphal, Magari, Karara, Miki, and Guro all hurried over to ISSEI, overwhelmed with concern, upon seeing him bleeding so much. Miki, oh no, baby, why are you always hurting yourself? She also got on her knees, put both of her hands out, and a pink flame came from her hands over his shoulder wound as the fire began to heal his wounds, which amazed everyone, including ISSEI. You really need to stop making your poor mother worry about you so much. ISSEI, Mom, what kind of fire is that? I've never really known fire that's been able to heal. Miki, as I said, my family was known to acquire different powers from various clans and incorporate them into our own family. One of these powers came from a clan known for using fire to heal wounds. Now that I have my memory back, I will be training you in the various fire arts and techniques from my family. But for now, don't worry about it. Let me worry about healing you, sweetheart. ISSEI understood what his mother said, but then he looked up to see his father looking around as he decided to answer the question his father was wondering about. Dad, if you are worrying about what happened to Ruri, I never hurt her. All I did was take her attack that was meant for the Shinto gods and I was able to speak to her. Afterwards, it seemed like that snapped her out of a rage, and it looked like, in her shock at what she did, she flew off in a hysterical panic. As for where she went, I have no idea. Guro sighed as he looked over to his son and noticed Lady Yasaka with a little girl who bore a striking resemblance to her, holding on to his son. It was then that he saw the three Shinto gods. He ran up to them, dropped to his knees, and spoke with respect. Guro, Lady Amaterasu, Lord Tsukuyami, and Lord Susanoo, it's an honor to be in your presence. I'm Lord Guro Hyade, a proud member of one of the last few survivors of the Hyade clan. And as for that beautiful woman over there, as he pointed to his wife, that is my beloved wife, Miki Hyade, who was once a Miki Watanabe of the famous Watanabe Fire clan. She is currently helping heal my son. The Shinto gods gazed at each other in awe, realizing that all their questions had been answered. It dawned on them that he was truly one of the last remaining survivors of the Hyade clan. This meant that their son, ISSEI, who bore a striking resemblance to Iroh, was also a part of this grand was no mere coincidence. They were taken aback but comforted by the thought that the clan might endure despite teetering on the brink of extinction. When Yasaka heard the father of her little red fox make this revelation, she rose from her seat after reluctantly releasing her beloved. ISSEI was puzzled by her actions, but his focus was quickly redirected to his mother. Rosweiss tended to his wounds while ISSEI continued to console his daughter, while Yasaka approached him and spoke with a tender and caring tone. Yasaka, Lord Guro, please rise. I truly understand that fate is a mysterious thing. It doesn't seem like a mere coincidence that your own son, who is also my fiancé and the father of my adopted daughter, is involved. I know the prestige of your clan, how my mother held all of your members in high regard, and I remember the horrid night that happened. There are some things I must inform you about, but there is no need for the proud members of your clan to bow before us. After all, we failed you when your clan needed us the most. Now I know it was no mere coincidence that it was your son who saved me when I was kidnapped by the hero faction and protected my daughter. He did his duty, the duty entrusted to him by being one of the noble members of the Hyade clan, which was to protect the Yokai royal family. But even more than that, he has a kind and caring heart. So, please do not kneel. That's when Lady Amaterasu also spoke up, causing him to direct his gaze towards the goddess. Yes, Lord Guro, there is no reason for you to kneel before us after we had failed your clan so utterly and completely when you needed us the most. Tsukuyumi, indeed, there are still many questions we have for you. However, we won't get the answers right away. We do not blame you, your clan, or even Ruri for her actions towards us. It was understandable how she felt. When you go through something as traumatic as she did, you look for reasons to blame others. We just hope we can clarify the issue. Susanoo, I have to agree, I knew your great-grandfather Iroh. It seems like your son is the spitting image of him. There are many things I must also know, but we can worry about that later. Guro rose to his feet as he spoke. I am more than willing to discuss this further with all of you at a later time. It appears that my son has important matters to address with you as well, and you have requested his presence. I apologize for the recent events involving our clan's guardian, Ruri, but I am relieved to see that there is no animosity towards her. Lady Yasaka, it seems like it's you who has captured my son's heart among the others, he remarked, casting a glance at the other young women present before returning his gaze to her. It also appears that my son has adopted your daughter, raising her like she's his very own. But I guess this makes both her and you my daughter-in-law and new granddaughter, he continued, extending his arms for an embrace. Welcome to our family. I never would have imagined that my own son would soon be marrying you. The idea of our ancestors, who once served as royal guards and protectors, now being integrated into the royal family is truly an honor. I am certain that this union would have been beyond the wildest dreams of those who came before us. I'm sure my ancestors are looking upon us with pride and hope for my son to be the future of our clan and rebuild it. Yasaka smiled at getting it from her new father-in-law, hearing how he's already ready to accept her and her own daughter into the family. She embraced him back. Meanwhile, Mickey overheard the conversation and looked over to the little fox princess, who was holding her son tightly while trying to wipe away her tears. Mickey spoke to her in a very calming and motherly tone. Mickey, so you are my new granddaughter, huh? Say, it seems like my son has made you very attached to him, and you see him as your own father, and he's hearing your mother, so that means I'm your grandmother. Kunu heard what Mickey said. She spoke in a very harsh and raspy voice after crying so much and wiping away tears. Kunu, are you my daddy's mom? Mickey had a heartwarming smile as she acknowledged Kunu. She spoke in a very happy and loving tone. Of course I am, and it looks like I have a beautiful second grandchild I can spoil. Yes, I am your grandmother now, and me and your grandfather, don't forget you have an aunt looking at both Guro and Grafia, and we all intend to spoil you, dear. Kunu felt a wave of surprise wash over her as she realized she had never before experienced the love of grandparents. While her mom and dad had always shown her affection, this new revelation tugged at her heartstrings. The prospect of having grandparents was a new and unfamiliar concept for her. As she looked towards where her grandmother was gesturing, Grafia beamed at her with a kind and loving smile. Overwhelmed by emotion, Kunu felt tears welling up in her eyes. She turned to Mickey, her eyes filled with gratitude, and then back to her dad, who had been listening intently to his mother's words. In that moment, Kunu rushed to her dad tightly, struggling to find the right words amidst tears, but managing to whisper a heartfelt thank you. Kunu, oh, thank you, Daddy. Ever since you came into my life, my mommy has been happier. You've made my life so much better, and now you're giving me grandparents, and even an auntie. Thank you, Daddy. I love you so much. Kunu gave her dad a loving on his cheek to show how much she truly cares about him. While this was happening, the three Shinto gods, along with Yasaka and Guro, were making their way back to where ISSEI was. They saw this touching scene, making them all smile and happy to see the bond between the two and how strong it was. Even some in the crowd were trying to hold back tears. ISSEI was touched to see how much his adopted daughter loved him like her own father and held her tightly. ISSEI, my darling, I love you dearly, my little fox, and your mother does too. We both would do anything for you as long as it meant seeing that beautiful smile on your face. Your mother and I just love you so much, you bring us so much joy. We would do anything to make sure we can give you the best in this world and make sure you have the brightest future possible. After a little more time, Mickey and Rosswise had finished healing ISSEI. As everyone stood back up, including ISSEI, he saw how his parents were interacting with Rosswise, Irina, Yasaka, and of course, their new granddaughter. Even Grafia joined in with her son Milikus, who was happy to see someone his age he could play with. ISSEI's parents understood Irina, realizing the truth about her. She was fooled into doing what she did, But just like their son, they forgave her for her actions and warmly accepted her with open arms. ISSEI watched how his mom teased Rosweiss after being told that she was also going to marry her son. ISSEI was surprised to see how willingly his parents were accepting that he was engaged to different women but decided to question that later. Nonetheless, he was happy and smiling just to see everyone getting along. He put that on the list of questions that had to be asked later. Then, he looked at all the leaders and felt his brother connect with him again. Drake, mentally brother, I am amazed by your mother's proficiency in fire magic. I have heard of fire mages who have mastered various forms of fire manipulation for different purposes. But I never imagined that your mother is one of those few mages who could use that kind of fire as well. It does seem like your family background is more interesting than you could have ever thought, my brother. However, returning to the matter at hand, I have come to speak with you because, despite your physical wounds being healed, it is crucial that you do not overexert yourself. I believe it is imperative that you meet with the leaders and relay all the information you have gathered. While I acknowledge that there are numerous unanswered questions, I believe it would be wise to exercise patience. You have endured enough challenges today, and I believe it is best to focus on what we already plan to get done, so you must prioritize rest and recovery. ISSEI, mentally I understand brother, believe me I know. So many unanswered questions and I still have to figure out later what happened to Ruri, but we can worry about that later. I'm going to worry about what I have to do now over anything else. Drake, mentally I understand brother. There's a lot happening with you, but I have a sense that ever since the seal on your right hand was formed and Ruri reunited with herself, previously separated by the seal and parts of her that dwelled within your parents, she has now fully merged with you. I couldn't sense it before. Perhaps you didn't have enough of her essence to reveal it, or I simply wasn't paying attention. Hearing about the strength of the infernal spirit, it surprised me that she was concealing whatever part of her resided within you from me. It appears that she is directly linked to you. She possesses some of your strength and power, in addition to her own, and she seems capable of harnessing your emerald blazing flames. There are more questions we'll need answers to later, once we can locate her and have a conversation with her when she's more composed. But for now, you know what needs to be done. ISSEI, mentally I know, brother. I will first focus on executing my current plans, and then I will strategize on how to uncover the answers to these lingering questions I have now. But first things first, I need to inform the other leaders of what I've discovered because I can no longer postpone or delay it. They need to know all the crucial information I gathered over these last few months, so I'm going to handle that now. We'll deal with everything else later. Drake, mentally good. It's about time they know the true dangers facing the Alliance, even more so the true threat looming over not only the supernatural world but also the human world. I wish you the best of luck, brother. I know when I need to get involved in the meeting, but until then, I'll be waiting. After Drake cut the connection with his brother, ISSEI was left to think about what he had to do next. That's when he finally spoke up, gathering everyone's attention. ISSEI, there are numerous pressing questions that need to be addressed. Given the events that have happened, I am inclined to focus on executing my pre-existing plans. Luckily, it appears the Shinto gods are already present and eager to engage in talks, possibly expressing interest in joining our alliance. Prior to delving into any other unresolved matters, I propose we handle this first. The information I possess is of paramount significance and cannot be overlooked. It is imperative that we avoid any unforeseen circumstances that could potentially impede the progress of this meeting. Therefore, I kindly request the leaders present to allow Karara to lead you to the room where this meeting will be held if she is alright with that, and I'll meet you there once I handle some things with everyone else here. Mickey, Coughwell, son, are you just going to stand there or not introduce us to the little girl that's hiding behind you? ISSEI, sigh, no of course, my golden fox, can you come here? Hearing her mate call her, she broke her off with Marjorie walked over to her mate as he put his arm around her as she got close to him as he continued, Mom and Dad, this is Yasaka. We are set to get married in about weeks. She's the woman that saved me in the moment I needed it the most. My little princess fox over here is Kunu. She's my adopted daughter, and you should know Yasaka is months pregnant. After hearing that, Kunu was jumping around all excitedly with her foxtails swinging with excitement and stars in her eyes, while ISSEI wrapped his arm around his beautiful golden fox, bringing her closer to him. They looked back at their daughter, who was so excited upon hearing the news of getting a new baby brother or sister. Meanwhile, Mickey, Guro, Marjorie, Grafia, Milikus, Irena, and Rosweiss didn't know any of this until now. They were all caught off guard and surprised by this revelation. Miki soon let out a high-pitched squeal like a high school girl. She ran up to Yasaka, pushing her own son out of the way to her new daughter-in-law. She was so happy to know that she is going to have another grandchild soon, looking forward to helping plan out the wedding and baby showers to come and shopping for baby clothes. She was so excited. Soon Irina, Rosweiss, Grafia, and Magari, who is just happy to see her old friend just like Yasaka, was happy to see her old friend Magari return after her disappearance all those years ago during the attack with the Nikomata. She was happy to know she was still alive. She then realized her little red fox kept his word. She realized she was surrounded by so many loving individuals, realized her new father and mother-in-law and sister-in-law were treating her daughter and her like family, and it made her happy and felt so loved, but she also felt a little overwhelmed by how all the girls were circling her, asking her a lot of questions. ISSEI, upon seeing his beautiful golden fox, appeared as if she was seeking his help to escape the situation. However, realizing he was outnumbered, he simply shook his head, signaling to her that she must face this herself. Seeing this, he realized there was nothing his little red fox could do to help him. Suddenly, ISSEI felt tiny hands grasp his own, prompting him to glance downward and find his daughter tugging his nephew along. This sight made him quietly chuckle, especially as he heard the question his daughter had for him. With love and stars in her eyes, Kunu asked her father the question she wanted to ask. "Dad, could I take Milikus to go find a room so we can unpack, and then we can go play for a little bit, please?" Milikus was blushing a little bit as Kunu was holding his hands. He was trying to hide his blush. At that moment, Grafia, for a quick second, turned her head to see what was going on with her son. While stepping back from the conversation she was having with the other girls and Yasaka, she saw how her son was blushing while holding hands with Kunu. She smiled, made eye contact with her brother, nodded in approval to whatever decision he made, and then went back to the conversation with the girls. ISSEI, seeing that he received approval from his big sister, addressed his nephew and his daughter. "I have no problem with that, my little fox princess. Just promise me you'll take it easy on him. This is all new to him, and you don't need to overwhelm him, okay? And Milikus, can you take care of my daughter and make sure you protect and keep her safe like a strong man should?" "Kunu, I promise Dad to take it easy on him, pinky promise." ISSEI saw his daughter reach out to give him a pinky promise that she would go easy on Milikus. "Milikas, and I promise Uncle I'll take care of her, and I'll protect her no matter what." As he began to flex his muscles trying to impress Kunu, he then saw ISSEI reaching out for a fist bump to Milikas. As he saw this, he returned it and gave his uncle a fist bump. ISSEI saw how Milikas was trying to impress his daughter, and could even see how she was blushing as he was trying to flex his muscles, which made him happy. He then ruffled both of their hairs. "All right, Kunu, just make sure you show them where the dining room is so we can be there for dinner, all right? And I'm counting on you, Milikas, to protect my little girl. Now get going and have fun, you two." He smiled as he said that. After Kunu heard what her dad said, she immediately grabbed Milika's hand and dragged him into the castle to look for a room where they could unpack and make time to play before dinner. ISSEI laughed, seeing how Milikas was blushing and how Kunu pulled him away into the castle. After that, ISSEI looked over to see how his mother, his beautiful angel Irina, stunning Valkyrie Rosweiss, his big sister Grafia, and Lady Magari were pushing and pulling Yasaka inside the castle to go have a discussion somewhere about the pregnancy, the baby shower, and all the planning that's going to take place with the wedding. He could see his beautiful golden fox look at him for help only to wave at her. As he mouthed to her best of luck, my beautiful fox, he was pulled into the castle, and the door shut behind them. As he was watching this, he felt a pat on his back and looked over to see his dad, who began to speak to him. "Guro, my son, I know there's a lot of things going on, and you still have a lot of questions that need to be asked and answered. But take it from your old man, enjoy these small moments because you'll miss them. Also, you should consider yourself lucky. I think that might have just saved you from feeling the wrath of your mother any further after finding out we'll be having even more grandkids. But I wouldn't think you're out of the clear yet. Glad you're back. We missed you, son. Don't worry, things will work themselves out, and you'll get all the answers you need. To go be the leader of a faction, I want you to know I'm proud of you, son. I'm pretty sure if our ancestors could see you now, they would be very proud of you. Never forget that." ISSEI, "If you say so, Dad, and believe me, I appreciate every moment I have with these women and hey, thank you for always being a good dad. I'm glad to know that I have you back in my life. Love you, Dad. Guro heard his son's words and smiled. Now get going, the leaders are waiting for you. Also, son, I love you too. Then he started walking inside, waved goodbye to his son, and followed the girls, leaving his son's sight and making him the only one outside now. After that, ISSEI took a deep breath, exhaled, and walked inside to have a meeting with the leaders to review all the information he had gained over these last few months and move to the next step of his plans. Scene change. Meeting room in Yasaka Castle. ISSEI entered the room and shut the door behind him. He got in the seat and immediately started talking, getting right to the point of the meeting that has been delayed long enough. ISSEI. Hello everyone, now that we're all seated here, we should not waste any more time and get straight to the point because we've had enough interruptions getting in the way of us having this meeting already. So I will just show you what I have. Though it's not much, it's what I've been able to gather from the facilities I raided and looked inside for any useful information before I destroyed them so they would never be used again. He then snaps his fingers, and portals open up above them, falling in front of their place where they were sitting at the tables. A medium-sized yellow folder filled with different documents and pictures containing various information that he's gathered over the last few months. As the leaders began to read through the documents, they were all surprised by how much information ISSEI discovered. It was then that they got to the document that said the beasts of the apocalypse. Azazel put his folder down, and in a serious tone asked ISSEI what everyone wanted to know. Azazel, kiddo, how sure are you about this information? What I've read so far just tells me how behind and in the dark we truly are. Michael, yes, if the information you just gave us is true, then this whole time our enemies have been gaining more ground and even turning those in our own factions against us. It's hard to believe, to be honest. ISSEI, everything I've shown you I've got from the different facilities I have raided, along with things I've discovered as well as some of the documents I had to decode. I also took time to verify the information, and it wasn't some sort of smoke and mirrors to mislead us. So with that said, I can firmly say I have verified all this information that you have just read, and that's the scary part of it because that means the information about the great beasts of the apocalypse, amongst all the other information in those documents I gave you, is true. Michael, I see the 3 biblical beasts are on this list. If my memory serves me right, it was one of the few agreements that the 3 biblical factions came together on before the outbreak of the Great War. Each faction was entrusted with creating a prison for each of the 3 biblical beasts. The angels sealed the ways in the eternal sky prison. It continuously moves throughout the clouds so no one will ever be able to locate its prison to free the terror of the skies. And I believe it was the 4 great Satans that agreed to seal away Leviathan, while you and your fallen angels took on the responsibility of sealing away Behemoth if I'm not mistaken. CZ Biblical. Seraphal, yes, we sealed the great Leviathan in the 3-star prison. Each point is anchored at 3 different locations. But I believe they have now been given names by the humans. One is off the coast of Florida near their city of Miami. Another anchor point is on the island of Bermuda. And the final anchor point is on one of the Greater Antilles Islands. Unfortunately, due to the seal being in place, it causes a lot of abnormalities to occur, from weird weather phenomena to even some human electronics failing in that area when they travel through it. Most likely caused by the beast that's always trying to break free from its prison. But as long as the anchor points are never discovered and damaged or destroyed, the terror of the sea shall never be free. Leviathan Biblical. Azazel. As for the fallen angels, we decided to seal away the great Behemoth, terror of the land, in a canyon so massive and filled it with thousands upon thousands of seals. I believe that the canyon is now known as the Grand Canyon and it's part of the United States, located in the state of Arizona. I do send recon teams out every year to check how the seals are holding up. They've been keeping the beast chained up and in its eternal sleep, and hopefully, it stays that way. But the fact that this terrorist organization might be bigger than what we thought, even thinking about releasing these 3 great monsters, terrifies me. Behemoth Biblical. Surzex. Though Seraphal and I were not around during that time, historical texts I read mention how much of a brutal battle ensued. The process of sealing the 3 beasts resulted in numerous casualties from fallen angels, and devils alike. To gain a deeper understanding of the events, Zerkrambil, the oldest living devil who likely witnessed the struggles of containing the beast of the sea, would be the most knowledgeable individual to consult. Perhaps his insights could shed light on any more information you might want to know. So when he is brought in, we can ask him. ISSEI, interesting. I agree with you, though I still do not believe Zerkram knew everything that was going on when it came to the Council's actions. I'm not saying he's innocent, but let's not treat him like an enemy until we know for sure. I'd like to ask him questions regardless of which side he has truly decided to side with. But moving on, those are the 3 biblical beasts. My next question would be for you, Odin. What I've been able to gather from old texts is that Garm is supposedly chained up in the deepest parts of Helheim, if I'm correct? Odin: yes, that vile hound is sealed away in the deepest parts of Helheim, chained up because it's truly just a mindless beast. At one point we tried to have it be the guardian hound into Helheim, similar to what Cerberus does in the realm of Hades, but all it ever did was devour those souls that came into Helheim, so we had no choice but to relinquish it from its role. ISSEI: oh, so it's true. The stories of the giant wolf that ate a whole mountain range and, as punishment, had its own soul taken from it and became a mindless, unkillable beast. I heard its claws can tear open the fabric of reality, and if it does it enough, it can even collapse all the realms. I also heard its bite is even worse than that of Fenrir, who bit me. Odin, you are correct. Its soul was taken from it, and on that day, it became a mindless and unkillable beast, unable to truly die. Believe me, I have tried many times to put it down, but nothing ever worked. Eventually, through the cooperation of multiple realms including my own Asgard, Vanaheim, Alfheim, Svartalfheim, and even those in Jotunheim who are the mortal enemies of Asgard agreed to help in sealing the mindless beast away in the depths of Helheim. But like Azazel, it terrifies me to know that this organization would be plotting to unleash the immortal hound. Not even my foolish son Loki tried to tame that beast, knowing full well he would never be able to control that mindless beast, and if you thought the fangs of Fenrir were sharp, the fangs of Garm are known to kill primordial beings. Garm or Norse, ISSEI, I see. That does show how dangerous that beast is. But moving on to the next beast on the list that comes from the Shinto lands, the Yumibose. Lady Amaterasu and Lord Susanoo and Skriumi. I've learned many things about the Yumibose. I've heard many tales saying that it's a yokai that was formed from all the lost souls that came together to form it due to all the resentment and hatred those souls feel for not getting a proper burial and being lost at sea. They came together to form the Yumibose, or it was just an evil yokai that devoured many curses and became what it is today, or that it's even just a counterbalance to the good in the world. Many other things I've learned, but there is always one constant in all the stories. It always brings calamity and disaster whenever it rises from its murky depths within the sea. It is said that even the blood of the Yumibose can corrupt yokai that have even the smallest amount of evil in them. Only those that are pure-hearted and good cannot be affected. Its blood can also be used to make very potent curses and corrupt spirits. But I've never discovered where it was actually sealed. Maybe you could tell me where it is located and how it is sealed. The Shinto Trinity looked at one another until all 3 nodded at one another, and that's when Lady Amaterasu spoke. It does seem like you've done your research, ISSEI, and you are quite right. Its true origins are unknown, even to us gods. There are many stories. Some say it's a corrupted spirit, others say it's the spirits of all the lost souls who lost their lives at sea and formed together to create it. But like you said, all of them have the same thing in common. Whenever the Yumibose rises from the sea, destruction and calamity follow wherever it goes. As for your question of where it's sealed, last time it caused such calamity, it made even us gods intervene, along with the sage spirits from the realm of spirits, to help seal away the Yumibose, similarly to how the devil sealed away the terror of the sea in the Triangle prison. We did something similar, but we call it the Dragon's Triangle. Like the one that the devils use, it's anchored at points on the coast of Japan, the island of Taiwan, along with Yap Island. ISSEI. I see. I figured as much when I was scouting out there a few months ago. I stayed around those islands, in particular feeling a weird presence. I was there for around weeks. The time I could sense divine energy, but I couldn't sense the other energy that was also there. But now that I know what a spirit energy feels like, I can definitely feel like it is a combination of a divine and spiritual barrier. Like to know if it's been getting weaker over time? Tsukuyomi, not to our knowledge. We keep an eye on it so we would know if anything happens. We will immediately reinforce the barrier or strengthen it if needed. There have been moments where the beast begins to stir underneath the waves. Even with the barrier that has a similar effect to the one in Bermuda, it is still able to cause some issues. Sometimes it causes earthquakes and tsunamis. However, for the most part, it has shown no signs of breaking through the barrier, which has been holding strong for centuries now. We intend to keep it that way despite the efforts of this terrorist organization that wishes to free the monster. Yumibose Japan. ISSEI. That's good to hear. and you know that you will have me if you need help straightening it even further. I've been working on my barrier magic and sealing magic. But I know we all have the same question because it's the same one I've thought about. We have 4 other beasts that we have not discussed yet, and each of them is part of pantheons we have very little connection with or is very isolated and keeps to themselves, such as the Egyptians and the Aztecs pantheons. Azazel, I know what you mean. It's the Aztec pantheon that is the trickiest to get in contact with. They have never been really willing to interact with others, and they're not very friendly to outsiders. You know, that whole rip out your heart and sacrifice it to their gods thing is kind of a turnoff when trying to establish diplomatic, or even just dialogue relations with them, haha. Seraphal. As for the Egyptians, they are a pantheon that likes to keep to themselves and really don't like to interact with others. It's not like they really ever had a need to, and the only confrontations that pantheon has had with others are very few and far between, besides some of the Greek gods, mainly Osiris and Hades, but they've never really gotten into a full-on fight with each other. Besides that, the other Egyptian gods haven't really had any other problems with gods from different pantheons. They really have no need to interact with other pantheons because they have powerhouses in their own ranks, and see no reason to interact with gods from different pantheons. ISSEI, yes, that is true. Luckily, thanks to what I've learned and knowing that my great-great-grandfather had some sort of relationship with the king of the Olympians, we might be able to start at least some dialogue between the Alliance and the Greek pantheon. Even if they only wish to talk with me, it's better than having no bridge to at least relay the information they should know as well about the threat that could be posed not only to their pantheon but to everyone, if some of these beasts start becoming freed, especially the ones that are in their own domain. Regardless, it's crucial we get this information to them, even if they're not willing to join us and only help us in this matter until it's resolved. It will give us some extra help dealing with this organization, along with resources and some manpower. Odin, I agree with you on that, especially on the part of relaying the important information that they need to know is going on in their own domain. Even if they wish not to work with us, it might give us some favor in their eyes. They might be willing to cooperate to some extent and give us some help. But I'm pretty sure the king of Olympus would like to meet the great-great-grandson of the man that challenged him, and even found him worthy enough to teach him personally himself. So that might definitely give us some way to form a bridge for some dialogue to occur between them and the Alliance, even if it's just with you, Dragon Boy. Even if they're still not willing to have any kind of relationship with you or the Alliance, I have personally done some business with the king of the Olympians myself. So, in the worst-case scenario, I can just relay the information that they need to know, regardless of whether they're willing to help in this matter or not. As you said, they should know. It will be one less front we have to worry about if things start becoming desperate, and our forces and resources start becoming spread thin. Sirzex, that seems like a good plan. Honestly, I have my doubts about even starting a relationship with the Aztec pantheon, but maybe we could at least establish a connection with the Egyptians or initiate some dialogue between us. Even if the Olympian pantheon doesn't wish to join the Alliance or listen to you, it's good to know that Odin can relay the information to the Olympians about what's happening in their own backyard. I doubt they would allow any other pantheon or faction to roam around in their own land, especially with issues concerning these beasts that technically belong to their faction. If it's their issue to deal with, it's something we don't have to worry about right now. Even if they choose not to join, they'll receive the information, already aware of how dangerous at least one of these beasts is and how it almost brought down the Olympians during the Great War with the Titans. They'll probably take it seriously, so we shouldn't worry about that front regardless of the situation and how it unfolds, at least for now. After everyone listened to what Sirzex said, that's when someone else spoke up in a very rude and somewhat disrespectful tone. Susanu, that's all good and fine, but we still have these other 4 beasts that we really don't know much about. Unless you have more information to share with us. Also, I want you to know I don't care what everyone else here thinks, especially my fellow Shinto gods. Though I respect the fact that you are a survivor and one of the last few members of a very distinguished and long-thought-dead clan such as the Haida clan, and even if you are a descendant of Iroh, that doesn't mean I respect you. You haven't earned my respect like he did, nor like any of your other ancestors. To me, you're just an upstart brat who's come across power he didn't truly have to earn. I don't want you to think just because you're sharing this with us that you have my respect. Understood. ISSEI actually felt a little hurt, not for what he said about the power he acquired, knowing full well he had to learn to master and control it himself, but for the fact that he could tell Susanoo seemed a little hurt, and his words did hurt ISSEI. Being reminded of the state of his family, and not truly knowing exactly what happened, and still trying to piece it together caused him to have a sad look on his face. Lady Amaterasu, seeing this, didn't want this conversation to go this way, knowing how deeply hurt Susanoo has been ever since that day. She realized he shouldn't be taking his anger and frustration out on ISSEI. She spoke up, frustrated and angered by his tone. Amaterasu, Susanoo, show him some respect. He is part of a family that has worshipped and served the Shinto gods and yokai for generations. I know you're still hurt from what happened, but he is not the reason it happened nor who you should take it out on. So do not show him disrespect. We're here to try to make amends for our mistakes, not create more division and rifts. Susanoo, I'll treat him however I see fit and in whatever way I deem. I understand we need to redeem ourselves for our past mistakes, but that does not guarantee him my respect. Right now, all I see in front of me is a boy who is trying to walk in the footsteps of one of the greatest leaders and fighters I've ever met, and someone I saw as a close friend. I only wish Iroh had the power this brat has, because he truly deserved it. He was a man among gods, but had the strength of any god and tenacity of one, and should have been one. I guarantee you if he had this brat's power, what happened would have never happened, and we would not be having this discussion. Iroh never demanded me to respect him. He earned it by showing me his skills with a blade and testing it against mine. That is how he earned my respect. This little brat has done none of that, nor has he earned my respect, and you will not force me to give it to him. I will give him the credit he deserves for fighting one of the dragon gods, but that doesn't mean much to me. I must test his might with my own blade. That is how warriors truly show worth to each other. Amaterasu was about to say something until she was stopped by Tsukuyumi. Enough, Susanoo. We're not here to let you vent your frustrations out on a young man who has done nothing to you. And I wouldn't waste your breath on him, Amaterasu. You're not going to change his mind. But let's get back to the topic at hand. ISSEI, do you happen to know any other information on these other 4 beasts? ISSEI, I have tried to get more information, but even though the Yokai mystical library is vast and has thousands upon thousands of books, I don't necessarily have all the time in the world as much anymore to go looking through the archives. What I have been able to find was nothing too significant, just some basic information, especially on Typhon. The minor information I was able to learn was that it was one of the children of the Titan Gaia. Typhon had the strength to almost single-handedly bring down the Olympians during the Great Titan War between the Olympians and the Titans. He was one of the strongest beasts the Titans had at their disposal. In the end, he still lost and Zeus sealed away the mighty beast in Mount Etna. If I had to assume, the beast is still sealed there. But other than that little bit of information, I don't know more about the Titan Typhon. Typhon Greek, Azazel. I'm pretty sure I can help you get more information on Typhon. However, I do know about the story of the Hydra. Most Hydras you see today are lesser Hydras compared to the true Hydra, which is immortal. The true Hydra was technically defeated and not defeated at the same time by Hercules as one of his labors. The only way Hercules was able to beat the mighty beast was by burying it into the ground after cutting off the rest of its heads. Since the last head is immortal, Hercules buried the beast and placed great and heavy stones on top of it, entombing it in the earth as its dirt prison. The exact location where the Hydra remains buried to this day has been lost. If the terrorist organization figures out where it is, they could gain a powerful beast like this under their control. That is a very troubling thought, especially if the Chaos Brigade could have managed to acquire this knowledge. Judging by the information you provided, there's a high possibility that another organization is pulling the strings. However, it seems like you don't have any other information on that. Kiddo, Hydra Greek, Surzex. This is very concerning if they could get a monster like that on their side and control it somehow among these other beasts that are on this list. Not to mention that they could have more knowledge on where some of these other beasts are sealed and gained information on the ones that we already know of their location. This is truly a troubling revelation that we've just learned, thanks to this information you supplied to us, ISSEI. Because we truly know nothing about the beast Bobby, that is somewhere hidden and sealed away in the sands of Egypt. But until we are able to at least establish some kind of connection with the Egyptian pantheon, we won't be able to find out much more. And we can't find any text on it, which with all of our combined resources, we should start diverting more effort to as soon as we're done with this meeting. Baba Egypt, Sarah Fall. I agreed with what Surzex said because the same applies to information about Quetzalcoatl. We would have to get in contact with the Aztec pantheon to learn anything. But just like the Egyptians, it has the same kind of issues, so it should not be our main priority right now. Plus, with all of our resources, we might be able to find some text regarding where the beasts could be sealed, though I wouldn't recommend trying to send any of our forces into their lands. It risks getting their anger and actually making them our enemy, joining the very terrorists we're trying to defeat. Not to mention the real group that controls everything. We have to tread carefully right now and focus on the things we can currently deal with. Quetzalcoatl Aztec, Surzex. I've also noticed on one of the pages of information you supplied to us that it has information regarding a beast tamer named Hedimiels. Do you have any more information about this individual, ISSEI? ISSEI, I actually do. Like I said when I made the deal with Vala and his team for sanctuary and protection under my faction, they agreed to gather information for me. This is just some of the recent information I got from their latest report. Though I haven't been able to fully go through it and verify everything yet. ISSEI pulls a folder from his own personal pocket dimension and slides it across the table towards Surzex. He picks it up and opens it, and begins reading through it. Once he is done, he passes it to Seraphal. She looks through the information and passes it to the next person, making sure everyone around the table can read the information. After the last person, Michael, finishes going over the information inside the document, he slides the document back to ISSEI. That's when Seraphal speaks up. Seraphal. So, this Hedimiels is a satyr and looks to be from a beast village that was completely wiped out by forces commanded by the god of war, Ares. They were ordered to wipe their village out by the god himself. It looks like this village was made up of beastmen of different varieties, amassing a lot of forces from satyrs, boarmen, centaurs, minotaurs, and cyclopes, amongst others. I can see why the Greek gods would want this growing threat to be dealt with quickly. It concerns me based on the information you gave us because this Hedimiels is a very powerful beast tamer. It seems like his abilities are SSS ranked in terms of controlling high-level monsters and beasts. It seems like he's holding a legendary item. Do you know what kind of item it is? Is it like a sacred gear or some sort of ancient relic, ISSEI? Hedimiels Satyr Beast Tamer. ISSEI. Unfortunately, they weren't able to determine exactly what item it was. ISSEI. Unfortunately, they weren't able to determine exactly what item it was. However, in my own research on items regarding beast taming, there are a few items that I would classify as epic and legendary. There is only one item known to beast tamers as apocalyptic class. Fortunately, I was able to find this text regarding the item in the Yokai mystical library. It is known as the Flute of the Beasts. It can control any of the apocalyptic beasts. Though the flute is not able to control dragons, a beast can resist the call by sheer force of will. But it will be able to control beasts such as cyclops, minotaurs, trolls, scorpion men, and more. More importantly, it can be used to control all but one out of the beasts of the apocalypse. That beast is unable to be controlled by it. Amaterasu raised an eyebrow, wondering why he didn't mention that there are actually beasts, and why out of the one can't be controlled by that item. She asked, "Are you saying there are actually apocalyptic beasts, but the information you showed us only said? Also, is there a reason this certain beast cannot be controlled, and why did you choose not to include it in the information you supplied to us?" ISSEI knew he would be asked this question, so he let out a sigh and spoke. "The reason I didn't include it was because the minute you guys would have seen the beast's name, it would have completely kept us from talking about the other ones and taking the meeting into the direction of this conversation that I was hoping we could have later during our talk. But it looks like it's time to be told the same thing my brother told me. That's why I left it out of the informational packets I gave all of you. I still find it hard to believe myself, but after what my brother told me and the fact that I trust him, and what he's telling me, there was no doubt for me not to believe him, so I'll let him explain it for you all himself." That's when he raised his left arm, put it on the table, and the boosted gear manifested on his arm. The green gem began to glow as Drake spoke. "Drake, hello leaders. As my brother already said, and as you saw in the documents he gave you, I won't go over them again. But I will tell you a story of two dragons that fell from grace and became something different. You already know the second one as soon as I begin to tell it, so I will start with the first story, how the first dragon to fall from its nobility of being a dragon and turned into something else came about. I personally never met Quetzalcoatl. He was sealed away by the Aztec gods long before the evil dragon wars, but I heard stories that he was once a proud and noble dragon, considered a dragon king, and almost ascended to the level of heavenly dragon class. It is said that he took shortcuts to increase his power unnaturally, and because of that, he went mad, becoming a beast of destruction. I remember hearing stories that the noble dragon known as Quetzalcoatl was forever lost and became the bringer of the end. As for the final beast, all the pantheons fear this one. Its power made it go mad, but it was never like Quetzalcoatl. This dragon fed on the flesh of other dragons to gain more power, doing everything it could to gain power and eventually gaining the power it wanted. However, it lost its mind and became a mindless beast. As you all may know, it is Trihexa, the apocalypse beast. The room was silent after Drake mentioned the dreaded beast. Nobody could say a word. Eventually, ISSEI broke the silence, breaking everyone out of their sheer terror they were feeling at the mere mention of the beast's name. ISSEI, I know there are many questions, and until recently, I was hoping my fears were unfounded. But now I believe my fears have become reality. Once I finally drew the connections from what my brother told me about the story of this beast, I came to realize that the organization within the Chaos Brigade is truly pulling all the strings behind everything. I believe their true ambitions are not only to free all the beasts of the apocalypse, but if they're able to get a hold of the beast under their control, they would literally have the strongest apocalyptic beasts at their command. And if that is the case, that can only mean one thing: even the top strongest, including Great Red and Ophis, wouldn't last long facing the might of all. Hell, if my assumption is correct, even if the other strongest beings out of the work together to take out one of the weakest ones of the apocalyptic beasts, which I have no idea which one that would be, calling any of them the weakest wouldn't be fair, they're destroyers for a reason, we would still lose a lot of the strongest in that fight. And even if we were to have one, we would still have others to deal with. I believe their goal is to free all of the beasts of the apocalypse, saving the beast for last. I also believe that one is going to be the hardest to free from its seals. Though the information I have on that is little to confirm, I doubt the seals that are holding that monster in would be so fragile that they could be easily destroyed or undone. I would imagine you need certain items to undo it or know the right spell. And more importantly, through all my research, I have no idea where the beast is even located or where it could possibly be sealed. Azazel slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "Damn it! I knew we were far behind. If not for you, kiddo, getting this information, we would have been in the dark and playing catch-up, and probably would have never truly understood what their goals were until it was too late to stop them." Michael, I understand your frustration, brother, but please calm down. The good thing is, thanks to ISSEI and his diligent efforts, we actually know at least what their plans are. Unfortunately, we still do not know the culprits who are truly behind everything and the masterminds of this plan. But whatever they want to do, it seems like they just want to cause death and destruction if they intend to control the apocalyptic beasts. At least now we have a fighting chance to counter their efforts, preventing them from executing their plan to free any of the beasts. Sirzex, I have to agree with Michael. At least now we can try to counter what they've been doing. First things first, we need to not make it look like we know their plans, or we could trigger them to act prematurely before we are even prepared. That would be bad for everyone. Also, we need to make sure the seals that are keeping these beasts in prison are intact, not tampered with or broken, and ensure that we are capable of protecting them by deploying forces discreetly. At the same time, we must not alert our enemy that we are aware of their plans. Now, it's more important than ever to establish contact and dialogue with the Egyptian, Aztec, and Greek pantheons. I would even suggest we try to contact the Hindu pantheon since they are the strongest of all the pantheons, and Shiva, who is the third strongest. I doubt they would ignore this looming threat and not act on it, so it's important we inform them of this information. They may still not join the alliance, but upon hearing that the beasts of the apocalypse, especially Trihexa, could possibly be freed, they might be willing to cooperate with us for the time being until the threat has been taken care of, which would be sufficient. Seraphal, I agree with you on that, Sirzex. Also, Azazel, we have time to prepare and plan counter-strategies, and create backup plans, all thanks to the efforts of ISSEI. Things aren't completely hopeless yet. We still have time. Now we know what we have to do. At least we also know where the Leviathan, Behemoth, Garmer, Yumibozu, and Typhon are sealed, so that gives us an upper hand on of the. I will say that over these last months, our forces have been battered and beaten. Not to mention, we might be facing a small civil war with the Council. Based on these documents, we also have traitors among our ranks. This is going to diminish resources and manpower we can deploy elsewhere, which will hinder our ability. At least we know what we're dealing with now, though we don't have the full picture, but it's better than not knowing anything and being left in the dark until it's too late to act. Amaterasu, and you will have the Shinto pantheon and its forces to call upon as well. We will help you with this matter. This requires a unified front between the different pantheons. We can no longer afford to isolate ourselves, especially facing a threat of this magnitude, and not in the era in which our world becomes even more connected. So, this is not the time for pantheons to huddle down and close off themselves in their own realms. We must work together to save this world. It's just as much ours as it is everybody else's. I'm sure you would all agree with me on that. Tsukuyami, yes, I agree with Amaterasu. We would be foolish enough not to take this matter seriously. And we've learned many things through ISSEI, things we feel we have failed at. We failed the Hayate clan, then we failed a second time with the Nekomate and Lady Magari. The third time we failed was when the hero faction kidnapped Lady Yasaka. However, it wasn't us who corrected our own failures because we were too blind to see them. It was to our surprise that a living descendant of the Hayate clan fixed our mistake, had Magari rescued, investigated the attack that happened that night, and got the evidence needed to prove the Devil's Council implication in the kidnapping and experimentation on the Nekomate. It was even he who rescued Yasaka from the hero faction. It is time for us gods of the Shinto pantheon to realize that we are not all-knowing, and we have made many errors due to our own blindness and arrogance. We wish to join this alliance so we can make amends for our mistakes. Susanoo was thinking back to a memory of him and Iroh talking. Scene change to Susanoo's flashback. Currently, Susanoo and Iroh are drinking sake under a cherry blossom tree, just talking amongst each other. Susanoo drank some sake and put his cup down as they started to talk. Susanoo, why do you speak in such an elderly manner, my friend? You are still the youthful warrior I encountered many years ago. I believe you could even defeat some of the younger Shinto gods, as well as some of the older ones. Why do you behave as if you are a feeble old man? Iroh savored a sip of his sake, gently setting his cup on the table. Old friend, time has not been kind to me. At the age of, though I am blessed with good health and have taken care of myself, I am aware that my days are numbered. I am no longer the youthful man who roamed the world, challenging the gods of various pantheons. Yet there are moments when I yearn to embark on another journey, free from the shackles of clan obligations, to champion the oppressed and wield my reiko in the name of justice, perhaps for one last time. Even if it meant facing death, I would find solace in knowing that my actions served a noble cause, protecting those in dire need of help. I would still do it without hesitation because those who cry out should have their cries answered by a warrior willing to protect them regardless of the chance of death involved. Those who are strong and have power should use it for righteous reasons to protect the innocent, and those who cannot protect themselves. If wielding my blade one final time to save a single life, I would not hesitate to give my life for that cause because that is the true responsibility and burden of having power, knowing that you must either use it for selfishness or for the betterment of others. I will always choose to wield my blade for those who need it regardless of the risks. Susanoo wore a melancholic expression as he listened to his friend's words. The realization of his own mortality weighed heavily on him. Gazing up at the sky, he watched the gentle clouds drifting by, accompanied by the graceful flight of birds. Turning to his friend, he uttered softly, I sometimes forget your humanity, dear friend. Your remarkable feats, such as training with Zeus and battling Thor to a standstill for 2 days, set you apart. Despite your numerous accomplishments, many only recognize you as the Lord of Lightning in the supernatural world. Your reputation precedes you in such a formidable manner that even your enemies dare not mention your name, fearing your sudden appearance like lightning from the heavens. Those whom you have aided, and who are acquainted with your benevolent nature, hold steadfast in the belief that you will forever be their guardian in times of need. It seems as though the flame of justice that has always burned within you, protecting the innocent, still shines brightly. I am filled with pride and happiness to witness this enduring virtue within you. However, ponder upon this: can you truly depart from your cherished Asahi, and have you placed your trust in the hands of your family, believing they will thrive in your absence? Do you harbor doubts about your son Haru being prepared to assume your mantle? Are you apprehensive that he may struggle to emerge from the shadow of your illustrious leadership once your reign over the clan concludes? The weight of expectations bearing down upon him as the successor to a titan such as yourself is immense. Iroh savored another sip of his sake before responding, I don't believe one can truly grasp the weight of responsibility until one is faced with it head-on. My father, in his wisdom, always deemed me too impulsive and headstrong to lead our clan. He saw my global explorations as a mere indulgence of my fondness for battle, leading me astray. However, upon my return, the losses I endured and the lessons I gleaned humbled my once fiery spirit. Even then, my father remained hesitant to bestow upon me the mantle of leadership. I suspect many of my predecessors shared similar sentiments. It is worth noting that numerous clan leaders have operated in the shadows of their more illustrious kin, yet their contributions should not be underestimated. They dutifully guided the clan to the best of their abilities, never granted the chance to bear names as renowned as mine or those of our predecessors. However, this does not diminish his readiness to assume leadership. As I entrust the clan's responsibilities to him, I also transfer the sacred duty of safeguarding the life and essence of our clan's crest to the new leader. With Ruri at his side, offering guidance and support in my absence, he is well equipped to uphold our legacy. Since its inception, she has been an integral part of the clan. Without her, there would be no clan to speak of, no majestic land on which our beautiful village now stands, the place my family fondly calls home. It is all thanks to the great sage spirit Miyu. Although a part of me yearns for freedom, to explore the world and aid the innocent, my heart remains tethered to my sweet and affectionate Asahi, as well as my cherished family. Moreover, with the imminent arrival of my grandson, I am on the brink of becoming a grandfather. I find solace in the thought of witnessing his growth and being a guiding presence in his life for as long as possible. While my spirit may crave adventure, my devotion lies with my family. Some may deem it selfish, but I prioritize safeguarding my loved ones, especially this new life about to enter the world and our caring family. Susanoo, indeed, I had forgotten about that. It is still quite astonishing to think that the infernal spirit, known as one of the mightiest spirits, was banished for such a trivial reason. We gods may tend to be prideful and stubborn, but some of these sage spirits surpass even the most arrogant and haughty of deities in their humility and grace. I do acknowledge, however, that not all spirits are alike in their demeanor. It was truly heartwarming how the founder of your clan discovered her and welcomed her into the family. In return for their kindness, she bestowed upon your family a gift unparalleled, the ability to harness the power of the spirits. If my memory serves me right, Miyu was so moved by the actions of your ancestor that she willingly merged with the land, allowing you to establish a village for your descendants to inhabit for generations to come. Yet I must mention that Ruri may not take kindly to your departure. She appeared to have a strong bond with you, unlike any she shared with previous clan heads. It is quite understandable. You bestowed upon her that name she holds dear, showcasing your kind-hearted nature, my friend. Reflecting on it now, you did mention that your son's wife, Yui, is expecting to give birth soon. You and Asahi must be eagerly anticipating the arrival of your new grandchild. I, too, am excited to meet the child, along with the other Shinto deities, and bestow our blessings upon the newborn, as we have done for many others in your lineage. I am still taken aback by your son and daughter-in-law's decision to decline Lady Amaterasu's offer to reveal the baby's gender, but ultimately, it is their prerogative. At the end of the day, Iroh chuckled softly, finding amusement in the fact that a god, known for his pride, was calling out his fellow deities. The sage spirits, as Iroh observed, did indeed possess a stubborn streak. Over generations, his family had worked diligently to earn their respect and trust, a feat not easily accomplished. It seemed unlikely that these ancient spirits would bestow such favor upon any other family or individual not of the clan's bloodline. Despite the challenges, Iroh reflected on the bond he shared with Ruri, who had grown to be like a daughter to him. Despite her age, having witnessed the founding of their esteemed clan, she retained a childlike spirit that Iroh found endearing. However, he bristled at the notion of being treated as a mere master by Ruri, whom he held in high regard as a daughter. He also saw her as something more than a mere servant, considering her long-standing connection with the family clan. I will never comprehend why that master-servant nonsense persisted for so long, but I was determined to bring it to an end. She possesses all the knowledge of our clan, and our clan is intricately intertwined with her. This is why it is crucial to always pass on the crest to the next clan leader, because if the crest were to perish or the bloodline were to vanish entirely, she would suffer the same fate as we would. However, enough of this discussion, as it is dampening my spirits and this fine sake. I would much rather focus on my anticipation of becoming a grandfather, observing the rise of the next generation, assuming the roles of advisor and mentor, spending my days with my beloved Asahi, and simply relishing the company of my family. I will relinquish the burden of clan leadership from my shoulders to my son, who I am confident can bear the weight of the responsibilities that will soon fall upon him, just as I had to in my youth. He will have Ruri by his side, as well as myself and all others to support him. Remember, he is never alone. We are a united family, ready to assist one another through any challenges that may arise. Susanoo casually raised his cup of sake to his lips, taking another sip. With a mischievous glint in his eye, he turned to his friend and posed another question. Well, I agree with you on that one. I'd rather not be the man that ruins good sake for my friend. You are right, the life of your clan is tied to her just as her life is tied to the clan. But I would also have to agree because between you and everyone else, including Ruri by his side, along with knowing how good of a man he is, because I deemed him worthy enough for me to personally start to train him, so I understand why you're so confident in your son's ability to lead your clan into the future, and take the responsibility of it as well, and all the burdens that come along with it. He is more than capable of it. But I was thinking, in your travels, did you ever meet a very beautiful woman that caught your eye? If things went differently, would you have married her instead of Asahi? Iroh chuckled softly, relishing in the deep-seated faith you have in my son, mirroring my own. To address your inquiry, my dear friend, I had never encountered a woman quite like her before, and my heart could not fathom being with anyone other than Asahi. However, if I am to speak truthfully, a part of me wouldn't object to catching another glimpse of that ethereal being I encountered many moons ago during my travels through Europe. I still vividly recall my own stubbornness as I attempted to challenge her upon witnessing her arrival at the orphanage I had just rescued. It took time, but she eventually convinced me of her peaceful intentions towards the man who had valiantly saved numerous innocent souls. Her astonishment upon discovering my humble origins from the Far East was palpable. Equally surprising was her realization that I, a mere human, had vanquished a horde of overdevils with a single strike of my blade. Yet, despite my unwavering devotion to Asahi, I cannot deny that her radiance was unparalleled. As much as it pains me to admit, not even my beloved Asahi can rival her beauty. Oh, the enigma of that woman's allure! As he then took another sip of his sake after finishing, Susanoo was taken aback by his old friend's words, causing him to spew out his good sake in surprise. Damn it, Iroh, you can't drop bombshell like that when I'm savoring good sake. You've just made me spill it all. Despite his annoyance, a smile crept onto Susanoo's face as he wiped away the spilled sake. It's truly astonishing to think back on the man who endured a gauntlet of trials just to earn the right to marry one of the most stunning women known to us. I recall your bold declaration about Asahi. You were ready to cleave Mount Fuji in half and wage war against an army of, just to win her hand in marriage. Ha, Iroh, I unequivocally stand by all my previous words. Even with the passage of time, she remains the most striking and exquisite woman I have ever beheld. I am profoundly grateful for her presence in my life, and I cherish her above all else. Without her, I am adrift. She is the cornerstone of my existence, and together, we have forged a remarkable family. Our son, of whom we are both immensely proud, is a testament to our shared efforts. With her support, our clan has flourished, and we have achieved prosperity beyond measure. The sight of her radiant smile never fails to illuminate my world. Frankly, envisioning my life without her is unfathomable. Her absence would leave a void I cannot comprehend. However, one certainty remains. We eagerly anticipate entrusting the mantle of clan leadership to our son and his wife, while I eagerly anticipate passing down our family's ancestral katana to him, allowing him to select a new spirit to inhabit the blade. Truth be told, my dear old friend, bidding farewell to Reikio after so many years will tug at my heartstrings. But his home lies within the spirit realm. Once the crest is passed and the sword is bestowed upon its new master, the pact we forged will be fulfilled, allowing him to return to the realm of spirits. Because so I must say farewell to my long-standing companion, the only spirit I have ever bound myself to. Even when I was instructed to seek a new one upon becoming the clan master, I could never forsake my loyal friend from my first katana. I have wholeheartedly dedicated myself to him since inheriting this blade, and he has remained faithfully by my side. While I am saddened by our impending separation, we both understand that our paths will diverge one day. Our memories of each other will endure, even though one of us will outlast the other. He knows just as much as I do. It is crucial for my son to uphold the family legacy by bestowing upon him the family crest and our ancestral katana for future generations. My son will soon imbue a new spirit into the blade, which will remain until it is time to pass it on. Additionally, he will be entrusted with the care of my beloved Ruri. As he gazed down at his katana, gently running his hand along the sheath, he could sense Reiko's emotions and the shared bond they had. It was a bittersweet moment, knowing that their time together was coming to an end, but the memories they shared would endure eternally. Farewell, my old friend. Bidding adieu is never easy. People often struggle to comprehend why bidding farewell is so difficult. The challenge lies in the act of closing a chapter in one's life, a chapter filled with memories and experiences shared with another individual. The difficulty also stems from the realization that there will be no more new memories to create with that person. Nevertheless, as time inexorably marches on, all things must come to an end. It is essential to savor the moments, making the most of them, while also being prepared for the inevitable goodbye. When the time for parting arrives, reflect on the cherished memories created, wish each other well, and hold each other close in your hearts. Susanoo, it appears that you are prepared to step down and entrust the leadership of the clan to the next generation. Embracing an advisory role and taking on the role of a devoted grandfather. I have always known you as someone without regrets, but I must ask a question that has long lingered in my mind. Why did your grandfather, Botan, decide to take in that troublesome Daisuke after his father committed the unthinkable act of treason? After all, it was his father who plotted a failed coup, endangering the lives of the queen and princess, Lady Yukiya and her daughter Yasaka. They say that the cycle of vengeance knows no end. Furthermore, I have never been fond of that arrogant and self-absorbed Daisuke. His disdainful attitude towards us gods whenever he graced the divine realm with his presence was unmistakable. I urge you to closely monitor him, my longtime companion. I harbor doubts about his character, much like I did about his father. The decision to endorse him for the role of military commander, just like his dishonorable father, continues to baffle me. It appears that the past is being mirrored once again, don't you agree? Iroh, in my youth, I often heard fellow clan members criticize my grandfather for his decisions, yet he remained steadfast in his beliefs. He possessed a kind and forgiving heart, always advocating that the sins of the father should not burden the son. He believed in the power of compassion and cared to break the cycle of vengeance. Following in his footsteps, my father and I have also extended compassion to others. The clan embraced him warmly, treating him as one of their own and granting him the status of an honorary member. Though he may have his shortcomings, he is still young in the eyes of the Yokai. I hold great expectations for his potential to achieve remarkable feats. I trust him, as do many of our clan members. He eagerly anticipates the upcoming ceremony following the birth of my grandson, where he plans to hand over the leadership to my son Haru. He envisions spending the remainder of his days in tranquility, observing the continued prosperity of our clan. It seems like a fitting way to conclude a life well lived, wouldn't you agree? Susanoo, to be honest, it appears to be a noble path for a warrior of your stature to embrace in the twilight of your days. However, I must confess my reservations regarding your decision to place trust in that young troublemaker, as well as your forebears who did the same. Having lived through countless ages, I have learned that the desire for vengeance can lay dormant for generations. Yet, if you are steadfast in your belief that he poses no threat, I shall defer to your judgment. Yet I caution you to remain vigilant, for I have never placed my faith in him, just as I have never trusted his dishonorable father. It seems as though you are entering a phase where you long for tranquility, cherishing moments with your kin, and reflecting on the battles waged, the armies led, and the legacy of a wise and benevolent leader. My esteemed old friend, you have accomplished feats that would break the spirits of most in your position, yet you have remained steadfast, continually striving for self-improvement and resilience, never swayed by the allure of power. Your unwavering dedication is truly commendable, which is why the Shinto gods regard you with such reverence. If you were to call upon us for battle, we would unquestioningly follow your lead, such is the trust we have in your judgment. It appears that you may be considering laying down your katana and armor, and indeed, you have earned a well-deserved respite, my dear friend. I eagerly anticipate more moments like these, where we can sit beneath the blooming cherry blossom tree, savoring sake and reminiscing about bygone days, perhaps engaging in friendly bouts of sparring from time to time. Iroh, I understand, my dear friend. This is the reason why I have always wielded that power with care and respect. Those of us in our esteemed position, entrusted by you and the other Shinto gods, as well as by Her Majesty, Lady Yukiya, hold a significant authority. This responsibility is what defines us as the guardians of peace. It is our solemn duty to preserve harmony. Yet, when the need arises, we do not shy away from unsheathing our swords, donning our armor, and heading into battle to defend those we have pledged to protect. We are the guardians of equilibrium between humans and yokai, the custodians of balance. This noble obligation has been passed down through generations in our family, and it falls upon us to uphold it faithfully. I am confident that this legacy will endure long after my time, just as you have witnessed and endured so much in your long and illustrious life. Having met many heads of the clans and members, you've always held a special place among us Shinto gods. Not to say that others were any less caring or involved. Your love for training those in the clan with true potential, who prove themselves worthy of your guidance, is well known. I, too, believe in the power of forgiveness, following the example set by my grandfather Boten towards Daisuke. It is the path to breaking the cycle of vengeance, and ensuring that the sins of the past do not burden the next generation. My dear old friend, as long as I draw breath, these moments of camaraderie and understanding will continue between us. I pledge to you that. Iroh raised his sake glass, having refilled both his and Susanu's cup, as a gesture of gratitude towards him. Susanoo observed the scene before him and mirrored the action, addressing his longtime companion with a gentle smile. I eagerly anticipate future moments such as this, my dear old friend. Though you may not remain in this world indefinitely, the legacy you have crafted, both among our peers and within your lineage, will endure eternally. Here's to you. With a clink of their cups, they commenced savoring their sake, gazing into the horizon, basking in the tranquility and contentment of the present instant. End of Susanoo flashback. Being broken out of it by hearing his name constantly called for him. Amaterasu, Susanoo, Susanoo, yes? Tsukuyumi, we want to know your opinion on joining the alliance. Both Amaterasu and I are in favor of it. We need to know if you are in favor of it as well. Susanoo looked over to ISSEI. Despite having different hair and eye colors, he looked similar to him, and could tell they had the same spirit and fire inside them. He remembered his old friend and realized they were very similar yet different. Susanoo understood something right then and there. He was going to give this man a chance to prove himself because he could tell, looking into Issei's eyes, that they believed in the same thing Iroh did, always wanting to do what was right, no matter the cost, even if it meant protecting the innocent, just like Iroh would. He smiled at the thought before he spoke up. Susanoo, I agree, but on the condition that once things settle down, and we have time, I would like to test your blade skills, Issei, if you don't mind. Issei smiled and then spoke. I have no issue with that. We can make time for that. Susanoo, if that is the case, then I approve of the Shinto gods joining the alliance if there are no objections from the other leaders of the alliance. Amaterasu, before we agree and finalize this agreement, I would like to discuss the punishment for Surzex and his sister's actions. Surzex let out a sigh, knowing this was inevitably going to be. That was when he heard and saw Issei stand up and speak up. Issei, Lady Amaterasu, I would ask you to show forgiveness for two reasons. One is selfish because now that I know Grafia is my adopted older sister, Surzex is officially my brother-in-law, and the second reason is, I do not believe he should be fully blamed for the mistakes of his sister. Yes, he had a part to play in it, but at the end of the day, it was not his actions that led to what happened to me and to others. The one who committed those actions had the control to choose the actions they take in this life, and his sister RIAS took the actions for herself. I know what I'm asking for, but I believe forgiveness is something that should be used here. The sins of the sister should not fall on the sins of the brother. Issei then bowed to her in respect. Surzex was in bewilderment at the actions Issei took, while Seraphal smiled and was happy for her friend, seeing how caring the man she was falling for truly was. Azazel, Michael, and Odin just closed their eyes and nodded at what they witnessed, showing approval. The person smiling the most was Susanoo, thinking about how Issei was truly the great-grandson of Iroh, having his kind heart and unbreakable will. He was happy to know that he would get a chance to know this man and watch as he rebuilt the clan that his dear friend Iroh and many before him held so dear. He looked forward to what the future would hold. Amaterasu, do you realize that any other individual who would ask something so brazen of me would be smote immediately, regardless of whether he was even the head of the Hayato clan? But I cannot overlook all the achievements you have done to undo our mistakes. I can do this, but I have a request from you that must be fulfilled if you wish for me to let this go and join the alliance. Issei rose from his bow and asked, What could that be, Lady Amaterasu? Amaterasu, we will be giving full control of the territory to Seraphal's sister, Sona. I will allow the Gremory family to maintain their businesses and control over the school. In return, you will be the territory's governor. What I mean by that is Sona would be in control and have full power to do what she believes is right for the people, along with handling any issues that might arise and that she's capable of handling without help. With that said, to avoid any conflicts like what could have happened with the fallen angel Kokobile, you will be given authority over the Shinto gods to act in our best interest, preventing any incidents like that from occurring in our lands and helping in the territory when needed, especially during events like that or even minor issues that need attention. Also, be expected to have a check-in every 2 weeks with Sona to be updated on the status of the town, any issues that need to be resolved that are above her position to handle, or just help out in any way she needs it. ISSEI, I agree to all of your terms, and we can work out any of the minor details later if that is alright with you. Amaterasu, of course we can work out the details later, but Surzex? Surzex immediately stood up on being called upon by the goddess. Yes, Lady Amaterasu? Amaterasu, I want you to know the only reason you are being given forgiveness from the harsh punishment I originally had for you is because of that young man there, as she points at ISSEI as she begins to walk towards Surzex. If not for everything he has done to rectify our wrongs, including everything he has learned for us about this organization and the true threat they pose and their goals, I would not have hesitated to hammer down judgment. If I were you, I would make sure you do everything in your power to make it up to him. But I look forward to our future endeavors working together, and the prosperity of this alliance. She then reaches her hand out to Surzex. Surzex saw this and reached out to shake Amaterasu's hand as he smiled at her and spoke. Of course, I would never forget him sticking his neck out for me, especially the way he asked for forgiveness. I will make sure I do everything I can to make it up to him. That I promise. Amaterasu nodded in approval to what Surzex said and smiled. They eventually broke their handshake off after agreeing to join their alliance. She began to head back to her seat once everyone was seated again. ISSEI began to carry on with the meeting, informing them of the other information he knew from leads to hideouts to numbers of their enemies and the traitors among all their ranks, and what they need to do to start limiting the damage they can do by leaking false information to them, trying to give the alliance an advantage and begin to slow down their enemies' movements with false information and catch them off guard. The meeting continued for another hours. Eventually, everyone was happy and surprised by everything they had learned but knew what had to be done now. All of them got up from their seats and immediately had teleportation circles under their feet as they went back to their own factions to prepare and execute the plans they came up with, among other things. Once that was done and ISSEI was the last one in the room, he stretched his arms and legs, dematerialized the boosted gear, and made his way to the door to leave the meeting room. His partner told him 2 little children were waiting for him to come out of the room. As he walked out of the meeting room, he heard 2 voices calling out to him and saw 2 smiling young faces happily running up to see him. Milikus, Uncle, Kunu, Dad. ISSEI saw them running up to him, immediately embraced them, and held them in as he picked both of them up. ISSEI, what's up, you 2 troublemakers? Are you getting along? Kunu, yeah, he's been playing with me, and so have the other girls. The Angel and Valkyrie are so fun, and Grandma and Grandpa have been playing with us as well. Milikus, I've been having the time of my life. It's so awesome here and I love spending time with Kunu. This is something new for me as well. I haven't been out of the underworld before. Even my mom is enjoying herself, and even Grandpa and Grandma have been enjoying spending all the time with us and getting to know Yasaka and the other girls. ISSEI, well, I'm glad everyone's getting along and your Grandma and Grandpa are spending good time with you. You deserve it, kids. But when are you going to come out from the corner and see your loving red fox, my dear? Yasaka stepped out from the corner as she walked over to her beloved mate. ISSEI put both Milikus and Kunu down and told them to go see their grandparents. They ran off after hearing their uncle and dad tell them that. That's when he embraced his loving, beautiful fox. Yasaka, oh my dear, I haven't seen her this excited in a while. It's good for her to have someone to play with around her age. Honestly, you should have seen her when she found out I was pregnant with a possible baby brother or sister for her. She was all over the place, my dear, it was adorable. She's also been enjoying having grandparents, and having an auntie to spoil her. She's not used to all this. She never really had an extended family, but with your family here and all the girls, she feels so loved, and it makes me feel good to see my daughter so happy and all the happiness you brought to me, her, and to my other sisters. Your parents have been so welcoming to me and everyone else. They're glad to know you're right, my dear. I do feel like I'm in a very deserving position to gloat and even say I told you so, my loving little red fox. ISSEI, I can't argue with you there, so I'll let you get it out. But I'm happier knowing that our little girl is happy with her loving grandparents, aunt, and a new friend around her age. Hopefully, I can see them develop a deeper bond later in life. I believe my beautiful fox can express her thoughts freely, and I feel she's right. Yasaka, finally you grasped what I was trying to convey all those weeks ago about coming out of hiding. Though I had to nudge you, I'm delighted that you took the leap. And now, I am even more pleased to say, I told you so, my charming little red fox. As she spoke, she playfully ran her finger under his chin, gently caressing his chest and tracing circles with her fingertip, all the while gazing at him in a seductive and adorable loving manner. ISSEI blushed at the beautiful look Fox was giving him, his heart racing as she gently caressed his chest. He couldn't help but notice the lustful desire in her eyes, the ravenous nature of her wanting to take him right then and there. Despite the lingering memory of the dreaded words his mother used to tell his father, ISSEI found himself completely captivated by his stunning mate. ISSEI, when you express yourself in such a way, I couldn't care less about hearing those words every married or soon-to-be married man fears. Because I adore and love you, it's becoming harder. Resisting the urge to take you right now will be a challenge if you keep doing this, my love. As Yasaka senses her mate's arousal heighten, she continues to lavish him with her touch, reveling in his longing for her. Yasaka, in a mischievous yet loving manner, while trying to conceal her smile by covering her mouth with her hand, spoke lovingly. She gazed at her little red fox with innocence, both hands resting on his chest. You say that now, my beloved, but what will you do when I start showing more signs of pregnancy? Will you still touch me, even as I grow bigger with our child? What if I become less appealing to you? The thought of my beloved little red fox shying away from me, refusing to even hold her because he no longer found her attractive with our baby in my belly, fills me with dread, began to fake cry. ISSEI sported a mischievous smile, mirroring his mate's expression as he spoke to her in a loving and seductive manner. Gently lifting her beautiful chin, he made eye contact with her before softly ing her on the lips. With a tone full of affection, he expressed, honestly, I feel like that would only make me more attracted to you, especially knowing that you're carrying our child. You'll always be my beautiful fox, regardless of how you may look, because you saved my life. You and our daughter, along with others, helped bring me back to who I am. But it was you and our daughter who truly showed me I can love again. You are my stunning, beautiful fox, always. I am yours to do with as you please, my queen. Holding her tightly, he even released his fox ears and 9 foxtails to wrap her even closer, placing one of his tails on her stomach. This gesture caused her to grab it with love, feeling his warmth and affection enveloping her. Yasaka, it's heartwarming to hear your feelings for me, my dear. However, it's now, and you've been engrossed in the meeting for quite a while. As much as I crave to have you all to myself tonight, I must remind you of your prior commitments to my 3 other sisters. I will graciously let them claim you tonight so you can keep your promise to them. But don't forget I will get you for another night, my love. Yasaka sported a mischievous grin on her face, the very same one that ISSEI recognized whenever she was hatching a plan with the girls. He sensed her hands releasing him from their embrace, only to watch her take a few steps back, leaving him perplexed. Suddenly, a colossal watery hand seized him, yanking him through the hallways as he let out a terrified yell, stealing a glance at his alluring fox waving at him. He was forcibly pulled around a corner, the relentless grip dragging him for what felt like minutes, but in actuality only a few seconds had passed until finally being thrust into a room with a resounding slam of the doors behind him. The space lay engulfed in darkness, leaving him disoriented and bewildered as he massaged his throbbing head from the impact, his ears picking up on the hushed whispers of 3 seductive voices addressing him. That's when the lights were turned on, lighting up the room and revealing 3 of his beautiful mates in front of him in white outfits. The first one to speak was his beautiful phoenix, Ravel. Oh ISSEI, my beloved dragon, it's time for you to fulfill your promises to us. Ingvild, yes, indeed, my dragon knight, you did promise that we would finally get your dragon mark to claim us as yours forever, not to mention showing us that true dragon you keep down there. Kuroka, oh yes, that is very true, my sisters. I think it would be a little unfair if I'm the only one who's given what she's wanted for so long from her dragon fox. I don't know about you ladies, but I don't intend to let him leave this room until I know for sure that he has blessed me and filled me up to the point where I know I'm going to have his kittens. What about you, ladies? Ravel, I agree with you, sister. I think it's going to be more than him just giving us his dragon mark to say he's forever ours. But I feel like to truly show he loves us is to give us a blessing. I'm looking forward to having our love that we share tonight grow inside my belly, a permanent show of how much you truly love me. Ingvild, I have to agree. I may want that dragon mark, but I definitely want to share a deeper connection. And what's the deepest connection you can make with somebody other than creating life with them? It seems like you, my dragon knight, will be giving this princess an heir to the throne, hee. That's when ISSEI had all three girls grab him and throw him on the bed, and they were all three on top of him. He had so many thoughts going through his head, but the only thing he could do was gulp in excitement, and feel his dragon getting excited and uttered a few words. ISSEI, haha, I'm in danger. It was at that moment all three girls pounced on him and started ripping off his clothes. He decided to embrace all three of his girls by using all 9 of his tails. They were still out from his conversation with Yasaka, and began to have a loving night. Finally, he gave them what they all wanted, and soon they had a passionate night of love and affection with one another, lasting for hours. After many hours had passed, ISSEI finished pleasuring his girls. Ravel, who was passed out on his chest, was completely exhausted. That's when his brother manifested the boosted gear and began to talk. Drake, well, brother, congratulations are in order. You're most likely set to be a father to even more children now, haha. ISSEI, I wouldn't say that yet, we don't know for sure, brother. ISSEI laughed nervously at what his brother said, hoping he wasn't right about that, but something in him said he was. Drake, brother, believe me, I have a hard time believing that these girls will not end up carrying your children after this night. But if you don't believe me, you can always use your senjutsu and check for yourself. ISSEI decided to listen to his brother's suggestion and placed one of his tails on each of his mates. Kuroka lay unconscious on his right, holding him close, while Ingvild was doing the same on his left. Ravel lay on top of them. He used one tail to press gently between himself and Ravel, feeling her stomach. He also put a tail on Ingvild and Kuroka's stomachs. He closed his eyes to hear his mates making noises as they slept and tried to feel for what he was looking for, concentrating intently. After a moment, he withdrew his tails, opened his eyes, and spoke the first words that came to his mind, his expression a mixture of surprise and understanding. ISSEI, damn it, I hate it when you're right. Drake, I mentioned this would happen. It's important for you to know that I recently found out that despite the usual difficulties supernatural beings face in getting pregnant, your chances of impregnating them on the first attempt are significantly higher compared to other supernatural beings. Being part dragon helps since we can control our fertility. However, you may have overlooked this aspect, and I must admit, I forgot to remind you about it. I trust that seeing how much these women care for you and rely on you, along with the knowledge that you will soon have children, will make you more cautious moving forward and stop risking your life so carelessly. ISSEI comprehended his brother's words. I understand, but I only act to ensure their safety and protection at all costs, even if it puts my life in danger. As long as they are alive, that is all that matters to me. Drake, I know, brother, but you have to remember they're always worrying about you. I figure doing it this way and not reminding you to control yourself, and just letting things take their course. Not to mention, it was a full moon tonight, so you lost yourself in your instincts, just like the night with Yasaka. ISSEI, oh, I totally forgot about that. It was like a perfect storm. Though I couldn't resist these stunning women coming at me like that. But I know my animal instincts of being a kitsune and a dragon, so I know I couldn't have resisted them even if I wanted to. Ha, Drake, yeah, very true. But at least you finally gave these women what they wanted. They wanted to always be connected to you, and having them be given your mate mark by you would definitely help, especially that little phoenix. Seems like she's the one that needs you the most. I wasn't too surprised that out of all the girls, it was her who lasted the longest, even more than that horny cat. ISSEI, yeah, I can't argue with you on that one, brother. She really wanted to show me all of her love. I gave her all of mine, and I'm glad she's comfortable and finally got what she wanted. Knowing that these girls are mine and mine alone now, I still have to give the other girls what they want and go on dates. But that's something to worry about later. But my brother, I'm going to wrap my women in my tails and go to sleep a happy man tonight. Drake, I understand, brother. Get some sleep, you've earned it. Cherish these girls and protect them because they are now carrying your children as well. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Good night, brother. After that, Drake dematerialized the boosted gear. After that, ISSEI wrapped all his girls in his 9 foxtails, bringing them closer. They all smiled and cuddled closer to him as he closed his eyes, knowing he had given them what he promised, and they felt as much love from him as he did from them. As he closed his eyes and fell asleep, the dreams began. Scene change, ISSEI dream. ISSEI was trapped in a terrifying nightmare, surrounded by a burning village echoing with the agonizing screams of those in need. The eerie glow of the moon illuminated the scene. The clash of swords and battle cries of warriors pierced the air, their lifeless bodies scattered around him, men, women, and children alike, bleeding profusely. ISSEI, where am I? Brother, are you here? ISSEI cried out in confusion, his voice trembling with fear. As he looked around, he noticed the dead bodies starting to move, eerily crawling towards him. What the hell? Get off me! ISSEI tried to use his powers, attempting to summon his boosted gear or connect with his brother, only to realize that nothing was working. Suddenly, ISSEI felt himself sinking into a pool of black sludge, the lifeless bodies pulling him down with them, their cries for help ringing in his ears. Cursed souls, help us, free us from our torment, free us, and our pain. Save us, free us from our torment. You're the only one that can. Only a Hayate can end the curse. You must help us, it's your duty. We need you, give us peace. Save us all! ISSEI found himself being swallowed by the ground, the dead bodies swarming over him, their voices echoing in his mind until he was consumed, a scream trapped in his throat. When he awoke, he was in a dark forest, the cries of cursed souls still haunting him. Moving through the eerie landscape, he stumbled upon a sprawling abandoned village shrouded in a sinister black miasma. At the heart of the village, an ancient Japanese-style castle stood in decay, the miasma thickening around it, a sense of dread growing. Suddenly, the castle stirred to life, pulsations emanating from its depths, accompanied by the ominous sounds of drums, ceremonial bells, and gongs. The pulsations spread through the village, culminating in a chilling inhuman scream that pierced the air. ISSEI, overwhelmed by the cacophony, covered his ears in a futile attempt to block out the deafening noise. The darkness seemed to close in around him, suffocating and oppressive. Please help me, I need you to save them. Only a Hayate can save us, please save him. ISSEI, save you from what? Tell me how I can help you. And save who? That's when ISSEI saw the figure of a phantom charging towards him, sword raised to strike. He put his hands up to block, and right before the blade hit him, he woke up and sat up. He was sweating and breathing heavily from the nightmare he had just had. He ran one of his hands through his hair as he looked around the room, and that's when he noticed he was in bed with 3 of his mates, Ravel, Kuroka, and Ingvild. He noticed they were all holding him tightly, realizing that's how he remembered embracing them and how they were all being embraced by his tails, keeping them close and cuddling with them before he passed out from a night of love and passion with them because he had finally given them what they wanted. He smiled, wondering what time it was, but that's when he was completely overwhelmed by a cold chill that swept through the room, and soon he started hearing what could be bells running through the hallway. He then saw the sliding door to his room open up, and he saw a white figure run by. That's when the boosted gear manifested, and he heard his brother speaking to him. Drake, brother, I have a terrible feeling about this. Firstly, that nightmare wasn't just an ordinary one, it felt like visions being forced into your mind by an unknown entity. Then we witnessed what can only be described as a ghostly figure running past your room. I hate to say it, but I don't think we should investigate. However, I also don't feel like going back to sleep is an option. I doubt it's going to let you ignore its presence. ISSEI, yeah, I'm definitely not going back to sleep after that hellish nightmare. And just my luck, my castle's haunted. As much as I'd love to agree with you, brother, I'd rather not dismiss what I saw as just my eyes playing tricks on me. It could actually be an intruder, so I'd rather investigate, and not risk the lives of my loved ones just in case it was actually somebody that could pose a threat if they managed to slip past our security and defenses. But considering the possibilities, could it be a ghost in a rock-paper-scissors scenario? Does a dragon beat a ghost? Drake, fair enough, but brother, be careful. To be honest with you, I was once a spirit in a gear. Now I'm connected to your soul. But if I had to be honest, I feel like we could take on a ghost, haha. ISSEI, I'm just glad to see that some of my sense of humor has rubbed off on you, brother. I guess I'm going to have to find out one way or another, so you might as well go investigate, even though I don't want to. ISSEI managed to get out of bed without disturbing his mates. He popped his head out of the doorway and looked down the right side of the hallway but saw nothing. Then, when he looked over to the left, he saw a white fox with yellow-red eyes looking at him and the moonlight shining through one of the windows. This sent a shiver down his spine. The fox began to walk down the side of the hallway corridors, as if trying to lead him somewhere. Drake, brother, I hate to say it, but it seems like that thing wants you to follow it. ISSEI, yeah, I agree. I really don't want to because this goes against the first rule of a horror movie. The thing is, this is my castle, and I'm not about to just let it go. I sense that whatever is going on, I won't be able to just brush it off, so I might as well check it out, and like hell, I'm going to be kicked out of my castle by some ghost fox. ISSEI strolled along the hallway corridors where he had glimpsed the white fox earlier. Even though he hadn't laid eyes on it yet, he kept his gaze peeled for any sign of it. A sense of being watched lingered with him, sending shivers down his spine. Little did he know, his nighttime wanderings had not gone unnoticed. Kaneko, awake and seeking solace in the moon's gentle glow, had spotted ISSEI traversing the castle grounds. Something felt off to her, prompting her to shadow him discreetly from a safe distance. Kaneko, ISSEI? ISSEI, brother, I don't know what it is, but I feel like I can't sense anything right now. It's like my powers themselves are being suppressed somehow. It's not just me, right? Drake, no, brother. Something is definitely affecting you, preventing you from using any of your powers, and suppressing your senses. I don't like this, ISSEI. I don't like this either, brother. ISSEI heard singing echoing through the hallways. As he looked around, he saw nobody there. Despite this, he continued heading towards the source of the voice. Kaneko observed ISSEI and realized that he hadn't sensed her presence yet. Upon closer inspection, she noticed a white mist surrounding him. Suddenly, she saw him dart towards something and immediately tried calling out to him. Kaneko, ISSEI, wait, stop. She began chasing after him. Scene change, Yasaka room. Yasaka was in her own room, cuddled up with her daughter when she suddenly awoken by a very familiar voice singing, which caused her to wake up. Yasaka whispers to herself, that voice, it couldn't be no, she was poisoned and has been dead for so many years. But that's the unmistakable voice of my mother? She slipped out of bed, careful not to disturb her sleeping daughter, and quietly opened the sliding door to her room. The voice beckoning her seemed unmistakably familiar, yet she couldn't fathom how it could be her mother. Intrigued, she ventured towards the origin of the sound. Meanwhile, ISSEI had ventured outside the castle to the backyard, only to find the voice abruptly ceasing as he conversed with his companion. In the castle's backyard, ISSEI stood perplexed, scratching his head in bewilderment at the sudden disappearance of the singing voice. Despite being certain that the sound had emanated from this spot, it now seemed to have vanished without a trace. ISSEI muttered to himself, I could have sworn it was coming from here. Drake, brother, behind you. As ISSEI turned around to see what his brother was warning him about, a ghostly figure suddenly appeared before him. It was a beautiful kitsune with golden hair reminiscent of Yasaka, eyes that mirrored hers but with red circles around them, golden ears, and tails that shimmered in gold with hints of white. The sight sent a chill down ISSEI's spine, filling him with a mix of fear and dread. Filling him with a mix of fear and dread. Before he could utter a word, the ghost grabbed his face and abruptly ate him. He attempted to escape its grasp, but his eyes became lifeless, and his body turned limp. It was at that moment that Kaneko finally arrived, witnessing the eerie scene unfold before her. Instantly realizing that a ghost was causing harm to ISSEI, she could only let out a chilling scream as she ran away to get help. Kaneko, ISSEI. As Kaneko fled in terror, desperately seeking someone to aid her, she collided with Yasaka. The fear in Kaneko's eyes was unmistakable, prompting Yasaka to inquire about the cause. In a panicked and frantic manner, Kaneko relayed every detail of what she had seen. Yasaka's response was immediate and urgent. What? Lead me to the exact spot where you witnessed this, right now. As they made their way outside to the spot where Kaneko witnessed the ghost attacking ISSEI, both of them scanned the area frantically, hoping to find him. It was then that Kaneko spotted him. Kaneko, Lady Yasaka, look over there by the tree lines. As Yasaka looked over, she was stunned to see somebody she could never mistake. Her own mother was somehow holding the man she loved. He looked like he was in a hypnotic trance, his eyes looking lifeless, and his body appearing limp. They were both covered by white, foggy mist. As soon as she began to wrap her tails around ISSEI, she began to go backwards into the forest, and slowly fade away while Yasaka screamed at the top of her lungs. As soon as she began to wrap her tails around ISSEI, she began to go backwards into the forest, and slowly fade away while Yasaka screamed at the top of her lungs. Yasaka, and oh! ISSEI! Yasaka crumpled to the ground, her sobs muffled by her hands covering her eyes. In disbelief, she watched as her mother, seemingly risen from the dead, vanished into the night with her beloved little red fox. A piercing scream escaped Yasaka's lips, shattering the stillness of the castle grounds and rousing the sleeping residents from their slumber. Amidst the chaos, Kaneko rushed to Yasaka's side, offering her a comforting embrace as they both turned to witness the eerie sight of the ghostly figure disappearing into the misty white fog, carrying ISSEI with it. The realization dawned on Yasaka that ISSEI had been taken away, lost in the ethereal haze that now blanketed the forest. With a heavy heart, she knew the news would devastate everyone. Ruri gazed at the scene above the castle, observing every unfolding event. So, the moment has arrived. It's beckoning you, my dear young master. Even Lady Yukiya's spirit seems aware of the task at hand. I trust you are ready. The time has come for you to confront your family's history and pave the way for a fresh future, for only you possess the ability to do so. Free the souls trapped by the curse that was put upon your family's land, she murmured to herself. Then, she was engulfed in emerald flames as she disappeared in an instant, fading away and leaving only the moonlight shining over the castle. Hey everyone, before you get to reading this first part of the two-part chapter that I had to make for this particular part of the story just because of how big this plotline was, I definitely went down a different route, and it will probably get emotional. I would also like some of your help if you notice any sentences that seem off or paragraphs that seem like they're missing some things. Comment in that area and I'll go to it when I can and fix it. Because this has been hell to work on just because of how massive it is, and any help would be appreciated. Other than that, please enjoy. In a dense forest outside Kyoto, ISSEI awoke on the ground. He quickly sat up and anxiously scanned his surroundings. He was unable to see anything around him. The only visible light was the moon's faint glow, barely illuminating the area. That's when the boosted gear materialized, and his brother spoke to him, capturing his attention. Drake, mentally brother, you're finally awake. I'm relieved to see that you're okay. Ever since that ghost severed our connection and took you away, I couldn't communicate with you until it left you here for whatever reason. But that's when I managed to reestablish a connection with you and have been trying to wake you up, without success until now. ISSEI, how could our connection be severed if we're bound by our souls? And I assume what I experienced wasn't a dream? Drake, mentally I wish I had the answers for you regarding how it managed to sever our connection, but I can't explain it. Whatever she did, she possessed the power to even block me from reaching out to you. But once I no longer felt her suppressing presence, I could connect with you again and attempted to wake you up. But as for our location, I have no clue, brother. Listening to his brother, ISSEI absorbed the information, got up, and felt something solid under his hand. He adjusted it to help himself stand, glanced over, brushed off the dirt, and recited the inscription on the side of the statue out loud. ISSEI, here rests the great Kitsune Queen and Mother, Lady Yukiya. She served her people, humans, and yokai alike, with pride and respect as a devoted Kitsune and mother to Princess Yasaka. May your rest be eternal, and may your eternal guards watch over and protect this holy and sacred land. May the Haida clan watch over you in the afterlife, as they did in life, eternally by your side. We will forever mourn and miss our beloved Queen Yukiya. ISSEI then looked up to see the ghost that had snatched him away standing before him. Panicking, he jumped backwards and got into a fighting stance, ready to defend himself from the same thing that kidnapped him in the first place. But that's when his brother addressed him in a calming tone. Drake, mentally brother, calm down, it's just a statue. But judging by what you just read, it means this is her resting place. I don't think that ghost is anywhere near us right now, so relax. There is no need to be in a kill first ask questions never mindset. We still need to find out why it brought you here, especially in front of her own grave. So, no need to try to destroy a statue of your mate's mother or her grave because I'm pretty sure she would be very enraged and upset if you did that. So take a deep breath and calm down. ISSEI took a deep breath and exhaled. You're right, brother. But wait, did it say we're on sacred ground and the resting place of my clan? Issei then began to look around closer, and he started to see how the moonlight reflected off other statues. That's when he saw graves similar to their statues. He then began to walk over to the other statues. As he approached one and saw how not just this one but all the statues in this row of these graves were dressed in their unique armor and holding different weapons in each of their hands, they looked like they were standing guard. He then began to walk over to clean off another stone to see the plate with the inscription. As he soon began to read it, "Here lies the proud Endi clan master, Isamu Hayabu." With a naginata in hand, he cleaved the skies in half. His leadership was unmatched, and his kindness was unwavering. He led the clan through many years. It is said that with a single swing of his naginata, he could cause a typhoon or blow away massive storms. His tenacity and will were unmatched. He fought in many battles for the clan, the royal Yokai family, and in the name of the queen herself, Yukiya. He fell honorably in battle but not before taking out the rest of the enemy forces in his final dying breath. Here lies the Lord of Wind, Isamu Hayabu, eternal guard of this holy and sacred ground. May he be ever vigilant for those who wish to desecrate it. May they be prepared to face the wrath of a typhoon if they dare try. Issei was taken aback by what he had just read, so he moved to read another inscription on a different statue. He carefully cleaned off the stone to read the message on the plaque. Here lies the clan master, Kenji Hayabu, with his trusty Tetsubo, a leader undaunted and unwavering in his decisions. He led the clan in a year-long war, protecting both yokai and humans. He was a father to many, whether by blood or not. He was known in battle to be a heartless killing brute, thought of as only a golem with a heart of stone. But to those who knew him, he was the kindest man you would ever have met. If his heart was made out of stone, he had molten magma flowing through it, making it pump. He was known as the Rock Giant, who was said to be able to make Mount Fuji erupt with a single slam of his Tetsubo on the ground. His power over the earth was unrivaled. Like many before him, he now rests here, waiting. Even in death, he continues to protect the clan and the yokai, ever vigilant and watchful. Lord of Earth, Kenji Hayabu, eternal guard of this holy and sacred ground. May he be ever vigilant for those who wish to desecrate it. May they be prepared to face the wrath of the rock giant. That's when Issei felt a new presence enter the area. He then turned around and saw who he thought it was as he noticed they were looking up at the other statues in the cemetery, as they were illuminated by the glow of the moon. Issei caught a glimpse of Ruri as she made her way to the statue of Lady Yukiya. Her eyes were brimming with memories. She then moved to another statue, delicately reaching out and placing her hand on the figure of the statue. As she looked at the statue, memories flooded her, recalling how he had once rescued her from a life of hopelessness, taken her in, and shown her kindness when others had forsaken her. Eventually, she made up her mind to speak, still keeping her eyes fixed on the statue of the man who had transformed her life. Ruri, young master, would you like to learn about the significance of the statue and the remarkable man it represents? Issei approached her, noting that her gaze remained on the statue, and responded, I would be interested in hearing more about my family if you're willing to share. Ruri began to explain, my young master, this is the founder of our clan, Arita Hayabu. He was a skilled warrior serving as shogun warlord who had recently defeated his former master, refusing to serve the new lord due to his cruelty and heartlessness, particularly towards the people of his land and the atrocities committed during his conquest. Arita was banished and became a ronin. For years, he felt helpless, witnessing numerous injustices without being able to do anything to stop it. However, one day, he found a starving, terrified child in a partially burnt-down abandoned house. Choosing not to leave the child there, he decided to make a difference, even if it was just saving one child's life. At that moment, he couldn't have ever imagined saving that little girl could have made all his aspirations for making a difference in this world blossom beyond his imagination. He was already a very skilled warrior, especially in his mastery of water magic, but after saving that innocent child, he was blessed with the ability to harness the power of the spirits. On that day, he founded a new clan and created a lineage of heroes and great men from his family. He became a symbol of justice and compassion, passing on that passion and determination to his descendants, such as yourself, my young master. You have his blood in your veins, which is why you are naturally inclined to fight for what is right, defending oppressed people, safeguarding the innocent, and standing unwavering even in the most dire of situations. That's what separates you from others because you are a Hayabu, and the statue here depicts the founder and first master of the clan, Arida Haidu. Ruri then read the final quote that was on the plaque, just like the others ISSEI had read, the Lord of Water. May anyone who dares to violate these sacred grounds face the fury of a tsunami. ISSEI, I am truly honored to discover the extraordinary heroes in our family's history. It's incredible to imagine that our ancestors got to live such extraordinary lives and eventually found peace in this sacred land. However, I can't shake off this feeling that some of our family members might still be struggling to find peace. It's really weighing on me. The unsettling visions in my dreams and the presence of Lady Yukia's spirit cannot be ignored. Raising his hand and speaking in a more serious tone, but I can also see in your eyes that you're filled with guilt about what happened earlier today. But I want you to know that you have nothing to feel guilty about. I stopped your attack aimed at the Shinto gods because I sensed the inner turmoil you were facing. I wanted to save you and protect others. Now, let's put that behind us. I want to know everything you know about my family. I understand there may be obstacles, but I believe we can overcome them. More importantly, I want us to become close and work together to help each other get over our past that haunts us both. So what do you say, Ruri? A single tear rolled down her cheek as she heard her master's words. She wiped it away and spoke gently and sincerely, "Thank you, master, and yes, let's join forces to overcome this. I cannot express my gratitude enough for your forgiveness. I shouldn't be surprised, given how forgiving and compassionate your family has always been, but still, thank you so much. I am grateful for your forgiveness regarding my actions towards you." After a brief pause to compose herself and dry her tears, she began to recount and address his other inquiries. To respond to your query about how and when you summoned me, it was during the battle with Dracula. Do you recall the final attack you unleashed on him using your emerald flames? Those words you spoke did not originate solely from you. Your ancestors sought to aid you by imparting information on how to summon me and establish the necessary contract, a long-standing tradition for assuming the role of clan master. Do you remember those words, even though they may not have been entirely your own? ISSEI began to think as he remembered what he said. I believe I said this. Arise, mighty inferno spirit. Unleash your cleansing flames upon my foes, consuming them in the fiery embrace of purification. Let the world be rid of its evil as your flames scorch away the darkness, illuminating all with your radiant light. Draw upon the essence of my soul, mighty spirit, and manifest with the power of my emerald flames, taking the shape of a dragon. Come forth and smite all in your path to make way for your righteous and mighty light. I thought Emerald Inferno Blazing Dragon was just me summoning an attack and using my fires? Ruri shook her head in response to the misunderstanding and confusion that her master must have experienced. As she explained, "No, my master. Each contract with me, the guardian of the clan, is unique and varies from one master to another. Your words reflected your soul, manifesting your belief in righteousness, honor, and the pursuit of good in this world. You desire to rid this world of evil and bring about peace. You then described the form you wished me to take to serve beside you, that of a dragon. You bestowed upon me your emerald blazing flames, which I used to create a physical manifestation. This was not a mere summoning but a contract forged between us. You allowed me to tap into the essence of your soul, forging a deep connection and bond between us, and also cemented our connection and your position as the new master of the Haidu clan. That's when the boosted gear materialized, and Drake spoke. Drake. So that surge of power I sensed within my brother during that intense battle was spiritual power, which finally helped me comprehend what happened. The sudden burst of energy that puzzled me for so long finally has an explanation. However, I have been unable to sense it again since then. So brother, it looks like you granted her the current form of a dragon she now possesses. She absorbed your righteousness, encompassing your spirit, physical presence, love, care, compassion, and dedication to protecting the innocent, forming a deep connection with you. She used your emerald flames to create a physical body. She embodies all that you have graciously shared with her. It is apparent why, as the fiery dragon disappeared at the end of your fight with Dracula, she let out a powerful roar. Two things on that day signaled her reawakening with her new master, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Infernal Spirit, it was your way of announcing how you're here once again to protect the Haidu clan. Ruri nodded. You are correct, Welsh Dragon. ISSEI. So when I said those words, it was a contract that was forming with my clan's guardian. Wow, I never would have thought that. But at least it answers that question. But what about that nightmare? Who was crying and calling for my help? What was with that shadowy samurai figure that attacked me before I woke up? And that village? Why was I in the middle of a war that looked like it was on the verge of finishing? Ruri let out a sigh. My master, that is one of the few things I cannot tell you. Unfortunately, I cannot tell you anything about what happened that night because of the magic that the late Lord Jiro put on you. He also put it on me. He wishes for you to discover that on your own. Ask for the voice that you are hearing calling out for help. I can show you if you allow me to. ISSEI was a little hesitant, not wanting to have some more of those nightmare images put into his head, and that's when his brother spoke. Drake, brother, I understand your hesitation, but I'm here with you. I know this might be hard to believe, and you just met her, and a lot of things have happened, but she's connected to you. You can feel her emotions and her true willingness to help you. If you feel it in your own being, so I suggest you do that quickly. ISSEI listened to what his brother said as he closed his eyes and felt the connection. Soon enough, he felt the deep emotions Ruri felt and her thoughts. He soon cut the connection before he came across anything he wasn't willing to see without her permission. As he opened his eyes, he whispered softly, I see. ISSEI had a big and warm smile on his face as he looked at Ruri. If this is what you think is best, then let's do it because I have full faith and trust in everything you're suggesting, Ruri, so do what you believe is best, he said as he gave her a warm smile. ISSEI's words brought a warm smile to Ruri's face. She was even more shocked for a moment when she saw an image of Iroh quickly appear as she was, looking at the smile ISSEI was giving her, which made her have to close her eyes and shake her head a little bit before she realized it was ISSEI, not Iroh. After doing that, she quickly recomposed and reverted to a neutral expression. As she approached her master, she then reached out her arm and rested her hand on his forehead. ISSEI's eyes widened as he suddenly felt as if he were being pushed out of his own body, with his soul being drawn somewhere else. He found himself in an unfamiliar, dark location, standing in a pool of thick, murky sludge. As he looked around, he heard cries for help and saw a faint light in the distance. Hurrying toward it, he noticed something glimmering nearby, stuck in the ground. Approaching it, he recognized it as Ascalon. Feeling puzzled as to why his sword was there, he sensed that it was communicating with him, urging him to pick it up and take it with him. ISSEI was still intrigued by the situation, but he didn't think he had much to lose by disregarding the sword or whatever entity was communicating with him. When he grasped the sword's handle, he immediately sensed that the sword was attempting to convey a message directly into his mind, causing it to tremble in his grip. He was bewildered by the situation he found himself in, but he didn't have time to contemplate those questions. However, he had faith and confidence in Ruri and Ascalon, believing they would not deceive him, particularly Ruri, dispelling any suspicion or doubt in them, though he didn't have much. ISSEI picked up Ascalon and felt as if it was speaking to him directly in his mind, shaking in his hands. I'm very confused at this moment, even more than I've been so far, and it doesn't look like that's changing. But I have no reason to doubt you, Ascalon. You have been by my side for a very long time, he said. He pulled Ascalon from the ground, and he noticed how the sludge was being propelled by the blade. It immediately filled the spot where Ascalon was as he pulled it out. Urged by Ascalon's voice, ISSEI continued running through the sludge toward the fading light, not wanting to delay further, as he kept hearing the cries for help. At that moment, Ascalon urgently conveyed a message directly into his mind, instructing him to move toward the fading light. Eager not to further delay, ISSEI continued to push through the thick muck and sludge, drawing closer to the disappearing light as the cries for help persisted. Someone, please help me, anyone. ISSEI, hang on, I'm coming. The misty fading form of a beautiful woman looks barely tangible, appears to be suffering in agonizing pain, and seems very weak. The misty fading form of a beautiful woman looks barely tangible, appears to be suffering in agonizing pain, and seems very weak. Miyu, thank you for providing me with some relief for the time being, young man. Let me introduce myself. My name is Miyu. I am one of the great sage spirits, but that's not the most significant thing I am to you and your family, because I am the very spirit that offered her body to your family after leaving the realm of the spirits, which allowed them to settle on it and construct a village for your family to live in for generations. I can see you're a Hayato who was sent to help me by my dear and beloved daughter, Maya. Then the spirit gazed over and noticed Ascalon. She extended her hand and requested to hold the sword. ISSEI hesitated initially, but he could sense Ascalon assuring him that it was all right. After being reassured by Ascalon, He extended his hand and relinquished the blade to the spirit Miyu. She then held the sword close to her heart, and even rested her translucent and mist-like form on the blade, as if it had its own shoulder for her to rest her head on, while speaking to the sword in a loving way. Miyu, oh my dear and beloved Ascalon, it has been a long time since we truly saw each other again, since what happened so long ago in the spirit realm. I'm so sorry, my love, I couldn't do anything to help you or our daughter, and I regret that you have to see me in this state. It's unfortunate that I don't have much time, and I wish I could spend more time with you and the young man. There's so much I wish I could tell you, but there's just not enough time. However, I'm so grateful for you giving me some relief and allowing me to gain some of my power back from the dreaded curse. But you have only bought me some more time before the curse consumes me completely. She handed Ascalon back to ISSEI, and as he held it, he could feel the sword's sorrow and emotional state. He wondered why he felt like the sword was communicating with him when it had never done so before. At that moment, the spirit began speaking to him, capturing his attention once again. Miyu, well now, young man, I wish I had more time to talk with you, but your time here is up. You must save your family, save me, and save the land itself. I can only hold off the curse until dawn. I've been able to keep it at bay for many years, but I can no longer contain it. By morning, I won't be able to keep it contained, and it will fully consume and corrupt me, putting many lives at risk if that happens. Luckily, you're here because you're the only one who can break the curse and free everyone. After all, you are a Hayadu, and you have my dear beloved Ascalon by your side, who can help you. I wish I could say more, but I must ask you to leave before the curse consumes you as well. Please save them all, save him, and save me. But I must bid you a farewell for now. I know you'll succeed, and that we will meet again. ISSEI was on the verge of saying something, but before he could, he felt himself being pulled out of the realm he was in. Before he was completely taken out, he was able to catch a quick glimpse of the spirit with tears rolling down her cheek. Soon, the surroundings faded to black, and he found himself back in his physical body. After going through that out-of-body experience, he noticed he was holding something. He looked down and saw Ascalon in his hands, causing him to immediately drop the sword to the ground. This took him by surprise because he hadn't called forth the blade. He recalled his previous location and how he acquired Ascalon. Numerous thoughts raced through his mind. He then glanced at Ruri, noticing both the happy and sad look on her face. As she knelt down and retrieved Ascalon, it seemed as though she was soothing the sword, astonishing him. He overheard her consoling Ascalon and calling the sword her father. This revelation shocked him until he heard his brother calling for him, pulling him out from his thoughts. Drake, are you okay, brother? You were in some trance because of what Ruri did to you, and suddenly, Ascalon summoned itself into your hand. It surprised Ruri and me because it seemed like the blade acted independently. The blade started shining brightly and erratically as if trying to convey its feelings. This leads me to ask, what was happening? Where were you sent? What caused the sword to summon itself without being called out? Why did it seem like the sword was emitting a range of emotions, including anger, surprise, sadness, and happiness? ISSEI, honestly, brother. No, I'm far from okay. I'm honestly shaking and stunned because more questions are being posed over those I was hoping to get answers to. But right now, I couldn't tell you anything about what happened because I don't know myself. However, I feel like we are witnessing a family reunion between a father and daughter. He then got back up, brushed himself off, and glanced at Ruri, gripping Ascalon tightly. I hate to interrupt this emotional and heartwarming reunion, but if I heard you correctly, Ruri, is Ascalon really your father? And the sage spirit Miyu is your mother? Ruri heard what her master said and looked up at him after falling to her knees. After being reunited with her father after centuries apart, she cried while holding him in his sword form. After some time had passed, ISSEI allowed Ruri to express her emotions and let them out. She soon stood back up, still holding him tightly, and wiped away some tears. She said, I understand that you may have many questions, my master, but there are things I still cannot reveal to you. But I feel it's time that I share my story with you. As she said this, Ascalon trembled and shook in her grasp while shining brightly, trying to dissuade her from disclosing what happened to their family, not wanting him to abandon them and cause more pain to his daughter. However, Ruri reassured him through her mind that it's time for him to know the truth. She felt he deserved to know more than anyone else, considering he is now the Hayadu clan master, telling him that she has little doubt that he's the kind of man that would abandon the people he cares about so easily after just learning something about their past. After some time convincing her father, which took only a minute or two, he gave in to her request even though Ascalon was reluctant. But he respected his daughter's wishes and allowed her to continue. Ruri, feeling her father's agreement, smiled, recomposed herself, and began to tell her new master the story of everything that happened to her and how she became connected to his clan. Ruri decided to use her own magic power and her master's flames to vividly depict the unfolding events. As ISSEI watched in awe, Ruri began to tell the story of her family while the flames danced and flickered, gradually taking on shapes that mirrored her words as she recounted every detail of how she came into being. The story takes place in the spirit realm, a realm of breathtaking beauty and harmony. In the spirit realm, there existed a mighty sage spirit known as Miyu, one of the many powerful great sage spirits. Miyu was also known for her nurturing nature, acting like a mother to other spirits along with her unparalleled beauty among all the female spirits in the realm. What she was mostly known for was how often she intervened in disputes to maintain harmony in the realm. However, the tranquility of the realm was shattered when 3 holy sword spirits engaged in a fierce battle, each vying to prove who among the 3 was the strongest. Miyu had tried to intervene in their fights multiple times, but she was always stopped by the overwhelming power emanating from the clashing swords and powers. Then, one day, the realm fell silent, and the sounds of their fights were no longer heard. Miyu panicked, thinking something bad had happened. She rushed to the place where the spirits would always fight. To her horror, she saw that out of the 3 once proud holy sword spirits, only one remained standing. Excalibur was shattered into 7 fragments, each embodied by a new sword bound by chains that tethered them to the spirit realm. The other sword spirit, Durandal, had lodged itself into the ground of the realm, ensnared by shimmering golden chains similar to the ones that bound the fragments of Excalibur to the spirit realm as well. This revelation unveiled the brutal truth of what had happened, and Miyu knew all too well what it meant. She knew that the physical form of Excalibur in the human world was broken into pieces, and the essence of the sword, Spirit Excalibur, was separated into each of the fragments. This situation meant instant death for most spirits, who were not strong enough to maintain their consciousness in the different fragments they were now split into. She understood all too well how strong the sword Spirit Excalibur is, and she knew it was now in permanent and agonizing torment. Despite being strong enough to endure this and survive, it couldn't do anything to stop or undo it on its own. As the only one left standing in their physical form, Ascalon had fallen to his knees in sorrow and anguish, dropping both his sword and shield as his gaze fixed on his closest friends. Excalibur lay broken into 7 pieces, while Durandal refused to reveal himself after the fate of Excalibur, vowing never to serve humans unless proven worthy. As Miyu approached Ascalon to offer comfort, he immediately felt the presence of one of the great sage spirits. Upon feeling this, the mighty sword spirit quickly stood up and turned around, showing its heightened and honed battle instincts as he grabbed his sword and shield, pointing his sword at Miyu without hesitation. Realizing that it was just the great sage spirit that was always trying to intervene in fights among his friends, he decided to give her a deadly look that she could tell even with his helmet on, telling her to back off. She understood the seriousness in his gaze. Ascalon, seeing that the great sage spirit backed away, dropped his sword as he resheathed it, put his shield on his back, and turned back around to his companions, sitting back down on the ground, longing to reunite with them once more. Disheartened by the spirit's reaction to her attempt to give him comfort, Miyu retreated to sit beneath a nearby tree. As Ascalon became lost in sorrow for his friends, he eventually transformed back into his sword form to find solace in his sword realm and his thoughts. Seeing this, Miyu immediately acted and began to try and help Ascalon whether he liked it or not. She approached Ascalon, who had reverted to his sword form. Lifting him, she walked back to the spot where she had been sitting earlier. With a determined look, she propped Ascalon against a tree and returned to the broken Excalibur, ready to do whatever it took to ease its pain. She was also determined to reassure the other sword spirit that had willingly sealed himself in their own blade. Wanting to bring peace to both spirits, she attempted to communicate with Durandal, but he refused to talk to anyone. She didn't blame him after witnessing what had happened to one of his friends. Gathering flowers from the surrounding area, she placed them around the swords and began to provide Excalibur with some relief from its suffering. She continued this until the sun rose in the spirit realm once again. Ascalon awoke and took his physical form, feeling confused and alone. Surrounded by silence and the first light of dawn, he realized he was not in the same place where he had rested in his sword. Instead, he found himself sitting under a tree. Panic set in as he searched for his companions, only to discover the great sage spirit in a state of unconsciousness nearby. As he prepared to defend against the threat, he realized she was defenseless, drained of all energy. It was then that he noticed the absence of the agonized cries from Excalibur's shattered remnants. His heart was filled with gratitude as he realized that she had helped relieve his friend's pain. The sight of flowers surrounding both of his friends brought a sense of peace to him, knowing how much the great sage spirit actually cared, and the compassion she would show to all. Especially how she dispelled the pain Excalibur felt. With a now calm head, he sheathed his sword, slung his shield over his back, and bent down to gently pick up the sage spirit. He tenderly carried the unconscious Miyu back to where he knew all the sage spirits stayed. He made a personal vow to stay by her side until she awoke, for the kindness she had shown to him and his friends. He ensured she was settled into her bed and stood guard, determined not to leave her side or rest until she woke up. For days, he faithfully kept his promise and diligently watched over her while she recovered from using her powers to soothe the shattered remnants of Excalibur. As she slowly stirred awake and sat up in her bed, Miyu's eyes fell upon Ascalon without his helmet. When he turned towards her, she was met with a genuine and caring smile on his face. His striking white hair, reminiscent of fluffy clouds on a serene day, and captivating orange eyes, akin to glowing embers from a comforting fire, immediately drew her gaze. His striking white hair, reminiscent of fluffy clouds on a serene day, and captivating orange eyes, akin to glowing embers from a comforting fire, immediately drew her gaze. However, as soon as he caught sight of her, she noticed the sword's spirit starting to weaken rapidly. Transforming back into his sword form, he shone brightly before gently falling onto her bed. Miyu tenderly picked up Ascalon and cradled him with affection, realizing that this was the first time she had felt the same level of care and love that she always showered on others. She made a decision to look after him while he rested in his sword form. After some time, he stirred and reverted to his physical form. From that moment onwards, the formidable sword spirit Ascalon and the wise sage spirit Miyu became inseparable, forging a strong bond and cherishing many joyful days together. Spiritual beings made from physical items from the human world are different from true spirits. They can endure longer in their physical form in the spirit realm than in the human world. However, they still have to return to their sword forms to rest, as staying too long in their physical form would drain their life force and could lead to permanent death. Unlike true spirits, spirits formed from physical objects in the human world do not have the luxury of regeneration. If their physical body is destroyed, they will experience permanent death. If their physical object is destroyed, they are gone forever and do not reform. She realized that Ascalon must have felt appreciative of her actions towards his friends, although she believed he had no need to express gratitude since she acted out of pure conviction. Nonetheless, she recognized that her actions had demonstrated her genuine compassion and uniqueness compared to other sage spirits. As she cradled him in his sword form, she made the decision to care for him as he had cared for her. When Ascalon finally stirred from his slumber, a newfound respect blossomed between them, accompanied by developing feelings. They spent countless days together, journeying to the remnants of his friends and attempting to awaken Durandal, albeit with no success. As time passed, their connection deepened, and their hearts intertwined with affection. Gradually, they realized the depths of their love for one another. Aware of the disapproval they would face from many spirits, particularly the great sage spirits who might seek to keep them apart, they made a decision to marry in secret. Raijin, the god spirit of storms, and the lightning dragon Ghidorah, an ancient entity who was the first to emerge in the spirit realm and now reigns over it as its king and all its inhabitants, stood as witnesses to their sacred union. Their bond blossomed with each passing day, often finding solace in each other's company as they sat beneath the celestial canopy, gazing at the twinkling stars in the ethereal realm, drawing themselves closer in tender embrace. It was on that fateful night that they shared a profound moment, a moment that would forever alter the course of their intertwined destinies. After a few months, Miyu shared life-changing news with Ascalon. She was pregnant. Their hearts were filled with joy, but also with sadness, as they knew that a sacred sword spirit like Ascalon was not supposed to have children with regular spiritual beings, let alone a great sage spirit like Miyu. They were worried about the consequences and the disapproval of the other spirits, so they chose to keep the truth hidden. They only confided in Ryujin and Ghidorah, who understood the situation and supported them despite knowing the ignorance and stubbornness of the other sage spirits, who would never accept the child between the two. After a few more months had passed, Ascalon and Miyu finally had their newborn child. Unfortunately, they had conflicting natures that their new daughter had inherited, which were killing her. They were both desperate to save their child and were willing to do anything. Ryujin suggested a forbidden ritual that could potentially save their child's life, but it would require the sacrifice of a deceased human child. Upon hearing this, both parents were shocked. Ascalon struggled with the decision to stick to his moral principles or to risk losing his own child, while Miyu, heartbroken, refused to let her daughter die and was prepared to do anything necessary. Eventually, both Ascalon and Miyu found themselves torn between their love for their daughter and the consequences of disobeying the sacred laws. They realized the potential long-term consequences for all of them and agreed to proceed with Ryujin's suggestion, understanding the urgency of the situation before their child's life slipped away. Ghidorah then interjected, warning about the serious repercussions of engaging in this forbidden ritual. If they were ever found out, Ascalon would suffer severe consequences, and your daughter would be the most severely affected of all. She would likely be condemned to live in exile in the human realm, stripped of her identity, and left to perish in a harsh and unforgiving world. Despite knowing they could never harm Ryujin or significantly impact them, they were determined to minimize his influence in the spirit realm as much as possible. The situation with Miyu was similar, but they could have a greater impact on her. Ghidorah wanted to make it clear to them the dangers they were about to face, emphasizing to Ascalon that he harbored no ill will towards him and considered him a friend, but he was obligated to bring him in for judgment as the king of the spirit realm. All three of them acknowledged and agreed, demonstrating their full understanding of the potential consequences, but still intending to proceed with their plans despite the risks. Ghidorah permitted them to carry on with their actions, displaying his genuine dedication and concern for his friends and desiring to see them happy. After witnessing the determination of the parents, Ryujin promised to return as soon as possible. After leaving them, he searched through temples in order to find a child left there. Unfortunately, he came across a recently deceased infant left out in the cold. He believed that the child could still fulfill its purpose in the ritual and decided to take the deceased infant back to the group. When Ryujin returned with the infant, everyone was shocked to see that he had found an infant so quickly, especially one that was already dead. Ascalon was hesitant, but Miyu pleaded with him to save their child, which prompted Ryujin to confide in Ascalon that the infant was already dead when he found it. Although saddened, Ascalon understood that at least the child would not have to be intentionally harmed, even if he was still uncomfortable with the whole situation. Nonetheless, both he and his lovely Miyu were willing to do whatever it took to save their daughter. Despite the risks involved, the parents were determined to proceed with the ritual, which involved transforming their newborn daughter into the body of the deceased child, creating a new kind of spirit called an infernal spirit. Ruri suddenly stopped, causing the image being displayed by the fires in front of her and ISSEI to freeze. ISSEI turned to see tears streaming down her face. Ascalon, radiating a soft glow, trembled in her arms, speaking gently to her. Soon, Ruri wiped away her tears and continued displaying the images, her voice steady and resolute. After performing a ritual that lasted for several hours, with the help of Ryujin and Ghidorah, and with Ascalon and Miyu assisting, they successfully transferred their daughter's spirit into the lifeless body of a deceased infant. The result was a new, powerful entity destined to grow in strength and power. Overwhelmed with joy, both parents were moved to tears upon hearing their daughter's cries for the first time. Miyu then asked Ascalon if he would like to hold her. As he reached to pick up his newborn daughter, he held her tight. Ryujin and Ghidorah witnessed the touching scene before them. They then asked the new parents what they were going to name their new daughter. Upon hearing the question, Ascalon and Miyu looked at each other, and then at their infant. Ascalon sat on the bed with his wife and, with a sweet and calming voice, he spoke the name he wished for her to have, Maya. Everyone found the name fitting for the beautiful little girl. Miyu took her daughter back and rocked her in her arms, expressing her love for the name Maya. As the years went by, they continued to love and cherish Maya, teaching her to use her different abilities and powers. While the family was sharing joyful moments and happiness, a harsh reality soon resurfaced and shattered their peace, unveiling a shocking truth. Despite their efforts to keep Maya's true nature a secret, an incident exposed her forbidden existence. Unlike other spirits, Maya was found to bleed when injured, revealing her as an abomination resulting from a taboo ritual. Her identity was eventually discovered by a few spirits who witnessed the incident and promptly informed some of the great sage spirits. As a result, a group of sage spirits made the decision to capture her and the Holy Sword spirit. However, Ascalon, Miyu, and their wonderful daughter Maya were completely unaware of these events taking place behind the scenes. Ascalon was preparing to take his daughter out for a picnic in the same field as his two friends, just as they did every day. He asked Miyu to join them, but she couldn't because she was called by several sage spirits for a crucial discussion. It was a trick to separate her from her loved ones. Knowing they couldn't seek Rajan's help in this matter and suspecting that he had some involvement in the abomination's existence, they informed the king himself of what was happening and how they needed his help and for him to be present. Once that decision was made, they made sure that Miyu's intervention was imminent. They didn't want her to assist in their attempted escape, as she could facilitate an escape from the spirit realm. Therefore, when Miyu was summoned to meet with the other spirits to discuss an urgent concern that required the presence of several sage spirits, they called the king to intervene and aid in bringing in the Holy Sword spirit, Ascalon, since he was formidable and only a select few spirits, other than great sage spirits or great spirits, and the king of the spiritual realm himself, King Ghidorah, could bring him and that abomination in to receive punishment for their crimes, the need to be handed down to them. King Ghidorah understood the message he received and what was being asked of him. After receiving the message from the other great sage spirits, he set out. Despite feeling heavy-hearted about the task ahead, he braced himself. The ambush was already happening, and Ascalon demonstrated that he was no ordinary spirit to be trifled with. He fiercely fought off the spirits trying to capture him and his daughter, shielding her with a father's unwavering resolve and fierce protective nature. Suddenly, something came from the skies and crashed to the ground between the opposing forces. Ascalon, feeling exactly whose presence this was, understood he had to do his duties as a father, and would not let this dissuade him as he protected his daughter. He then moved his daughter from in between him and his shield to now behind him as he gripped his shield and sword even tighter, gritted his teeth, and prepared to face the foe in front of him, even if he knew the odds. As the smoke cleared, the dragon-eyed form of the king of the spirits, Ghidorah, emerged. A massive dragon-eyed standing at feet tall, with enormous golden wings coming from its back and adorned in ornate golden armor. Some of his yellow scales look like they are shimmering with small sparks of lightning showing through parts of his armor. The dragonoid is wearing a golden helmet with yellow eyes visible through the slits in the helmet. It also has two sharp horns on each side of the helmet, with its scale-like claws showing through the gauntlets that stop at his wrist, showing his dragon-like hands. The armor itself looks similar to the balance breakers of the Vanishing Dragon and Welsh Dragon, with lightning sparking from all around this imposing figure. Upon seeing the king of the spirits, Ascalon knew that the other great sage spirits must have informed him of the situation. He understood that he was just doing his duty and what he had warned him about all those years ago. He held no grudge against the king and knew that he was only fulfilling his responsibilities. At that moment, both of them stood staring at each other in silence, their understanding of each other's duties clear. One as a father to their little girl, and the other as a king who was only doing his duties. After the silence lasted a little bit, that's when Ascalon shouted at his daughter, Maya, to run away and not look back, as he then charged forward. But before he could reach halfway, the king rushed over to him in an instant, shattered Ascalon's shield with a punch, and caught his sword in his hand and immediately broke it in his hand. He then kicked Ascalon so hard that he flew through the air and crashed into the ground. Despite struggling to get up, other spirits immediately swarmed and pinned him down. Ascalon yelled at his daughter with all his might to flee, find his friend Durandal, and take the blade. He assured her that Durandal would help her. He begged her not to look back and not look back no matter what. The king, with a heavy heart, recognized Ascalon's actions and why he wanted his daughter to approach that sword. He swiftly appeared behind Maya to prevent her from escaping, picking her up by her clothes. He looked at his friend who was hoping for mercy for his daughter. But Ascalon received a look from the king that told him everything, realizing there was nothing his friend could do. The king saw the look on his friend's face, realizing there was no escaping their punishments. The king knew that there was nothing he could do and felt heartbreak over the situation he was caught between. But he resolved himself to do what he needed as he ordered the remaining forces, who were originally sent to ambush and capture the two to secure the holy sword spirit Ascalon and his daughter and bring them to face justice in front of the great sage council. He handed Maya over to another spirit, who began putting chains on her and around her neck before dragging her away, while Ascalon was taken to face judgment as well. King Ghidorah wished he could do more, but he had to uphold his obligations as king. He followed them, knowing he would be the one who would hand down their punishments that would be dealt to the two, and his heart was breaking at having to be part of it. After arriving at the room where a trial was to take place, the doors swung open, and King Ghidorah entered, making his presence known to the sage spirits and those who came to watch the trial. He then took his seat among the sages and gestured for others outside to come in. As the new arrivals entered, Ascalon was brought in by strong rock spirits, with his neck, hands, chest, and legs securely bound by golden chains. Despite his fierce resistance, he was unable to free himself. Meanwhile, he saw his daughter also being brought in, crying and calling out for her parents. Witnessing this heartbreaking scene, Miyu tried to help them, but she was immediately restrained by two sage spirits while the spokesman for the other sage spirits handed down their verdict and decision to their king to read out loud for all to witness and hear. The representative and spokesman of the other sages gave the decree to the king. The king read it and glared at the spokesman, who was frightened by the menacing stare given to him by the king. As he retreated to be with the other sages, the king understood that he had to do what was necessary. Standing up and speaking with a voice that echoed with power and certainty, he read out the decree and punishment decided by the council, which would be executed by the king's authority. I, Spirit King Ghidorah, have heard and read the decree from the council regarding your punishment, Ascalon, the holy sword spirit, and Miyu, the great sage spirit, and your daughter Maya. Your union broke many of our realm's laws, such as using a forbidden ritual that created an infernal spirit. Thus I decree that Ascalon, the holy sword spirit, shall be forever entombed inside his own sword, never to experience the pleasures of a physical form. He shall be stripped of the feelings of love, compassion, and warmth, forever imprisoned in his own sword realm, unable to break free and confined in physical sword form for all eternity. You shall be chained down with your fellow holy swords in the fields of the spirit realm forever. Your eternal prison will be your resting place, your spirit form will never be seen again, and you will only be a tool in the human realm, stuck in your sword form and unable to act. The king continued to read the punishments that were meant for Miyu next. Now you, great sage spirit Miyu, due to your status and power, we are unable to properly punish you or strip you of your title. However, that does not mean you are free of punishment. You shall be forced to witness the destruction of your family before your own eyes, unable to do anything. I decree that you are unable to ever interact with the holy sword spirit Ascalon. You shall never go to the field where he will be chained with the other holy sword spirits. You will be forbidden to try to interact with your daughter as well and must only watch as your family crumbles before your eyes with you unable to do a thing, the king said. He felt a pain in his heart seeing the heartbreak and look on his friend's face as he read out those words. As he looked down to the final decree on the paper, he let out a painful sigh, not really wanting to do this but understood it had to be done. As for you, abomination, damned infernal spirit, you shall be stripped of any and all sense of love and care your parents have given you. You will be forever banished from our realm, forced to live in a place where you'll be forever separated from your parents, and where you must survive on your own and suffer a lonely existence, doomed to die due to your curse and forbidden existence. You shall be stripped of ever being able to come back here. As for your name, you may know it and tell others of it, but you may never be called by it ever again. You shall be nameless to those who wish to acknowledge your cursed existence. This is my decree as the king of the spirits. After King Ghidorah finished reading the decree and the penalties assigned by the Great Sage Council, he slouched back in his seat. He listened to a mother crying and his friend, Miyu, pleading with the king to intervene and stop the actions against her family. When he glanced at the young girl he considered as his niece, Maya, sobbing inconsolably, his hands clenched in anger. He wished he could take action, but he understood that doing so would tear apart his beloved home and instigate a civil war. Observing Ascalon struggling against his restraints, he understood that there was nothing he could do. He remembered cautioning both of them about this situation. It pained him, as he had genuinely hoped that no one would uncover the truth about Maya's existence. However, he knew he could only watch, especially when one of the great sage spirits materialized in front of Ascalon. The sage immediately placed a hand on Ascalon's chest, and magic began to materialize, with distinct runes encircling his body. Soon, a radiant light filled the room, sealing him in his sword form, preventing him from ever assuming physical form again. As for the abomination, the guards escorted her out of the room along with Ascalon, who was now sealed within his own sword. Meanwhile, Miyu's tormented cries and pleas echoed through the air. The heart-wrenching cries of a mother losing her daughter and husband echoed through the closed doors of the hall as she was forced to watch her family, whom she loved so much, torn apart in front of her eyes. After Maya had witnessed her father being stuck in the ground with golden chains wrapping around him and sticking to the ground, just like they were with her father's friends Excalibur and Durandal, she was then exiled from the spirit realm. She wandered the human world feeling disoriented, famished, and fearful. She longed for her parents and felt incredibly alone in a world that seemed indifferent to her existence. However, a kind-hearted human discovered her and invited her into his home. Over time, he gained her trust by treating her with the same love and attention her parents had given her. Eventually, she revealed a unique gift only one other had the power to give: the ability to use the powers of the spirits, an ability only the king of the spirits could give. Being an infernal spirit gave her a unique power that allowed her to do the same. After hearing her explanation to Arata, who initially had doubts, he eventually agreed after realizing its potential for good. Thus, the great Hyade clan was established, making a pact with a spirit and selecting her as their family protector. Together, they set off on a mission to make a positive impact in the world and caught the eye of the Yokai royal family, who appointed them as their royal guards. Despite being shunned by many, she found comfort in the kindness of strangers who welcomed her without judgment and only desired the best for her. But because he did not seek the power she could offer for his own selfish purposes and instead, he wanted to use it to help others, she was able to persuade him into willingly accepting Ruri's offer, understanding the responsibilities and the good they could achieve. It took time for them to earn the trust and favor of the spirits, but eventually, they succeeded. Even her own mother, Miyu, recognized their noble deeds and was thankful for what they did for her daughter. In return, she offered her body for them to establish a village for future generations to inhabit, as a token of gratitude for the kindness they had shown her daughter. The rest, my master, is history. As the flame revealing the images faded away, Ruri concluded her tale, leaving ISSEI bewildered by the revelations. To her surprise, he did not pass judgment. Instead, he wore the same gentle smile and compassion as her former master. Ruri had only shared this story with 3 individuals from her new family: Arata, Iroh, and now ISSEI. Each of them had a similar understanding and compassionate smile, devoid of any criticism, only empathy in their eyes. This heartwarming response brought tears to Ruri's eyes, yet a smile graced her face. ISSEI, without hesitation, stood up with a confident and determined expression. He smashed his fists together and spoke with purpose. Ruri, I know one thing in this world: you are not at fault for just existing. Despite how you came into this world, you are a product of the love of your father, Ascalon, and your mother, Miyu. Those bastard spirits and sages treated an innocent child and my partner Ascalon with so little compassion and care. But it seems like my family helped you in your darkest hour, and you helped my family become a force for good. Your mother gave her body for my family, and now I see where I've always gotten my caring and loving nature from. I will make my ancestors proud by living up to my name and title as the head of the clan and as a Haidu. I understand there are things I need to know, and I want to know them all. So please tell me everything you can. He then reached out for Ascalon with his hand. Ruri, seeing this, gave her father to her new master, ISSEI, gripping the blade tightly and holding it in front of his face as he spoke. You know, Ascalon, I've always thought of you as a good and trusty sword. I always felt something weird between us, as if you were more than that. Now I know you are a father protecting his daughter, so I swear to you, I will fix everything and figure out a way to unbind you from this form so you can embrace your daughter and see your beloved wife again. Now that I know the figure we saw earlier was your beloved wife, I know one thing for certain: I will give you my solemn promise, not as the Lord of the Yokai or the Red Dragon Emperor, but as ISSEI Haidu, your wielder. Ascalon could feel his partner's passionate excitement and determination in his voice, and he felt the same way. He wanted to help his partner restore his family, knowing that his partner would do the same for him. After hearing her master's passionate and determined words, Ruri wiped away her tears and ran up to him. She held his hands and said, I'm so glad to hear you say that, my master. I'm also very sorry for what I did earlier. There's a lot that I have to explain, but I can't excuse what I did regarding the attack mission to God and even attacking you, who was only trying to stop me. I can only. She was cut off immediately as he had his stupid smile, which made her see a haunting image of Iroh next to him. Silently, he spoke. ISSEI, enough. I have several important things to address, and it is important that you listen without interruption. Ruri nodded, observing the shift in her master's demeanor. His words now carried a commanding authority, making her focus intently on his words. ISSEI proceeded. I do not hold you solely responsible for your actions. It appears that you were driven by deep-seated traumas that we must deal with. While this does not excuse your behavior, I can empathize with the emotional turmoil and confusion you must be experiencing with your feelings of anger and regret. It is evident that your outburst was a manifestation of unresolved issues about whatever happened on that night, which led to the destruction of my clan. However, I want to make it clear that I harbor no animosity towards you. My goal is to resolve the situation not only for the benefit of my clan but also to aid my partner Ascalon and his wife, who gave her physical body for my family so they could found a village upon it and live on for generations to come. I also want to assist his daughter, who has been under the care of my family for a long time. Rest assured that I am fully committed to freeing him from the confinement within his own sword. Moreover, I am determined to uncover the answers I have been seeking since I stumbled upon all of this. I assure you that we will seek retribution against the organization responsible for the devastation and downfall of my family, as well as your suffering. This I solemnly pledge. Lastly, I urge you not to address me as master. You are an integral part of this family, and I do not wish you to perceive our relationship as that of a master and servant. I trust that you comprehend this. Your name is Ruri, and I shall refer to you by that name just as you will address me as ISSEI. Is this clear to you? Ruri was crying even more after hearing what her master said, tears still in her eyes as she nodded in agreement and directed him to follow her. She led him out of the cemetery and further into the forest surrounding it. Scene change. Ruri led ISSEI to a part of the forest where a barrier effectively contained a curse, preventing its spread. Within the barrier, dark, blackish mist swirled, evoking a feeling similar to when ISSEI activated the Juggernaut drive. The mist carried a palpable sense of resentment and hatred, echoing the tormented souls that once inhabited the boosted gear. It seemed to be a manifestation of the suffering endured by innocent souls, and as ISSEI gazed upon it, he felt a shiver run down his spine. Faces appeared within the mist, their expressions twisted in agony and despair. As ISSEI was captivated by these haunting visions, Ruri's voice broke through his thoughts, causing the mist to revert back to its natural state, just mist fog hovering around the trees and ground. As ISSEI was captivated by these haunting visions, Ruri's voice broke through his thoughts, causing the mist to revert back to its natural state, just mist fog hovering around the trees and ground. Ruri walked up and put her hand on the barrier, feeling her mother's spiritual power that formed the barrier. She sensed that the curse had almost completely consumed her mother, leaving her on the verge of death. Despite the overwhelming emotions, Ruri composed herself, turned to face ISSEI, and spoke. Ruri, all right, my master. Oh, I'm sorry, I mean ISSEI. It will take me a while to get used to that. But I need to let you know that, due to the seals placed on both you and me by your grandfather, Jiro, the only answers you will be able to get are the ones you discover on your own. So, all I can say is you must be ready. Not only will you have to withstand the deadly miasma curse, but also, a lot of your power will be further suppressed when you enter the barrier. I can say for certain that you will be seeing visions, both good and bad. What they may be, I could not tell you. But I know the closer you get to your family's castle, the worse they will become. Are you ready to do this? ISSEI, yes, I'm ready, and I understand what you're saying. But I'm prepared to deal with any visions or any other challenges I may face in there. As for the miasma, I should be strong enough to resist and withstand it, just like I did when Kuroka used something similar at the Young Devils Gathering. Drake, it may look similar, brother, but it's far worse. What Kuroka made was not originally meant to kill, but was meant to weaken instead. It could kill in time if left in it for too long. However, this miasma is much worse. I believe that not even the strongest of gods or dragons could survive in this for very long, which means you will not be able to withstand it for a long period, maybe 2 hours max. Even then, it will slowly start affecting you the longer you're in there. I have a feeling that it could get worse and even more potent the closer we get to the source of the curse, which could also limit the amount of time you actually have left before you'd have to leave, and it could start killing you and doing irreversible damage to you. And let's not forget you're already weakened from the events that took place earlier today at the meeting. With that said, Ruri, I would like to know how suppressed my brother's powers will be. Ruri, if I had to be honest with you, as you've already heard from the Welsh dragon, ISSEI is already quite weakened after everything that has happened earlier, and his body hasn't fully recovered. If I had to be honest, he can't really use any of his seals or forms that are tied to the seals due to his body already being in a weakened state. It could also enhance the effectiveness of their curse and affect how long you could actually stay in the miasma before it starts really killing him. Honestly, I think the only thing you could use would be the balance breaker and my father Ascalon. At least with my father inside, he'll be able to keep the curse from affecting him as much with my father's purifying abilities. But because he's still sealed within his sword, a lot of his true power is not able to be released, so he'll be heavily limited in strength. I have a feeling the curse has absorbed enough of my mother's power and consumed enough of the other souls that were used to create this curse to manifest itself in physical form, and it won't allow you to purify the land without a fight. Drake, I see. Well, I have to agree that even in his balance breaker, he won't be able to boost himself very much without possibly also increasing the curse's effectiveness on him. Brother, this is very serious. Even with Ascalon's purifying abilities, it still won't completely nullify the effects of the curse as you are within it, and if what Ruri is saying is true, then you need to conserve as much power as possible because we could have a fight on our hands when we find the source and heart of where the curse is emanating from in your family's village. But whatever you decide, I got your back, brother. I'm sure that even though I can't hear what that sword says to you, I'm confident when I say that it's also with you on this, as it has a lot to repay for your family's kindness to his daughter and your willingness to save his wife. Ruri, who asked to hold her father one more time before ISSEI went into the barrier, could feel him shaking in her arms, along with the blade shimmered brightly with holy energy, indicating his wholehearted commitment to helping and supporting the family. Ruri, it seems that my father shares the same sentiments as Drake. He owes a lot to your family for what they did for me and is grateful that you're willing to help save my mother Miyu, free her from this curse, and restore her. He fully supports you and respects you for wielding him, be it human or angel. He is determined to assist you in restoring your family, and ensuring that whoever caused this to Miyu and your family faces consequences for their actions. She proceeded to walk over and gave her father back to ISSEI, who accepted it from her. Ascalon and ISSEI could sense each other's determination and willingness to help each other, as ISSEI smiled. Will the office family provide us with any information about what happened that night, and be able to help Ascalon? ISSEI, it seems like there's nothing more to say. We all understand what needs to be done, so are you ready to do this, Ruri? ISSEI observed a sad look on Ruri's face, which sparked his interest. He raised an eyebrow until she spoke to him in a sorrowful tone, bowed to him as a sign of respect, and then quickly straightened up before speaking again. Ruri, I apologize, my dear master, but regrettably, this curse is very potent and powerful. There is a reason why even the Shinto gods, spirit sages, and Yasaka have been unable to break it. Like many curses, they can be extremely strong, but they all have some sort of condition. The condition for this curse was that only a Hayate could lift it. The reason for this was that the person who cast this curse likely thought he had wiped out every single Hayate, making it so no force on this earth would ever be able to lift the curse, dooming the family to eternal torment. This means only you might be able to lift this curse, so I cannot go with you. I'm sorry, ISSEI, I understand. If that's the case, all I can ask is for you to stay here. I have a feeling. Sooner or later, my mates and friends will come looking for me, and I need you to stop them from entering this barrier. If this substance is that lethal, I will not put their lives in danger. You must promise me that you will do whatever it takes to keep them from entering it to come after me. While you do that, my brother and your father Ascalon and I will ensure we break this curse and release all the trapped souls, and free Miyu, as I promised. Ruri nodded and spoke while wiping away a tear that had fallen from her eyes. I promise I will do that for you, ISSEI. Please save my mother and the trapped souls of the Hayate clan. Dad, I want you to know I've never held you or Mom responsible for what happened. You did your best, and you fought to the bitter end until you were overwhelmed on that day. So, I don't blame you. You did what any other parent would do, protect your child. But I need you to protect ISSEI. It was his family that took me in, gave me a home, and treated me like family. So please protect him and save Mom. ISSEI felt the overwhelming emotions emanating from Ascalon, along with the pride he felt for his daughter. He knew she didn't blame him or her mother for what had happened. That's when ISSEI spoke. ISSEI, well, at least I know what it looks like to be a good father from your example, Ascalon. When my child is brought into this world, I'll remember the way you did right by your daughter, just like your wife did. Be proud and know that you will be reunited with her soon. We will find a way to set you free from the chains that the sage spirits put on you. I promise you that. But don't worry, I fully intend to free my family's souls, giving them the peace they deserve, getting to the bottom of everything and saving you. But are you two ready for this? Drake, you know it, brother. Let's do this. Ascalon's blade was glowing brightly with holy light, radiating purifying energy, showing that he was ready to fight alongside somebody he saw as truly worthy to wield him. After that, ISSEI felt determined with both of his companions by his side. He gripped Ascalon using his boosted gear, knowing he wasn't going into this alone, knowing he had his brother Drake and his partner Ascalon with a sense of determination. He then proceeded towards the barrier, passing through it completely, and ventured into the cursed forest shrouded in thick miasma. The radiant light emanating from Ascalon acted as a beacon, guiding his path until he vanished from Ruri's view. As she knelt down, she began to pray silently, her heart filled with concern and love, hoping for their safe return. Little did she know, deep within the forest, a mysterious entity with piercing yellow-red eyes observed her intently. With a sly grin, it transformed into a white fox and swiftly disappeared in the opposite direction, careful not to alert Ruri or ISSEI of its presence. The true purpose of its lingering presence in the forest remained a mystery for now, but soon would be known, and its intentions revealed. Scene change. ISSEI walking through the forest. ISSEI was making his way through the dark and dense forest surrounded by miasma from the curse, which gave off a creepy and eerie feeling, only worsened by the complete silence of the night. ISSEI was making his way through the dark and dense forest surrounded by miasma from the curse, which gave off a creepy and eerie feeling, only worsened by the complete silence of the night. Not even the sounds of bugs could be heard, let alone any other animals or even the sound of the wind, making it seem like this area was completely dead and void of life, worsening his feeling of unease. However, he was brought out of his thoughts as he walked and eventually stumbled upon a barely visible path with ruined statues of figures that were now indistinguishable due to their state of decay lining the path. Despite this, he began walking down it, hoping it would lead him to where he needed to go to find his family clan's village. While taking in his surroundings, he was about to talk to his brother when his head started to hurt, and he began seeing visions. When he opened his eyes, the forest was now lit up by the sun streaming through the trees above, and the sounds of birds surrounded him. He noticed how the path no longer looked decayed, now being able to make out the Japanese-style statues placed periodically along the pathway. He was surprised to see that he was no longer in the dark forest with the evil miasma around him. He began walking, still surprised. ISSEI, what the? Oh yeah, Ruri did say I would be getting both good and bad visions as I was within the miasma. But man, this is nothing like the path that I just saw only moments ago. It is so beautiful and well taken care of. I can actually see the stones on the walkway, and the statues of different spirits are intact and not falling apart. Even the great red wooden Japanese gates were intact and very well taken care of as if they had just been put up. That's when ISSEI heard something coming down the pathway. He saw a horse pulling a cart of supplies rushing towards him, and a Tengu yokai pulling it. He then got behind one of the statues and hid as it passed by him. Soon, he stood back up and walked back onto the path, scratching his head, wondering what was going on. That was until the vision ended, as he grabbed his head with one of his hands, trying to stop the pain he felt. As soon as it started, it stopped. That's when he noticed everything was back to the decrepit state it was before. The sun was no longer there, and all that was surrounding him was an eerie sense of death all around him, with the miasma floating in the air. That's when his brother Drake began to speak from the boosted gear to him. Are you alright, brother? I was trying to communicate with you, but I haven't been able to for the last few minutes. ISSEI, yes, I'm fine, brother. I was just experiencing some of the visions Ruri mentioned I would have while in the miasma, as we were making our way towards the village. What I saw was nothing like what I'm currently experiencing now, because what I saw was a serene and peaceful vision. It seems that was one of the more peaceful visions I could get, but now I dread the possibility of encountering darker visions. Drake, well, I just looked into your memories, brother. It appeared that everything was calm and serene. The atmosphere was tranquil, and there were no signs of any trouble, a complete contrast to what we're experiencing now. However, it seems like if we are to uncover anything further, we must rely on what these visions will show us, whether good or bad, to get the answers to your questions. Therefore, we must continue forward. Don't you agree? ISSEI, yeah, I agree with you on that. I need to know more. It seems like these visions are the key to discovering what happened to my family, and who might have caused all this. So, we'll continue to move forward regardless of what I might see, good or bad. Drake silently agreed with what his brother said as ISSEI continued walking for another minutes without experiencing another vision until he started to see the end of the tree line. ISSEI's head once again started pounding. Soon he was witnessing a new vision. ISSEI emerged from the dense tree line, following the path until the blinding light from the sun forced him to shield his eyes with his hand. Once his eyes adjusted to the light, he could finally see, and that's when he marveled at the breathtaking scenery before him. The village was surrounded by pristine walls, and watchful guards were stationed at evenly spaced towers along the walls. At the gate, 6 guards stood, one diligently inspecting paperwork and another checking the cargo of the different parts of the various trade caravans and merchants, while the other guards swung open the massive wooden gates, allowing access to those who had been given permission to enter the village. ISSEI stood in awe at the grandeur of the sight before him, the towering walls, the intricate statues lining the stone path leading to the gate, and the meticulous attention to detail in the design of the village's magnificent walls. As he approached closer, he marveled at the impressive walls and towers that surrounded it. The walls, standing at least feet tall, were fortified with various towers, each reaching a height of feet. He noticed archers strategically positioned at different points, with soldiers diligently patrolling back and forth along the walls. Some towers even had features on them, little holes that looked like they were for archers to shoot through. The fortification was a sight to behold, exuding a sense of security and mightiness that left him in awe as he walked up the stone path. The guards stood tall, showing that they would not let anyone pass without permission, and anyone who would be foolish to try would face the consequences if they tried. While ISSEI was walking along, captivated by the sight before him, he suddenly was snapped out of his reverie after hearing someone calling out to him. Startled, glancing over, he was struck by the immense power exuding from each of the guards, noting how some of them could pose a challenge even to top mid-class devils or lower high-class devils. Each guard wielded a different weapon, but the one who addressed him held a naginata. He observed the custom-made, handcrafted samurai armor adorning each guard, showcasing their formidable presence. This not only highlighted the impressive walls and fortifications surrounding his village, but also underscored the strength of the soldiers stationed there. As one of the guards spoke to him, ISSEI couldn't help but feel a sense of awe at the imposing and majestic nature of both the structures and the warriors. Guard, halt! State your business here. The guard couldn't finish what he was saying before his eyes widened, sensing what ISSEI was. He then immediately pointed his naginata and signaled the other 5 guards to come around, draw their weapons, and surround ISSEI. You're a kitsune. You dare to have the brazen audacity to show yourself here, kitsune traitor. ISSEI's eyes went wide. He was shocked to hear what they said, putting his hands up in a surrendering gesture, trying to explain himself. Wait, I think there might be a misunderstanding here. If you allow me to speak, I'm sure I could clear everything up. ISSEI was cut off by another guard. Guard, enough. We do not need to hear your lies. Honestly, if you were so brazen to come here, you must be the bastard that poisoned Lady Yukiya. Of course, it would be one of your remaining little worms that escaped the culling due to the great former master of the clan, Lord Botan, after he put an end to the civil war you all started. I guess he missed a few of you treasonous dogs. You should know what you did. All of you betrayed the Yokai faction and the Shinto gods, siding with the evil Yokai. We will make sure you suffer for your crimes and the murder of the former queen. Because we only know of 2 living kitsunes now, Queen Yasaka and the military commander Lord Daisuke. The others are just dogs that must be put down. Guard, this is pointless. Let's just kill this traitor, and then we can inform Lord Iroh, Lord Daisuke, and Queen Yasaka. We can tell them we found the bastard that poisoned the former Queen Yukiya. All the guards agreed as they launched forward with all their weapons ready to kill ISSEI. ISSEI braced himself for the incoming attack. That's when the vision ended abruptly, and he was now in front of the decayed and falling apart walls and towers of the village. What he once saw as majestic and strong fortifications were now rubble. Even the massive wooden gate had one of the doors completely blown off its hinges, while the other one was rotted away. The whole structure of the wall was falling apart, and the path he was on was once again covered by grass, with parts of the stone pathway sticking out from the ground and broken. The statues on the side were back in their ruined state as they were before he saw the vision. He let out a pained and sorrowful sigh. Drake, brother, I just looked into your memories to see what you just saw and experienced. I have to say that those seem to be more than mere visions you are experiencing. I understand the emotions you are having right now after what you just saw and now what you're feeling. I know it's not easy to come to terms with seeing such a prosperous village reduced to this state. However, brother, it is crucial that you maintain a clear mind. Stay level-headed at this moment if you wish to continue to get the answers you seek and lift this curse on your family's village and land. There is still so much we need to uncover about what happened to your family's clan. ISSEI heard what his brother said as he took a deep breath and exhaled before speaking. I see what you're saying, and I was thinking about it as well. Scene change. Back in the cemetery, hours earlier. Presently, Lady Yukiya's ghost is chanting a spell. Mystical blue energy was on her hands as her chant continued. That's when 3 blue ethereal flames floated above her as she stood in front of the graves of 3 of the greatest Haida clan masters to have lived, the Lord of Earth, Kenji Haida, the Lord of Wind, Isamu Haida, and the Lord of Water, Arata Haida. Lady Yukiya, hear my call, souls that have passed on, mighty lords of the Haida clan. I bid thee to answer the call of your queen once more. Awaken from your slumber and take up your weapons. The time has come for you to fulfill your duty once again. O ancient spirits, arise as I beckon you back to the realm of the living. Serve me once more, my faithful guards. Arise, Kenji Haida, Isamu Haida, Arata Haida. Your duty is not yet done. Here there is more to be done. Therefore, I summon you forth back to the land of the living so you may serve your queen once again. After Lady Yukiya finished her chant, the 3 orbs of ethereal blue fire went into each of their graves. Soon, a bright blue ethereal light shone from the graves and quickly disappeared. In front of her, the 3 lords she summoned now appeared, and as soon as they saw her, they immediately knelt down, recognizing her as their queen, to whom they've sworn loyalty, to serve whether in life or death. They realized there must have been a good reason she had brought back 3 of the strongest Haida clan masters, and those who had gained the title of elemental lords back to the land of the living. The first one to speak was Arata Haida. Arata raised his head to face his queen once again as he spoke. It is a great honor and pleasure to see you once again, my lady. But there must be a reason you yourself have awoken from your own eternal rest, as well as summoning us from our rest to serve you once again. It must be dire if you are calling upon 3 of the greatest masters of the clan, especially if you call upon me, my queen. Things must be so dire that you need the very founder of the clan to once again wield his blades in your name. All I ask is that you tell me what you need, and we will give our all once again to serve you. Isamu also raised his head to speak to his queen. I agree with our founder. For you, our queen, to awaken from your own rest and to call upon not only the founder, the Lord of Water, but also me, the Lord of Wind, and Kenji, the Lord of Earth, things must be very dire indeed. How may we, your loyal and ever-faithful guardians, assist you once again? Lady Yukiya, my ever-faithful guards and esteemed members of the illustrious Haida clan, I have summoned you in a time of dire need. I have awoken from my eternal slumber, tormented by the knowledge of the tragic fate that has befallen your clan. I sense the anguish of your family souls who, trapped by a foul curse and in a constant state of unrest, their cries echoing in the winds, unanswered. However, there is hope on the horizon. One of your descendants is tirelessly working to unravel the dark events that have plagued us, striving to lift the curse that has cast a shadow over your land and your family's legacy. I implore you, the strongest of clan masters and elemental lords, to stand by me in this crucial moment, because it is your descendant who is to do this, as only they are capable of restoring your clan back to its nobility and rebuilding it to what it once was, flourishing in your times under your leadership. But now it is his turn to wield the mantle of clan master, and he shall be the one to bring the clan into a new era of prosperity. Together, we must ensure that no one can interfere or hinder their path towards fulfilling their destined role as the savior of your land, freeing your family's trapped souls, letting them finally pass on, and preventing you, the great sage spirit, from succumbing to the curse after holding it at bay for so long. Will you, my loyal lords, require further explanation from your queen, or will you take up arms without hesitation, ready to serve me once more with unwavering loyalty and devotion? Kenji raised his head to speak to his queen, we require no further questions. We can feel the cries of our family souls that are not with us, that have not been allowed to pass on due to the curse. We will serve you no matter what you ask of us, whether in life or death. That is the pledge every master and member of our clan has sworn, not only to you as queen, but to the Yokai faction and the Shinto gods. For you to have summoned us once again to serve, we shall not disappoint. I feel that my fellow master Isamu, and even our founder Arata, feels the same. If it is one of our own descendants that has been foretold to finally bring about a rebirth of the new era of our clan in this new age, we will do all in our power to serve you, Lady Yukiya. I am delighted to hear my loyal eternal guards express that sentiment. However, I have brought you back to the realm of the living for a specific reason. Therefore, I call upon you all to stand and reveal, who are you? To whom do you give your allegiance? Speak now, proclaim your titles and responsibilities. Let your words reach the heavens. May the gods know who you serve in life and in death. All three of the masters stood up and proudly declared their titles and loyalty. The first to speak was Kenji. Kenji, I proudly stand here in front of you once again, my queen. As you know, I was a master who spoke little with his words but more with his actions. I have never been one to talk, but you know all too well of my dedication in serving my clan as one of the elite guards of the Yokai royal family. When I became the clan's master, I remember you were there when I took my vows. When I was being made the new clan master, I vowed to protect the balance between the yokai and humans. I have participated in numerous battles for my clan and for the yokai, and have never regretted dedicating my life to you, your family, and the members of my own family. Many have sworn that my loyalty lies with you, preserving the balance above all else. I am your stalwart warrior and a peacekeeper. With my trusted Tetsubo, which has caused the ground to tremble and brought down many of my enemies, I will wield it in your name once again, my Queen Yukiya. I dedicated my life to you while I was alive, and it is yours to command. Even in death it will be the same. I will serve you with steadfast determination and loyalty, so use me as you see fit, my queen. A massive samurai figure in ghost white armor stands 50 tall, a warrior even in death who radiates power and strength at first sight and presence, wielding his trusted Tetsubo. His white hair flows out of his helmet, his armor barely containing his massive muscles. He wears a helmet with 4 horns and raging orange eyes that can be seen looking at you through his helmet. He is in stunning armor that looks custom-made for him, known as the Rock Giant, or better known as the Lord of Earth. Isamu, I wholeheartedly share his sentiments. I have also done many things in the name of your family and my family clan. My queen, it was because of you that I was able to serve and help many. I was able to train with Tengu, learn their techniques, and even train with some of the Shinto gods. But it was my greatest honor to serve not only my clan, but also the people of both races of humans and yokai. Seeing the children of yokai and humans playing together, representing the true harmonious unions of the two races, truly showed me what I was fighting for when I wielded my clan's crest on my hand with pride. I understood the true meaning of those symbols upon it. We are not simple warriors of war. We are the keepers of peace. We must maintain the balance of the scales between war and peace. More importantly, we must not ever be afraid to pick up our weapons when needed, but also know when to put them down when they are no longer needed. It's our duty to bring forth a better future for all. It is our clan's duty, because we are not only bringers of peace, but we must also maintain it. It is inevitable that peace will fade and war will show itself once again. On that day, you always have faith in us that we wouldn't break or back down at the coming war upon us. Instead, we happily picked up our arms, donned our armors once again, and fought in your name. Of both humans and yokai, I swear to you, my Queen Yukiya, with my naginata in hand and my armor donned, I shall cleave the skies in half. I shall serve you as I did in life, as I now do in death. My unwavering loyalty is without question. Whether you choose to lead me into a fight that is guaranteed for me to die, I will do so with honor, or a fight that I guarantee victory, it will be all the same to me. You have the might of the Lord of Wind at your beck and call. Use it as you see fit, my queen. A warrior is standing 50 tall and wearing neat, ghostly white armor while wielding his trusty naginata. The wind around him bends to his presence, with ghostly green eyes showing from his helmet, a presence that shows unwavering perseverance, determination, and yielding power within his form. Even in death, a force that most will strive to avoid facing the wrath of the Lord of Wind. Arata, It brings me great pride to know that many of my own descendants have led our clan through both prosperous and challenging times. But I refuse to believe that our clan has fallen, for as long as there are members of our family with the blood of the Haida clan flowing through their veins, then our legacy lives on through them and their descendants. I can only make this statement because I can sense the same resolve in my descendants, mirroring the passion that I had and what I passed down to all my descendants, which drives all Haida family members, regardless of their individual achievements. This passion, fueled by the fire that dwells within every one of my descendants that they inherited from me, compels them to aspire to greatness, protect the innocent, and be champions of noble and just causes. It is our responsibility to not hesitate to risk our own lives if it means defending those who cannot defend themselves and who need our strength to rely on, so that they do not become victims of oppressors or tyrants who wish to exploit and abuse them for their own means. It was those exact ideals that motivated me to establish this clan. But it wasn't until I received the power of the spirits after saving the daughter of Miyu and Ascalon from suffering a miserable and lonely death, and I treated her as my own child. Despite having lost everything except for her memories, and refusing to adopt a new name out of respect for them, I regarded her as part of the family, and so did everyone else. My dearest Queen Yukiya, you know well that I fought tirelessly to prove that my clan can be a force for good, a light in the darkness, and a protector of those in need. I am proud to see that the same fire that was within me has been passed down throughout my descendants. With that said, I offer you my twin katanas, Erashur and Tsunami, and pledge my allegiance to you and to the founding of our great clan once again. You have my unwavering loyalty, and I am at your service in death as I was in life. Use me as you see fit, my queen. Use me as you see fit, my queen. A ghostly figure with blue light shining all around him, wielding his twin katanas, Erashur and Tsunami, a force of nature standing feet tall. He wears armor that looks ornate and custom-made, ghostly white with blue eyes shining from his helmet. Ready to take on any fight he is called upon, because even in death, the first master is nothing but a force of nature to behold, the Lord of Water. Yukiya, I am delighted to hear your commitments. Your steadfast devotion is undeniable, and I understand that each of you has had different experiences. Some of you have engaged in numerous wars, some for just causes, and others out of necessity, but you still picked up arms and donned your armor and were prepared to fight without hesitation. Nevertheless, you all served honorably, even if some of you perished in battle or were able to live until your natural death. You have all demonstrated your true selves in life, whether through your compassionate nature, your readiness to give everything to end a war, or your aspirations to establish a force for good in the world to bring balance and fight for justice. Ultimately, you have all been prepared to make sacrifices for these very principles during each of your lifetimes, but there is nothing more that needs to be said or added. However, my devoted and loyal Eternal Guards, we must ensure that those who care and have deep love for your descendant are not to get in the way of the task he has taken on. So we must depart now, as it is time to take action. There is no longer any time to delay in this matter. Following Queen Yukiya's statement, all three of them spoke in unison. Erida Isamu Kenji, we are prepared to serve you in death as we did in life, Queen Yukiya. Use us as you see fit, whether it's as your weapons of war or your keepers of peace. We will serve you with unwavering loyalty and dedication, as we have always done. After that, all four of them were surrounded by a dense, white, and eerie mist that began to fill the cemetery. It grew so thick that nothing was visible within, creating a mysterious and unsettling atmosphere for what appeared to be a brief moment. Then, a powerful gust of wind swept through, and the mist began to dissipate. All four of them had vanished, heading out to prevent anyone from interfering with ISSEI and what he was doing. Back with ISSEI, outside the Haida castle, ISSEI finally arrives at an imposing castle, surrounded by walls that separate it from the rest of the village. Despite enduring terrifying visions testing his mental strength and sanity, ISSEI persisted thanks to the support of his brother Drake and partner Ascalon. As they approach the castle's outer walls, he starts walking in and realizes that the gate, which should have been there, is nowhere to be seen, just like how the gate at the village's wall looked. They could also see how the castle looked like it was in an even worse condition and state of deterioration than the village. They did share something in common, bearing remnants of a past battle with scorch marks, bloodstains, and scattered weapons everywhere. Inside the castle, the sliding walls are down, floorboards are cracked, and scorch marks and blood are visible. But as he continues to walk through the dimly lit hallways illuminated by moonlight coming through the holes in the ceiling and walls, ISSEI relies on the faint glow of Ascalon to guide his way. But as he continues to walk through the dimly lit hallways illuminated by moonlight coming through the holes in the ceiling and walls, ISSEI relies on the faint glow of Ascalon to guide his way. That's when all of a sudden, he came face to face with an eerie figure at the end of the hallway, a ghostly phantom samurai, its menacing presence sending a shiver down his spine. He also notices the difference in the presence of this phantom compared to his encounter with the ghost of Lady Yukiya. He feels the malice and evil presence emanating from the phantom, who is also emanating a killing intent. Despite being filled with fear, he gathers his courage and raises his voice, yelling at the phantom to get its attention, while also preparing himself for whatever may come once after gets its attention, even though he knew the phantom's gaze was on him due to the killing intent it was emanating towards him. ISSEI, hey, you stop, I need to talk to you. The dark samurai figure turned down the hallway without hesitating and walked slowly out of sight into the side corridor. Drake tried to stop his brother from running after the shady figure in front of him, but it seemed like he couldn't hear him, as if he was in a trance after seeing that figure. He continued to run through the dark hallways with Ascalon in hand. The hallways lit up faintly as images began to fade in and out, with fire behind doors and bloodstains everywhere. He had to stop every now and then, shaking his head, turning back and forth at a crossroad between corridor hallways, seeing the dark samurai figure again as he chased him. The visions of screams, clashing swords, battle cries, and fire continued to roar. The vision stayed a little longer as he continued to chase until he somehow ended up in the middle of the castle's backyard courtyard. He was trying to shake off the vision, knowing that he had lost the samurai. He walked into the large courtyard behind the castle. He was amazed he managed to run through the castle so fast, not realizing he had been chasing the shadow samurai figure for so long. That's when another vision hit him. Scene change, ISSEI vision. Haru seethed with anger, his voice trembling with a mix of hatred and sorrow. You despicable traitors, he spat out, his loyalty to the yokai evident in his every word. How could you have the audacity to betray us in such a heinous manner, mercilessly slaughtering all of our clan members, including my own mother? His eyes blazed with a fiery intensity as he vowed, rest assured, you shall not escape unpunished. The Shinto gods and Queen Yasaka will be informed of your treachery, and they will ensure that each one of you faces the consequences for the crimes you have committed on this fateful night. Mark my words on that. The shadowy figure in front of Haru Hayato, covered in a hood, only showed an evil grin revealing his teeth, enraging him. Soon, he spoke in a maniacally happy and evil voice, as if he was enjoying the slaughter he was causing. Ha ha! It's truly remarkable that you still cling to the belief that the Shinto gods or the queen and her forces will swoop in to save you. Ha ha! It's truly remarkable that you still cling to the belief that the Shinto gods or the queen and her forces will swoop in to save you. That last flicker of hope must be all that's keeping you going. But allow me to extinguish it before your very eyes, crushing any hope you may still have, because a powerful barrier envelopes your entire estate, making sure that no one knows of anything that is going on outside of it, meaning there is nobody coming to save you. I recommend you accept the grim reality because there is no salvation for any of you, and know that I have taken great pleasure in all the carnage I have wrought upon your clan, relishing every moment. I've been looking forward to this moment, witnessing the demise of the Hayato clan, revered as the valiant guardians who uphold the delicate balance between yokai and humans, fall with my own eyes. After he said that, he raised his hand, signaling his minions to advance and kill them. Haru's heart sank as he absorbed his words, his face draining of color as the harsh reality set in, that there was no escaping the inevitable fate that awaited his family. As he gazed down at his weeping wife, tenderly cradling their frightened newborn in her arms, a wave of despair washed over him. Tears welled up in his own eyes, mirroring the anguish and fear etched on their faces. With a heavy sigh, he brushed the tears away, trying to muster the strength to address his beloved wife, Yui. Her once radiant eyes, now red and swollen with tears, she looked at him, seeking solace in his words. Haru, Yui, my love, I am unsure of what the future holds for us, but I promise to be by your side and protect both you and our newborn son, Jiro. I promise they will not touch you as long as I have any life left in me to give to protect both of you. So, please take this moment to hold each other, say your goodbyes to each other, and no matter where we end up, I know we'll meet again and be able to be a family. But I do ask you to shield our child's eyes from possibly seeing his father fall tonight. I want both of you to know how much I deeply love you. Yui, you are my most treasured possession, and you have given us a beautiful newborn son. My love for both of you is beyond measure, so let me do what only a good father and husband can do for his family, which is protect them with all he has, even if it means giving his life to do so. I love both of you." Once he had said what he needed to, and with unyielding determination, Haru stood up once more, gripping his katana tightly as he confronted the oncoming enemies, prepared to fight to the end to keep his family safe. Yui's eyes filled with tears as she listened to her beloved husband's heartfelt words. Holding their son, Jiro, close to her, she wept, trying to comfort him and shield him from seeing his father struggle to buy them as much precious time as he could. "Yui, sure, my dear little Jiro, Mommy is here, and Daddy will protect us. He always has. Sniff, everything will be okay, Mommy promises. And remember, my precious baby, a mother's promise is unbreakable." Sob tears streamed down her face as her baby cried. Haru, without hesitation, heard his wife speak the final words to their child, knowing this would most likely be the end for them. He resolved himself to not let them be harmed until his soul left his body, because he would fight to the bitter end to protect them. So, gripping the handle of his katana tightly, he was fully ready to charge at the foes in front of him. However, he was immediately stopped before he could, after seeing lightning strike down in front of him, causing all those ready to kill Haru and his family to be blown away by the extreme gust of wind that accompanied the lightning bolts slamming down. All the minions of the shadowy figure flew backwards, except the leader himself, who did not even budge or look fazed at the new arrival as he spoke in an arrogant, yet mocking tone to the new opponents that had just arrived. All the minions of the shadowy figure flew backwards, except the leader himself, who did not even budge or look fazed at the new arrival as he spoke in an arrogant, yet mocking tone to the new opponents that had just arrived. "Ah, I see, if the infernal spirit is here, that means he is not far behind?" After saying that, he jumped out of the way, avoiding an enraged, fully armored samurai that busted through one of the walls of the castle, trying to cut down the leader of this assault who had caused so much death and destruction tonight to his clan. Soon, he regained his footing as he got into a fighting stance while pointing his katana that was engulfed in blue and yellow lightning at the foes in front of him. Before he could charge at the enemies, he heard his son call for him, causing him to turn around and see a sight that made him feel relieved at who he saw, as well as heartbroken at the same time. Iroh Hayato is an imposingly large samurai who is .ft tall, clad in ornate yellow and blue armor adorned with intricate designs of clouds and lightning. He wields the ancestral katana of the Hayato clan firmly in his hands, while a fearsome samurai mask obscures his face, revealing only his piercing, lightning blue eyes that shine through the mask of his helmet's eye slits. 2 horns protrude from the helmet, while some of his long gray hair is coming out from where his helmet was, and on his shoulders blowing in the wind of the night, which adds to his formidable presence. Beneath the elaborate armor, he wears traditional Japanese samurai clothing, completing his awe-inspiring appearance as lightning sparks all around him, as he stares at the enemies in front of him with pure hatred and disdain. "Haru, father, you're here! Thank the gods. I was praying you were safe and not killed like many of the others I have seen tonight, being cut down in cold blood." Iroh turned around to see his son along with his wife holding their newborn child, who was sobbing. He also saw next to them the dead body of his wife. After seeing this, he asked for Ruri to create a barrier to protect them as he walked over to them. "Ruri, yes, my master." After that, she created a lightning dome barrier, completely surrounding and protecting all of them. That's when she walked over and finally saw what Iroh did. She covered her mouth in shock after seeing the dead body of Lady Asahi. Iroh, upon seeing his deceased wife before him, he walked over and let his katana fall to the ground. He dropped to his knees, removing his helmet with trembling hands. Gently, he caressed her beautiful face, brushing her hair aside, tears filling his eyes, and his lips quivering with sorrow. His hand shook as he reached out, lifting her lifeless body into his arms, holding her close to his chest. As he began to weep, his cries of agony echoed in the air, a broken-hearted plea for mercy from any gods who could hear him. Through his tears, he called out his beloved's name, "Asahi!" And oh, this can't be, dear gods, what have I done to deserve this? I have been ever faithful and loyal to you. Why must you take her from me? I have already lost so much tonight, and now her. No, this can't be real, no! 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 Damn it all, give her back to me! Asahi! My love, I need you by my side. You weren't supposed to leave me like this. We were supposed to grow old together while watching our grandchild grow up. I didn't want to lose you like this. Please, I beg to any god that can hear my pleas and cries. All I ask is for you to just give me back my ISSEI." After hearing his father's heartfelt cries, Haru immediately grabbed his wife and child, holding them close as he felt the sorrow and sadness emanating from his father's screams of pain over the loss of his wife and mother. While Haru and Yui tried to calm down their son, they found themselves struggling not to cry, realizing that their family was slowly being torn apart. Haru recalled how his mother had protected his wife and child before he arrived, using her own body as a shield. He was consumed with regret that he couldn't save all three of them in time, and the pain of watching his mother die in his arms. As he wept with his family, Ruri was overcome with rage and hatred towards those responsible for this tragedy that had befallen the family she loved and swore to protect. Sparks of anger began to flicker around her, but she eventually composed herself and sat quietly on the other side of ISSEI. Looking back at all the cherished memories she had with her, tears welled up in her eyes. The sight of the pure anguish and sadness on her master's face as he mourned the loss of his beloved was heart-wrenching. Drawing everyone's attention to him, he gently laid her down, his hands tenderly closing her eyes. Then, he retrieved his helmet and katana, standing tall once again. Putting his helmet back on, he addressed his family around him with resolve and determination in his voice. "Ruri, you need to take my son, Haru, my daughter-in-law Yui, and my grandson Jiro to Sun Wukong's place for safety." Iroh then walked over to Yui, asking to hold his grandson for one final time. Yui understood what her father-in-law was planning to do and gave Jiro to him to hold. "Iroh, hey little Jiro, it's your grandpa Iroh. You know I love you and cherish you since the day you were born. I always wished to give you the best I could, and I know your father and mother would like the same for you, as well as training you in our family-inherited abilities to harness the powers of the spirits. Unfortunately, it looks like I can't pass that on to you, so please forgive me for that. I just want you to live a happy and long life. I regret you will not be able to grow up in the village that many of your ancestors and family have grown up in. This is my fault to bear, but know both your grandma and grandpa love you very much." Little Jiro smiled at his grandfather, no longer crying. He felt safe in his old grandfather's arms, which broke everyone's heart as they watched. Yui sought solace in her husband's arms, crying at the state of the clan and the words he spoke. Ruri was enraged to see the clan she swore to protect and be the guardian for, knowing that many other spirits swore to protect them, even as they were being slaughtered. It would most likely be the end of them tonight. She realized how powerless she was to stop it, and she was also heartbroken to see Iroh, her beloved master, become so broken. Everything that's happening, she wished she could undo to see him smile again, but she knew there was nothing she could do to undo what was happening. Iroh called for Yui to come over and get the now sleeping Jiro. After she took Jiro from her father-in-law's arms, he spoke to both her and his son in a very serious and dire tone. Iroh quickly removed something from his belt. He then grabbed his son's hand, forcibly opened it, put something in his palm, closed it, and spoke to him. "Haru, what I just gave you is an old monkey talisman that Sun Wukong gave me a long time ago when I was traveling the world in my younger years. He told me to use it if I were ever in dire need and on the verge of death. It is a one-way and single-use talisman. I never used it, and I never thought I would. But it looks like it will finally have its use. It's meant so that whoever uses it, their magic signature cannot be traced, and even if they are able to, very few can easily take on the victorious fighting Buddha himself, Sun Wukong. Especially since Yulong, the Dragon King himself, is also with him. It's your safest option. When you get there, say that Iroh is calling in his final favor. He will know what it means. Please, I beg of you, to go, my son, take your family and leave this night of slaughter. It is already too late for the others, and it may sound selfish, but I would rather at least know that our clan can live on. But more importantly, I just want to know that my son and his wife and their newborn can live a life being able to raise their child, like I was able to raise you, my boy." He placed both of his hands on his son's shoulders and looked at him through his helmet. "Haru, father, no. I refuse. I won't allow you to fight alone. I would rather go out fighting side by side with you, father, and take as many of these bastards out with us. I would rather give this talisman to my wife and have her take our child while I, you, and Ruri make a final righteous stand against them, even if we are doomed to lose. I know we can kill most, if not all, of these bastards together, even if it takes us dying in the process. But I will not leave you to. He was cut off before he could finish his statement. Iro no. My son, too many of our clan have fallen tonight. It is a lost cause at this point. They have slaughtered men, women, and children, and soon even the last pocket of defenders will falter under the onslaught of our enemy's attack. Their fight, though noble and honorable, shows their willingness to fight to the last man standing. It is still a futile effort, but they will fight to the bitter end, along with their spirits. But know this, we will not go quietly. But listen to me now. What I ask of you is a selfish request because we've lost so much. So many innocent lives of our members have been slaughtered by these evil yokai. Son, our family does not die here with us today. It will never die as long as even one of us is able to escape and hopefully live on, because it will be through them that the brave Hayato clan will live on. And maybe one day, it will be reborn in a new era. Until that day, I need you to leave. We have lost so much, including your own mother, my wife, and many others. Consider this your father's final decree to you, my son. Take your wife and your newborn and go. I will have Ruri accompany you. She has always guarded the members of our clan, and she is connected to our family, as you know. Whoever has our family crest is not only made worthy of becoming the new master of the clan, but is also the one she is connected to now because she once passed the mantle of leadership. So, with that said, I need you to stick your hand out, my son. Haru, upon hearing the tone of his father's voice, understood the severity of the situation along with the sorrow in his words. He could even see that his father was no longer the strong man he once knew, but a man who was struggling to hold back all his emotions. After seeing this, he unclenched his teeth, and with reluctance had to accept what was happening, and obey. He soon extended his open hand as his father held his palm above his son's, exchanging the crest of the head of the clan to his son's hand, and closed it before he spoke once more. My son, I wish I could only bless you with this in a better way and with the ceremony I had planned with you. I intended to give you our family katana, but I fully intended to cover it in the blood of those responsible for this atrocity. But now, you are the master of the Hayato clan. Make sure our clan symbol never dies, and make sure you tell your son everything about the clan, including all of our great feats. Make sure that he does the same for his children so they know their history and the great family they come from. Because I don't know when or at what age it will happen, but I know that there will be a day when a member will rise up and undo my failures and mistakes. I believe that with all my heart. But I want you to know I love you, my boy, as did your mother. We both cherished you so much and loved you. So, please follow my orders as they will be my last to you, son. Haru, after hearing that, wanted to say something to object to his father's suicidal act. But before he could, he felt a tug on his arm. He looked over, and what he saw was his wife, tears in her eyes, holding their sleeping newborn infant in her arms as she spoke to him. Yui, my dear Haru, I can see in your eyes that you don't want to object to your father's choices. But you know as well as I do that he speaks the truth, especially considering the dire situation we are in. I understand how you truly feel because I love you and know you very well. I also love being a part of this clan and your family. I love the newborn you have given me and the love we share as a family. Your father is right, we need to leave. He is sacrificing himself for us and our son. The best thing we can do as parents is to give our child a chance to live instead of dying here without even experiencing life. And don't forget, my love, you are now the new master, which means you must put aside your own feelings and do what's best for the clan. More than that, you need to respect your father's dying wish. He is doing it for us, and he is struggling as much as we are. You know that, so don't fight him on this. Haru walked over and put one of his hands on his wife's face, caressing her cheek. He put his forehead against hers, spoke softly, and looked at her with loving eyes. I understand what you're saying, my love. Also, father, I don't agree with this, but as the new master of the clan, I understand my responsibilities all too well. Because of that, I will listen to you, father, and I will do as you ask. I promise you, one day, it might not be my own son or his son, but I know someday in the future, one of our members will rise up and have the power to undo what happened tonight. I promise our clan will not fall, but instead will be reborn one day. I firmly believe in that. Iro, thank you, my son. I want you to know I'm proud of you. Yui, I know both my wife and I loved you. We're so happy that you agreed to marry our son and the fact that you gave us such a beautiful grandson. I can't thank you enough for that. I'm sorry things have to end like this, but please stand by my son's side. I know it's hard for both of you, but you need each other to be strong now more than ever. Not just for yourself, but for that young boy you hold, because I believe wholeheartedly one of our descendants will have the potential to undo all that has happened tonight. After expressing those words, Iroh turned to look at Ruri, who appeared visibly upset, with sparks emanating from her as she spoke. Ruri, Master, I cannot accept this. It is my obligation to stand by your side in battle, serving faithfully. As the guardian of our clan, it is my responsibility to protect your life. It is my solemn duty to serve our leader until their final moments. I have served many masters who fell in battle, standing by them until the very end, just as I did for Isamu. I will not treat you any differently. You cannot prevent me from fulfilling my duties to you, Master. I intend to be there for you in your final moments, just as I have been for others. Before Ruri could finish speaking, Iroh placed his hand on her cheek, removed his helmet with his other hand, and looked at her with an affectionate and understanding gaze, a look only he could give. Iroh, that's enough, my dear Ruri. I have told you many times not to address me as your master. I have never viewed you in that way. I have always seen our bond as something deeper, my dear, beautiful Ruri. I have reiterated this to you on numerous occasions, but you should understand, after witnessing what I did and handing the crest to my son, that I am no longer the leader of the clan. I am now only the former master, and no longer hold the title of master. I no longer possess any authority or control over you. You are no longer bound to serve me, and soon you will need to establish a new pact with my son to cement your bond with him, as he now carries the crest and has been granted the title of master, and you are no longer obligated to die by my side. And I would not wish for you to do so in any case. Now I want you to fulfill your duty, which is to serve the new clan leader as its guardian and demonstrate loyalty to him, not to me, as I am no longer the one to whom you must pledge yourself. It is my son now. It is time for you to honor your commitment, just as I have done by relinquishing my authority to the clan to him. I hope that because you are so willing to follow the clan's rules, you will heed my request and your new obligations to Haru Hayadu, the clan master. As he spoke, his voice trembled and wavered, his efforts to hold back his emotions evident as a single tear escaped from his eyes. So, listen to me now and hear my words well. You have said it is your obligation to serve the master of the clan, but that is not me anymore. Your duty is to safeguard and protect the master of the clan, because is it not the duty of the guardian of the clan to ensure the safety of the next leader of our clan and his family, even if the rest of the clan falls? Our founder's philosophy dictates that as long as there are members of our family with the blood of the Hayadu clan, our legacy lives on through them and their descendants. I need you to take them to Sun Wukong's home, protect them, and pass on all the knowledge of our clan to their son. Do not leave out any details, including the nights you spent with us under the guidance of the first master, Arata. He took you in many years ago and treated you like his own daughter. I even remember how you told me about his attempts to give you a name, just like previous clan masters, and how you always refused. I'm glad you finally embraced the name I gave you. I explained back then that it wasn't about replacing the name your parents gave you, but about acknowledging the special place you hold in all our hearts, across generations of former clan masters and memories. You have always been cherished and loved by all, and we have never seen you as a weapon. Please fulfill my request and your responsibilities tonight because I'm no longer your master. You're like a daughter to me, and I care deeply for you. He then gently touched her cheek and wiped away her tears with the cloth from his samurai armor, looking at her with the love only a father could have for his daughter, while trying to comfort her the best you can, knowing this was hard for her to accept. Ruri felt his hands on her face and grabbed them, holding them on her cheek as tears flowed from her eyes. She nodded in understanding and ran up to him tightly, unable to speak. After breaking away, she looked at him with tears in her eyes, then glanced over at Haru and Yui, and finally turned to see Jiro, who was now sleeping. Understanding her duties, she walked over to them once they were all together. Iroh explained to his son how the monkey talisman would work. Iroh gazed at the three of them with heavy sorrow weighing on his heart as he put his helmet back on. It seemed that all three of them were prepared to depart, but before letting them leave, he had one final request for Ruri. Slowly, he made his way to his wife's lifeless body, Asahi, and gently lifted her into his arms. Turning to her, he spoke with a quivering voice, a mix of grief and impending despair evident in his eyes. Ruri, Please ensure my beloved wife receives a proper burial in our family's cemetery. I know I need not ask, but it is what she would have wanted. Please do this for me, he pleaded as he handed over his wife's body to Ruri. Turning to his son, Iroh continued to speak, his voice filled with a sense of despair and heartbreak. My son, as for the talisman, all that remains is for you to crush it in your hands. Once you do that, you, Ruri, who is carrying your mother's body, and Yui, who is cradling your son, will all be transported to Sun Wukong's home. As long as you are holding on to the one who activates the talisman, you will all be transported with them. Do you understand that, my son? After hearing what Iroh said, they all nodded in acknowledgement, although they were trying hard not to show. Looking at their faces, you could see heartbreak and despair on all of their faces except the sleeping baby Jiro, who is being held in his mother's arms. But before they left, Ruri asked a question that was on her mind to Iroh. Ruri, do you wish me to drop my lightning barrier that is currently shielding us, Iroh? Iroh had a smile on his face after finally hearing Ruri call him by his name. It brought some light to him in a very dark situation. But that's when he spoke, there is no need for that. I can break it with very minimal ease, my Ruri. I want to make sure that when they see me shatter this barrier that's been holding them out this whole time with very little effort, that they understand the true magnitude of the force of nature they have unleashed upon themselves. I will show them nothing but my rage and fury for their atrocities they committed tonight, that I promise. But I need all three of you to relay this message to Sun Wukong for me. Only him and the Dragon King Yulong need to know of any survivors of our clan. I don't know how deep this betrayal goes, but I do not believe that Queen Yasaka or the Shinto Trinity knew of it. We don't know how far it goes. Make sure all of you survive. They must all think that all of the clan has fallen. The best way to make sure your safety is guaranteed is to establish yourselves in a new location. Tell him that it's my final request for him, and I know he'll honor it and keep the secret. But it is time for all of you to leave now and for the Lord of Lightning to unleash his wrath and untamable fury upon the foes in front of him who orchestrated this atrocity on our clan tonight. Haru, we understand, Father. We'll make sure to relay your message. I'll ensure that my mother gets buried properly with all the respect she is due. Promise me you'll show no mercy to any of those who helped commit this act. Make them suffer and show no mercy, as they have done the same to us. Iroh, I promise, son, they will not leave here without experiencing even a small fraction of what they've done to our family tonight. Even if I'm to die here, I will make sure there's a pile of corpses before I fall to cushion my landing. That I promise you, son. After hearing his father's words, Haru nodded solemnly. Gripping the monkey talisman tightly in one hand, he looked over after feeling a hand on his left shoulder. He saw Ruri cradling his mother's lifeless body in her other arm. That's when you could feel another hand on his right shoulder. He looked to see his wife Yui, who was holding their son Jiro in one arm while grasping his shoulder with the other. Meeting his father's gaze once more, Haru nodded in silent acknowledgement, then proceeded to crush the monkey talisman in his palm. In an instant, teleportation symbols of Sun Wukong materialized beneath their feet, casting a radiant orange glow before they vanished in a flash of light. Only Iroh remained, isolated within the crackling lightning barrier erected by Ruri. As he conversed with his spirit, Reiko, who dwells within his family's ancestral katana, a sense of determination, sorrow, and understanding mingled in the air. Iroh, Reiko, it seems that this will be our final battle together, my dear friend. Let us ensure that we eliminate as many of our enemies as possible. Do not hold back in mauling and devouring them, just as I will show no mercy in slaughtering as many as I can. I trust that you share my determination and resolve in this matter, because they will regret their actions on this night, and I know you and I will make sure of that, old friend. Through it's kind of sad yet funny, I've always wanted to go out in glory. It's a shame that it has to be in this way, but I will not buckle and I will not run because they will all feel my wrath. Reiko was glowing and shaking within Iroh's hands, agreeing with what his partner said. That's when he lifted his katana up in the air with his arm fully extended and slashed down sideways, completely shattering the lightning barrier, causing sparks to explode. This shocked all the evil yokai who had been trying for the last minutes to break into the barrier, especially after some parts of the barrier exploded outwards and hit some of them, killing them instantly. Iroh looked behind his shoulder slightly to see where his family once was, knowing that they are safe now. That's when he turned to face the hooded figure in front of him again as he heard him speak. I see that the old master of the clan is trying to flex his muscles. More importantly, it looks like you decided to have a soft spot for your son and his wife and newborn, and it looks like you had them take your dead wife's body as well. And it looks like you even had your family's lapdog, that bastard infernal spirit, accompany them. So, tell me, how did you do it? There's a barrier preventing any kind of transportation in or out of your clan, encircling all of your family's estate even into the forest surrounding it. How did you manage to get them out of here? I can't even sense how or track where they could have gone. You're making this a lot harder for me, you know, and for you because now I'm going to make them suffer when I find them. That's when the shadowy figure raised his arm up, signaling some of his forces to look as he was telling them to go search all the surrounding areas, expand outwards to find them because he wanted no Haidu to be left alive. Before he could fully give the orders, he was cut off by an enraged Iroh. Iroh, I refuse to stand by as you take any more lives of my family. Despite knowing that the numbers of our defenders of my family fall one by one, I will not allow you to fulfill your twisted desire to eradicate every last Haidu tonight. You will not have the chance to hunt them down, for I am your opponent now. Until my very last breath, I will shield my loved ones from harm, even if it means meeting my demise and spilling every drop of blood from my body. None of you will escape this place alive, especially you, the despicable mastermind behind this heinous act. Prepare to face my wrath and comprehend the terror inspired by the name Lord of Lightning. At that moment, Iroh lifted his blade high, its brilliant yellow glow radiating with blue and yellow sparks. He started chanting, invoking the aid of a dear friend and one of the mightiest spirits known to exist. Hear my plea, mighty Raijin. I summon you for the final time, O Master of the Clouds. Envelop my village and my domain with an unyielding and impenetrable tempest of your wrath. Let your lightning strike, let your thunder roar, and allow no trespassers to breach the fury and wrath of your storm until my final breath fades. May your tempest endure until my demise on this night. So I summoned forth Raijin's tempest fury of the storm. After Iroh finished the chant, a lightning bolt shot out from his katana straight into the sky. Soon, many dark storm clouds encircled the village and its surrounding forest and lands. Impenetrable rain fell furiously from the sky. The moon and night sky were blanketed by dark storm clouds, with lightning and thunder echoing throughout the village. Any evil yokai who attempted to leave were immediately struck by lightning, emphasizing that none would escape as long as the storm raged. Particularly, those facing Iroh knew that the storm would not dissipate until the Lord of Lightning himself was killed. It was at this moment that the shadowy figure spoke up again amidst the monstrous storm, with lightning and water striking everywhere, and the relentless sounds of thunder intensifying the scene for all present. He looked around, seeing all the dark storm clouds surrounding them with lightning striking and the pouring rain hitting them, as he let out a whistle and proclaimed, I see your reputation as master of the Haidu clan is well earned, considering you called upon the spirit Raijin himself to assist you in keeping me and my forces here. But really, it will not save you or your family from the fate I have in store for them. All you're doing is prolonging their inevitable end because I will find where your son, his wife, and that child are gone, so I can kill them to make sure no Haidu is left alive after tonight. I promise you that, and regardless of your fearsome reputation, you will still die here, Iroh Haidu. Iroh, with a cheeky smile underneath his mask, he began to speak. Many of my ancestors have fought in situations like this and come out on top. Even if they didn't, they died making sure they brought as many of their foes with them. Raising his katana at the foes in front of him, I will be happy to do the same as many before me have done. So come at me, you bastards, because I promise here and now for all the blood of my clan you spilled tonight, I will spill twice as much through all of yours. My family's ancestral katana will be bathed in your blood as payment for your atrocities tonight. If all that awaits me is death on this night, then I will make sure I will not travel down that path into hell by myself. I will drag all of you along with me. So make peace with whatever gods you pray to because they will not save you from my wrath. The shadowy figure, upon hearing that from Iroh, decided to give the soon-to-be dead master of the Haidu clan the death he wished to have, as he had an evil smile on his face. He commanded all of his minions to charge at the master of the clan. In return, Iroh gripped his katana's handle even tighter. He could feel Ryako felt the same as him after his speech. They both had an understanding of what needed to be done, and what would happen after this night but did not waver in their resolve, after which, he immediately charged forward into the foes that were charging at him as well, while yelling a mighty battle cry at his enemies. End of ISSEI vision. The vision ISSEI just experienced had ended abruptly, leaving him shaken, breathing heavily, and on the verge of crying. After witnessing it all, he felt a wave of overwhelming emotion surging through him, as if he had absorbed the feelings of everyone involved all at once. It was almost too much to handle, with a flood of sorrow, sadness, anger, regret, loss, and misery engulfing him. The sight of his grandfather as a baby, his great-grandparents, and his great-great-grandfather, along with a completely different version of Ruri, left him stunned. Her eyes, usually glowing emerald green like fire, were now a bright yellow, as if they contained lightning waiting to strike. She wasn't using my emerald blazing flames. Instead, she wielded lightning that sparked from her fingertips in a mesmerizing dance of blue and yellow. Her hair, far from emerald green, looks like it is constantly ablaze, but instead was a wild cascade of yellow locks, crackling like untamed lightning, refusing to be tamed. She also didn't exude the aura of a dragon like she does now. Instead, she felt like an unstoppable force of nature, like a relentless storm unleashed upon the world. As he witnessed all this, he was utterly bewildered, with countless questions swirling in his mind. Before he could gather his thoughts to ask any questions, he found himself lost in a whirlwind of confusion, until a familiar voice snapped him back to reality. "Drake, brother, look out behind you!" ISSEI's thoughts were abruptly interrupted by his brother's urgent warning. He swiftly dodged the Phantom Samurai's attack. In a split second, he raised Ascalon to block the next strike from the samurai. The clashing of blades reverberated through the deserted courtyard as ISSEI sought answers from the relentless phantom who lured him here and is now attacking him. "ISSEI, who are you? Why are you attacking me? What do these visions mean? What happened here?" "Phantom, I am the warden of souls that are imprisoned here, the executioner and torturer. They will continually be tortured again and again for all of eternity. Suffering is all I shall see, it's all you shall get, all I will get. You will join us, this is where they all must suffer. No Hayato may go unpunished, this is the fate that awaits you, what awaited me, and awaits all of us." That's when ISSEI broke off the attack as he was able to get some space between him and the Phantom Samurai. As he looked over, he noticed that the samurai was just standing there. He could see the miasma that he's been seeing all around the village and the forest surrounding it begin to ooze out of the Phantom Samurai from all parts of its body as it started to saturate the area they were in. "ISSEI, brother, did you understand anything he was saying?" "Drake, I, the Heavenly Welsh Dragon, am not the Riddler, brother. However, I must admit that I am completely clueless. This is the first time I've been able to communicate with you since you entered that trance-like state and started chasing after the Phantom Samurai. Then you had another vision. I attempted to talk with you in the hopes of snapping you out of whatever had taken hold of you, but my efforts were in vain. It seemed as though you were in a deep catatonic state and couldn't hear me call out to you. Only recently was I able to reconnect with you, and it was just to warn you to avoid the Phantom's attack. But I'm relieved to see that your reflexes are intact even through this whole situation. I do have other questions, but we can address those questions later. ISSEI, I'm more surprised by the fact that you knew about the Riddler. But then again, we have been reading some DC comics lately. It's just kind of funny when thinking about the great mighty Welsh dragon reading DC comic books in a corner. It's an amusing image to picture. But getting back on track, and like you said, we can save the questions for another time. After all, we're still dealing with this cluster of a situation. Also, I don't really know what happened, brother. I saw the Phantom, and I felt compelled to chase after it. It's kind of hard to explain, but not like we haven't had enough supernatural shit happening to me tonight. After all, I'm in this situation because apparently my late mother-in-law, who was a beautiful golden fox, decided to literally lure me out of my castle. She then decided to grab my face, give me a French, and then spirit me away. So at this point, anything is on the table. At this point, I wouldn't be surprised by anything that happens, but I am glad to know that we were able to snap me out of it and help me avoid that attack. I'm more concerned about why that samurai hasn't even tried to attack us yet, and is just standing there, oozing out more of that miasma. I really don't like this. It's giving me a bad feeling in my stomach. Drake, haha, not going to lie, that is an interesting image to picture. But it's very comforting to see that your sense of humor remains intact despite all that's been happening lately. I mean, how many can say they have been French-ed by their mate's mother-in-law's ghost, right? Ha! But on a more serious note, brother, I share your unease regarding the behavior of that Phantom Samurai. It just stands there, emanating that eerie miasma that seems to seep into everything around it. When you felt compelled to pursue it, and I lost contact with you as if your very being were literally taken from your body to somewhere else, it gave me a sense of foreboding. The aura it exuded was one of malice and hatred, reminiscent of the unsettling auras many of the souls within the boosted gear used to give off. It's really concerning how long these visions last. Even though it might feel like no time passes for you, you become unresponsive and appear to be in a coma-like state, just standing there as you experience them. The longest you've been in one of these trance-like states has been minutes, and the increased frequency of these visions is also worrying. Whenever you have these visions, I'm unable to communicate with you. Honestly, it seems like reality itself wraps around you, making it difficult for anything external to snap you out of it until the vision naturally concludes. This is just a hypothesis based on the theory you have already developed regarding these occurrences. ISSEI, honestly, it makes sense. However, I just don't know enough about reality distortion magic and how it coincides with this curse. I can interact and be interacted with while having some of the visions, while with others, I can only watch things happen within them and not interact with anything. So, I really just don't know what to think of it all. Based on what I've experienced, and what you're telling me, it does seem like what I've theorized has some weight behind it. But regardless, it really doesn't matter how it's happening, especially if we can get rid of this curse. I think after that point, everything should revert back to normal, and I won't have to worry about any of this anymore. It still makes me curious about how all this is even possible. It's definitely something I'm going to look into after all of this. Maybe I can get help from Ajuka and Azazel with this. That's when Ascalon began to glow brightly and shake in his hand, alerting him of the danger as it was trying to warn ISSEI about it. And that's when his brother also spoke up, giving him a similar warning. Drake, regardless of all that, we need to set aside these thoughts for now because your abilities seem to have been weakened by the miasma, affecting your other senses as well. The fact that you didn't sense the phantom's increasing power indicates this. Leading us out here and releasing more miasma seems to have been its goal. This substance is highly toxic, and I'm concerned about how much longer you can endure it before it becomes life-threatening. But we just don't have the time to devise a new plan now, nor can we escape quickly. All you can do is be alert, as the phantom is preparing to attack. I'm uneasy about this, brother. Please stay cautious, vigilant, and prepared for anything. It seems like the sword even knows that something's about to happen. ISSEI looked and saw the phantom samurai charging up an attack. He saw the black lightning building up around him, and his katana was now glowing a bright black and yellow with sparks coming from it. That's when ISSEI suddenly felt a pain in his chest, fell to his knees, dropped Ascalon, and began coughing up blood. The miasma being released by the phantom was stronger than anywhere else he had experienced so far, and was quickly affecting him. ISSEI was starting to feel weaker, and grabbed his chest where his heart is, feeling the pain of the miasma killing him from the inside out as he continuously and violently coughed up blood. ISSEI, cough damn! I never thought the curse would hit me this hard. Cough, I should have been more careful. Cough, hey brother, it looks like my recklessness finally caught up with me. Cough, ISSEI collapses to the ground, writhing in pain as his brother desperately calls out to him. Drake, brother, this can't be the end. I know you have the strength to fight this. Don't give up on me. I won't let us die like this. Please get up. Too many people are counting on you. Brother, can you hear me? Brother, as ISSEI fell victim to the suffocating miasma curse, Ascalon could only watch helplessly from within his sword. Desperate to break free from the ancient chains that bound him, Ascalon yearned to unleash his true power and come to ISSEI's aid. However, the centuries-old chains, imposed by the sages, rendered him powerless. He could do nothing but bear witness as his companion, who had risked everything to save his wife and daughter, lay dying before him. In that moment, Ascalon felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness and despair. He was no longer the proud sword spirit that Durandal and Excalibur had once known. He was ashamed of himself as he realized this. He hung his head in shame, feeling unworthy of them, and knowing how ashamed they would be if they could see him now. But even more so, he felt heartbroken, realizing he had failed to save his family once again. That's when a quiet sob escaped from underneath his breath as he whispered, Miyu and Maya, please forgive me. I have failed you. I'm so sorry. Scene change. Currently within Ascalon's sword realm, Ascalon is suspended in the air and restrained by numerous golden chains. His body hangs in the air, resembling a crucifix, with arms stretched out and legs bound with chains to the ground. More chains envelop his body, securing him in place, while others cling to the walls surrounding him. He is completely immobilized as he can only observe the world from within his sword, which has been his prison for many centuries now. He keeps his head down in shame, knowing he cannot do anything to help his partner. However, all of a sudden, a familiar and unforgettable voice reaches his ears, prompting him to lift his head in disbelief. There in front of him was his beloved wife, Miyu, breaking through the despair and shame that have been consuming him for so long now. Ascalon, Miyu. Is it really you? Miyu floated over to her bound and restrained beloved. She caressed his face lovingly, put her forehead against his, and spoke in a soft, sweet, and calming tone that Ascalon knew all too well and longed to hear after all these centuries apart from her. Miyu, yes, my love. It's me. I came to help you and that young man because he is in a dire situation. Don't you think he needs you? If you do not help him now, he will die, and so will I and your daughter. We need you to grab your arms once more and become the spirit that I need, that your partner needs, but most importantly, that your daughter needs. So, my love, you don't have the luxury to sit here in your own shame and pity. This is not one of the three holy sword spirits that used to shake the whole spirit realm with their clashing of powers in your fights against the other two. This is definitely not the spirit that I fell in love with or had a child with. I need my Ascalon back, my noble holy knight. Ascalon, Miyu. Miyu put one of her transparent fingers on his mouth to keep him from saying anything else as she continued to speak. Miyu, SSSSHHH, enough, my love. I will help you now. After all, it's thanks to you and that young man that allowed me to regain some of my strength back from the curse. I will now use that strength to free you from your shackles, from the chains that bind my holy sword spirit. I only ask that you give me your word and promise me here and now, just as you have done many times in the past. Whether it was for me, your daughter, or our family as a whole, I know you have always kept your word and your promises. I will be expecting nothing less from you of what I will ask of you now, my beloved Ascalon. Ascalon, I give you my word, my beautiful Miyu. I will honor any command you give me. I swear on my word and my honor as a holy sword spirit. I will do anything you ask of me without questions as I have always done for you, because I have never given you, or our daughter, any reason to doubt my love, devotion, and loyalty to you both, and I will not start now. So just tell me what it is you ask of me, and it will be done without question or hesitation, my love. Miyu had a loving and soft smile on her face in response to her husband's words as she spoke up. I'm happy to hear that, but it's time for you to pick up your arms, raise your shield and your sword in your hands, and don your helmet once again. Go help that young man, your daughter, and me, and the many souls of the Haida clan. But be careful, my dear, because the phantom you will face is not a mere corrupted spirit or evil yokai. It is far stronger than any of those. Because that phantom is actually the corrupted and cursed form of Iroh Haidu, the Lord of Lightning himself, and he's far stronger now, with the curse fueling his anger and rage more than he has ever been. So if you fight him, no, it won't be easy by any means. Also ensure to tell the boy to go to the center of the castle because that is where the source of the curse settled itself in, and how he will also need his family's katana that the Phantom of Iroh holds, along with his family crest, to dispel this curse on the land and free his family's souls. Make sure he's careful because the curse will manifest itself, and it will not simply let him undo the curse without a fight. But I believe in both of you. I know you can purify the curse that has consumed Iroh's soul and set him free from the curse. And I know that boy can defeat the manifestation of the curse itself and dispel it. I believe in you, my love, and that young man, and I know you too can do it. She then ed her holy knight. Soon enough, the chains that had bound him began to disappear and shatter into pieces as he gently floated to the ground with her, holding her in his arms passionately, ing her back. As soon as they broke, Ascalon had a smile on his face until it quickly went away after seeing his beautiful Miyu fade away right in front of his eyes. Ascalon, no, Miyu, don't go. Please don't leave me again. I need you. I can't lose you again after finally getting you back in my arms. Miyu, oh my dear, I am not gone. I'm still here, and I have faith you can save me. And I wish I could, but I just don't have any more power to be able to stay here with you, my love. But I believe in you. I love you, and I have faith that you will succeed. But until then, goodbye for now, my love. We will see each other again, I promise. As she reached out her hand for his, she began to disappear out of his sword realm. She completely disappeared before she could touch him, as Ascalon also tried to reach out and touch her, but she was gone before he could. Ascalon was upset that he could not have more time with her, but then he looked up at the vision of his partner, who was suffering and coughing up blood. His partner was in danger, and he understood what needed to be done. Ascalon summoned forth his shield and sword, materialized his helmet, and immediately started glowing brightly, finally ready to take physical form once again and join the fight personally. Scene change, back with ISSEI. ISSEI was barely able to stand up as his vision was blurry, still coughing up blood. He felt that this was the end. He was helpless to stop it, and knew he had failed everyone. ISSEI, I'm so sorry, brother, but I have nothing left to give. The curse has weakened me too much, and my strength has completely left me. I can feel the curse starting to kill me. I can feel I don't have long left, brother, so I'm sorry, but there is nothing I can do now. Drake, brother, don't say that because it's not over yet. You've never been one to give up so easily, so don't you dare start now. Continue to fight this to the bitter end. Do not let it take you so easily and quietly, please. Don't give up like this. I know you can make something happen that will get us out of the situation just like you always have. So please don't give up yet, ISSEI. ISSEI, not this time, brother. I've failed you and everyone who is depending on me. I'm so sorry, Mom, Dad, Grafia, Ruri, Miyu, Ascalon, Ravel, Kuroka, Ingvild, Latia, Rose, Seraphal, Lefei, Irena, Kirara, Kunu, Yasaka, and more importantly, I'm sorry to you, brother. I hope you all can forgive me one day, but this is the end for me. I'm sorry I let you all down. This is goodbye. As he began to close his eyes, accepting that he had no strength left to fight or defend himself, and knew he would die here. Drake, please, ISSEI, don't give up like this on me, brother. As ISSEI finished speaking and closed his eyes, he could still hear his brother trying to talk to him, and call out for him to stay strong and not give up. But soon the Phantom finished charging up his attack and charged at ISSEI. The Phantom was about to deliver a killing strike to him when Ascalon started to glow brightly on the ground where ISSEI dropped him. The light became blinding, engulfing the whole area in holy light that also purified the area by vaporizing all the miasma around them completely, healed ISSEI, and removed the miasma from his body. As the light started to fade, Ascalon came charging out of the light. With his shield raised, Ascalon rushed the Phantom. Before its attack could hit, Ascalon used his shield as a battering ram and shield bashed the Phantom so hard that it was sent flying backwards, smashing through the castle and out to the other side, only stopping after slamming into a few more buildings in the village. Before its attack could hit, Ascalon used his shield as a battering ram and shield bashed the Phantom so hard that it was sent flying backwards, smashing through the castle and out to the other side, only stopping after slamming into a few more. A strong and noble knight standing ft tall and bulky and heavily white and gold armor, holding a dragon-style sword and a shield with the face of a dragon on it, standing tall and proud with holy energy radiating from him, with some of his silver hairs showing through his helmet and his white cape flapping in the nightly breeze. ISSEI opened his eyes at the explosion of power he just felt, only to be blinded by a bright white light. When the light finally started to fade away completely, allowing ISSEI to see again, he noticed he wasn't in pain anymore and felt better, like he was somehow healed of all the miasma in his body and the surrounding area. It looked to him that all the miasma had been completely evaporated and purified, as if it was never there in the first place. After that, he looked around, and that's when he noticed the imposing figure standing in front of him, reaching out his hand towards ISSEI to help him up. ISSEI was left completely stunned by who he saw before him and spoke in complete amazement. ISSEI, Ascalon, is that you? Ascalon, yes, partner, it is me. I know you have a lot of questions. Just know that what you did earlier with me, you gave her enough power to help free me. It allowed me to come save you at the moment you needed it the most. But there's no reason for you to stay on the ground like you are now. So, take my hand because the fight is not over, and I can guarantee you the Phantom of your great-great-grandfather is not going to be taken out so easily. Now get off your ass and on your damn feet now. We have a job to do. ISSEI was amazed and surprised by the information he just heard, and he grabbed Ascalon's extended hand to help him up as he asked the question he needed to know now. ISSEI, so, Ascalon, if I heard you right, does that mean that Phantom, who almost killed me, is my great-great-grandfather, Iroh Hayate? Ascalon, unfortunately yes, he's part of the curse itself as well, but not the source of it. I don't know everything, and believe me, right now is not the time to get stuck in your thoughts trying to think about this too much. After all, we have a fight to take care of, and we only have a few hours before sunrise. So if we don't take care of this curse before then, we won't be able to keep your promise to me, my little girl Maya, my beautiful beloved wife Miyu, or free your family's souls. So, that's all you need to understand right now. Get a hold of yourself. And you, lizard, can you hear me? Drake, I can hear you. And who are you calling a lizard, scrap metal? Ascalon had a smirk hidden beneath his helmet at the comment the lizard made. But he realized this wasn't the time to argue or bicker amongst each other, and he had to get right to the topic at hand. So, as much as I would like to have our little spat, we have other more important things to take care of. So, lizard, can that balance breaker of yours filter out some of this miasma? Because it will need to be able to survive the curse when you find the source. I guarantee it's going to manifest itself into some sort of physical form. It's going to be a big fight on your hands, and the potency around the source itself is going to be on a far deadlier level. As much as I would like to help you with it, I need to deal with our little phantom samurai to get that katana from him so you can help purify this land and put an end to this nightmare once and for all. Drake, well, scrap metal, I can alter the balance breaker to filter out some of the miasma by making slight adjustments, but I don't know how useful or effective it will be, especially when we encounter the source itself and how you've mentioned that the potency of my miasma and the strength of it will increase around its source of the curse and become even deadlier. Knowing that, the most I could estimate roughly is 2 minutes at max, being overly optimistic. But realistically, it might only last 2 minutes at most. Ascalon, that will have to do, lizard. I'll also put a protective purifying barrier around you that should be able to buy you some extra time. It won't last long, especially depending on how bad the miasma is where you are, and it might only give you a few extra minutes. But that could be the difference between winning or losing, so it's better than nothing. But now that I know the lizard can modify that armor for you, ISSEI, I have a question for you. Do you have your family's crest? Miyu told me about it, how important it was, and how it would be key in dispelling this curse. ISSEI raised his right hand as the crest began to reveal itself on the back of his hand after Ascalon saw it. Seeing that he had it, and nodded, that's when ISSEI spoke to him in a questioning tone. Yes, I do, but it seems like you have a little bit more information about how to end this curse than I do. Would you like to share with us what you know? That's when Ascalon heard the blood-curdling angry battle cry and knew the phantom was getting back up from all the buildings he was sent crashing into. He understood he had to explain quickly. Well, judging by what we all just heard, it seems like our little guest has finally gotten up and is even more pissed off now than he was before. But to answer your question, Miyu told me that in order to purify the curse from your land and village and free all the trapped souls, you need to have both the crest of the clan and the ancestral katana that has been passed down in your family for generations. So I'll take care of getting that katana for you by fighting the Phantom of Iroh, while you find out where the curse's source is originating from in the castle and try to keep it at bay until I'm able to deliver the katana to you. And I do realize your power is being suppressed, and it's going to make things harder for you, but I know you can hold out. But the real issue is the miasma itself. I purified and eliminated all the miasma in your system currently. However, you need to understand that eventually it will start building back up, and your body will reach lethal levels again, worsening and accelerating the process the closer you are to the source of the curse. I also know this is not the perfect plan, but it's a plan nonetheless, and we don't have time to come up with something better. We couldn't even get anyone to help us at the current time anyway. If I had to guess, we have about an hour and a half to hours at most before sunrise, because if we don't take care of this curse now, if we don't put an end to this before then, I'll lose my beloved Miyu, and she will be completely taken over by the curse and corrupted, not to mention the fact that both of us would die, which means my daughter would also suffer the same fate. However, I am not worried about that being a possibility because you are not somebody from our time together in my own observation of you, as I was stuck in my sword, that has shied away from risky situations like this. So, do you have any objections to my plan? ISSEI only smiled as he called out for his brother Drake. Well, brother, sounds like a plan I would usually come up with, so I'm on board with it. What about you, Drake? Haha, I have to admit this does seem like something you would come up with. But knowing it came from the mind of that scrap metal over here is just hilarious. I'm on board, so let's do this, brother. ISSEI then raised his left arm that had the boosted gear, which was already out, as he and Drake shouted in unison. ISSEI/Drag, Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. Soon, a blinding red light quickly engulfed the area they were in. It quickly faded away as it came. That's when the vision of him and his balance breaker could be seen as he slammed his two red gauntlet fists together, making a massive clang of metal, showing his readiness to fight and put an end to this once and for all.